Chapter 403. If Trunks hadn't swallowed a nirvana pill, he would have long since died from his severe injuries. Even if he had been saved by Han Shoror, the severed tendons in his arms and legs would not have been able to reconnect. While the nirvana pill had helped Trunks become a great sword master, it had also helped him be reborn, causing his meridians to be much more resilient than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoror was able to use demonic arts to help Trunks recover after bringing him back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's lair. As expected, when Han Shoror brought the dying Trunks back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, the mercenaries who understood the truth of the matter immediately had the impulse to fight the three powers to the death. Some mercenaries even rushed out in rage on the spot, only to be dragged back by Gilbert under Han Shoror's orders. Gilbert obviously had quite a bit of influence in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He forcefully dragged back the Berserk mercenary band. Although those mercenaries were unwilling, they still succumbed to Gilbert's might. Thinking about it, mercenary bands were places where the strong were worshipped. Whoever's fist was harder, their words were more persuasive. Within the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, even the leader Trunks' strength was inferior to Dark Dragon Gilbert. Gilbert had been in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band for so long that the mercenaries had long since understood how troublesome and frightening he was. Sometimes, his orders weren't much different from Trunks. While Gilbert was suppressing those impulsive mercenaries, Han Shoror didn't hesitate to directly enter the inner chamber. Without raising his head, he instructed Gilbert, use cruel methods to torture those few people, but leave them alive. After Trunks recovers, Trunks will personally deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shoror had already brought Trunks into the inner chamber, leaving behind Asa and the rest who had their thighs pierced through like mutton skewers. Seeing Asa and the rest whose tendons had been severed and bones all over their bodies smashed into pieces, they still couldn't vent their hatred. After Han Shoror left, they each picked up a meat chicken like Gilbert and headed towards the dark and damp prison. There was a full set of torture tools there. Bringing Trunks into a brightly lit stone room, Han Shoror sat cross-legged behind Trunks. His hands were pressed tightly against Trunks' back, and strands of magical yuan slowly seeped into Trunks' body like needles and thread, slowly stitching up Trunks' damaged body. The reason why demonic yuan was more miraculous than fighting aura was that, in addition to possessing a great deal of destructive power, it could also have many other miraculous effects through skillful manipulation. One of the miraculous effects of demonic yuan was to help the injured recover. After this ordeal, the tendons in Trunks' arms and legs had all been severed. However, Trunks' fighting aura was still present. Once the tendons in Trunks' arms and legs healed, his strength would not be affected. For a swordsman, having the tendons in his arms and legs severed meant that the person had become a cripple. Even the most powerful swordsman would not pose any threat to them. Therefore, Asa and the rest didn't do anything unnecessary. Even the priests and pharmacists of the Profound Continent wouldn't be as accomplished as Han Shoror when it came to the treatment of the meridians. Therefore, Han Shoror had a solution to a problem that ordinary people might not be able to solve. Trunks' body had been tempered by the nirvana pill, so when Han Shoror's magical yuan flowed into his body, he easily sorted out the disorder in his body. When treating the injuries, the magical yuan became as gentle as flowing water, wrapping up the severed meridians with the magical yuan. Han Shoror used his consciousness to peer into Trunks' body, connecting the severed meridians bit by bit. He then mobilized the remaining energy from the nirvana pill in Trunks' body, concentrating it at the severed meridians. Trunks' body could be considered extremely strong compared to ordinary people, but it was far from being comparable to Han Shoror. Therefore, Han Shoror didn't expend too much magical yuan to treat Trunks' injuries. All he needed was a precise understanding of the meridians and skillful manipulation of the disorder. Time passed silently. Han Shoror, who was sitting cross-legged behind Trunks, no longer needed to pay attention to him. Trunks' injuries were on the right track, and his meridians only needed to be slowly nourished by Han Shoror's magical yuan. In this way, Han Shoror could split his attention and use the magical yuan to spy on other matters. The disappearance of Trunks and the experts of the three powers in the belly of the mountain was discovered after the next wave of people entered. For a moment, the three powers were all rather anxious, not knowing what had happened. Lawton, Florida, and Adam Menlo once again gathered together to study in a panic. However, no matter how much they speculated, they couldn't figure out how the extremely well-hidden belly of the mountain was exposed. After a final discussion, the three powers naturally believed that there were spies among their own people. They inwardly pondered which of their own people weren't too reliable. Without much thought, the experts of the three powers also understood that Trunks' rescue should be related to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Originally, the three powers had been hesitant to take action due to their own interests and various other misgivings. Now that they knew that there was no way out, Lawton and the other two were all capable and experienced people. They immediately hit it off and decided to immediately take action against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Now that things had developed to this point, it was obviously impossible to exterminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band by capturing Trunks without harming their own forces. The three powers that had been at war with each other for a long time knew that this would result in even more losses, but they couldn't care less. After the three issued their orders, the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, Adam Menlo mercenary band, and even the 5 or 6 other small mercenary bands that had been promised great benefits, gathered over 6,000 people at an extremely fast speed and brazenly set off towards the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. When these people reached the area where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located, they had no choice but to stop. The mercenary band leaders gathered together and began to discuss how to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The terrain where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located was incomparably special. It was located on a protruding rock wall below a cliff, like a large flat cake suspended halfway up a mountain. From below, this place was a vast expanse of whiteness, completely covered by fog. There was only one path down from the top of the cliff. However, if they were to slide down from above, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would naturally discover it. The process of attacking from above would be an incomparably painful affair. It was certain that the losses of the three powers would far exceed their expectations. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up a mountain but difficult to descend. This saying was equally true in such a situation. Siege battles had always been extremely arduous and cruel. That was because the process of climbing up from below the city walls was truly too cruel and painful. However, during the process of climbing up from below the city walls, although it was extremely disadvantageous to face attacks from above, they could at least clearly look up at the sky and use the weapons in their hands to block the incoming attacks. However, in this place, when descending from the cliff, they would have to face the attacks from below painfully. They might even be unable to see the situation below. On one hand, it was because of the fog. On the other hand, the process of descending had to be even more cautious than the process of climbing up. If they were not careful, they would fall to their deaths. It was indeed an incomparably wise decision for Trunks to find such a place to be the headquarters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. This place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Anyone who attempted to enter would have to pay an unimaginable price. It was precisely because of this that even though Lawton and the others had captured Trunks alive, they didn't dare to rashly attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, after Trunks was rescued, they still had no choice but to face this special terrain. Just the method of entering alone had already caused them to debate for a long time. Lawton and the other two were the astute and circumspect type. They understood that the first to descend would definitely suffer the greatest losses. Naturally, they didn't want to be the first to descend. However, the others weren't fools. No one was willing to be the vanguard of such a life-risking attack. Therefore, when they truly needed to attack, the group suddenly stopped. After discussing and pushing, no one dared to let their subordinates be the first to descend. Once they thought of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength that wasn't inferior to theirs, coupled with such an easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack terrain, Lawton had a headache and didn't know what to do. Why don't we stand guard on the cliff? They can't always stay below. Otherwise, food and water will become a problem. As long as they emerge from below, with our strength, we can easily kill them. If we descend, we will face cruel attacks. However, it will also be very difficult for them to climb up. If we block here, we can force them to death. Florida's face was gloomy as he proposed this vicious plan. Everyone actually knew that this plan was useful. However, this way, the battle between the two sides would become a long tug-of-war. No one could estimate how much food the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had. If they really dragged this on, they didn't know if there would be any problems with their own lair. You all know that fellow called Gilbert is a dark dragon. In addition, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also has mags that can use levitation spells to fly out. If they leave and use their space rings to transport food, who knows how long we'll have to waste. I don't think this method is advisable. Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, thought for a while and suddenly voiced his objection. Then what do you think we should do? Seeing that his suggestion had been rejected, Florida's face turned even uglier. He looked at Adam Menlo with disdain and asked. After a moment of silence, Adam Menlo seemed to have made up his mind. He lifted his head to look at Lawton and Florida and said in a low voice, "Our family still has a batch of tamed flying magical beasts. Together with some of the flying magical beasts we have now, we can carry 300 people at a time. If these 300 people are experts from our three great powers, we can use large-scale destructive magic to block them for a while. Then, we can use flying magical beasts to transport them back and forth. In this way, I don't think we need to go through the slow process of descending." Hearing these words, everyone was overjoyed. Florida also smiled excitedly and said, "Old thing, you obviously have good things in your hands, why didn't you say so earlier?" Adam Menlo's gloomy face twitched. He thought to himself, "Those are my treasures. I was originally planning to keep them for last to deal with you guys. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, why would I take them out?" Of course, Adam Menlo naturally wouldn't say these words. Hence, he remained silent with a gloomy face. This way, everything can be solved. If we eliminate Soul Destroyer this time, your House of Menlo will have the greatest merit. Come, let's discuss in detail and see how many experts each family will send. Lawton laughed heartily and called out to the leaders of the small powers in the distance. After bringing Trunks into the interior of the mountain, Hanshaw finally walked out of the cave after 1 day and 1 night. Gilbert and the others came after hearing the news. When Gilbert saw Hanshaw, he hurriedly asked, "Master, how is Trunks?" "Don't worry, Trunks will be as good as new after a month of recuperation," Hanshaw comforted Trunks. Shortly after, he said with a gloomy face, "The three great powers have brought a few small mercenary bands nearby and are discussing how to attack us. This time, there are 6,000 people. We must treat them with caution. We also have more than 1,700 people here. Relying on the advantage of the terrain, they won't be able to easily attack. The leader has been tortured to this state by them. We must make them pay the price. Anyone who dares to come down will die in our hands." Grant and Trunks had been friends for many years and had worked together in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band for a long time. When he heard this, he couldn't restrain his anger and shouted. Hanshaw could completely understand Grant's anger, but he still spoke the truth. The House of Menlo has deployed their secret flying magical beasts. A group of magical beasts can bring 300 people down here at once. If there are a few dozen mags among these 300 people, the large area killing magic spells will greatly obstruct us. During this process, the group of flying magical beasts will be able to bring another 300 people in. In this way, the advantage of this place will no longer exist. Therefore, we must not lower our guard and make proper preparations. Otherwise, we will definitely lose this battle. When these words were spoken, Grant was startled and abruptly reacted. He knew that if it was as Hanshaw said, there was simply no way for the 1,700 people of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to defend against the attack of 6,000 people. Then what should we do? Grant asked somewhat worriedly. "Master, Lania and I will transform into our original forms and annihilate them in the air." Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted fiercely, making preparations to go all out. "If it's only 300 ordinary swordsmen, you and Lania transforming into your original forms is enough. However, there are still a large number of mags among the 300 experts. Just you and Lania alone will definitely not be able to defend against the attacks of so many experts. In addition, their goal is only to descend here. How many people can you and Lania stop?" Although this is an idea, it's not a foolproof plan. Han Shoror glanced at the impulsive dark dragon Gilbert and calmly stated the facts. Then what should we do? This time, the one who asked was the Hydra Lania. The coquettish Lania and the lewd Gilbert were truly a match made in heaven. Once the two lustful races joined together, the surging emotions made even Han Shoror flabbergasted. That's right, Master. What do you think we should do? Gilbert also had a face full of doubt as he asked Han Shoror with a bitter face. Let's go according to your idea. You and Lania will intercept them in the air. Additionally, I will summon a large number of gargoyles to help you too. When they are about to descend, the archers below will shoot unceasingly. As long as the strongest experts of the three major powers are killed in the first wave, it won't be that easy for them to win this battle. Han Shoror sneered at Gilbert. Lawton and the other two didn't know that their every move was being monitored by Han Shoror. They thought that this attack would be extremely sudden. At the very least, the first wave of flying magic beasts would be able to easily descend and cause great trouble for the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Then, they would be able to transport an unending stream of experts down and settle the battle in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, no matter how much they calculated, they never expected that Han Shoror would be able to know all of their intentions. He would be able to calmly arrange everything in advance and give them a head-on attack when they thought they were descending covertly. With a large number of gargoyles, Han Shoror was confident that the first wave would suffer a disastrous blow. Once more than half of the experts in the first wave were killed, not only would it have a huge impact on their morale, the next wave of experts would also not dare to descend on flying magic beasts. Based on the terrain's advantage, Han Shoror believed that the three parties would definitely not be able to get what they wanted. The 12 mystical demons had a panoramic view of the three parties' every move. Han Shoror methodically commanded Grant and the others to gather the mercenaries who were adept at shooting. They arranged the stored crossbows and arrows and even took out some javelins that could be thrown. They were prepared to deal with the first wave of flying magic beasts. Time passed silently. Lawton and the others had discussed for a long time and finally decided on a list of 300 people to descend in the first wave. These 300 people would protect dozens of precious mags. The swordsmen who could descend in the first wave were at least senior swordsmen. It could be said that the strongest experts of the major powers were gathered here. The silence of the night could conceal their tracks, and the fog would also be dense at night. Therefore, this time's operation was naturally arranged to take place at night. When the full moon gradually rose into the sky, the gentle and clear moonlight poured down. Looking from below, the towering cliff was shrouded in white fog. More than 200 harpies, frost eagles, griffins, pagazi, and various other flying magic beasts had already been mobilized from within Adam Menlo's family upon his orders. More than 300 experts selected by the major forces were ready to set off. Once the flying magical beasts appeared, under the instructions of the leaders of the three major forces, each of them sat on the tamed magical beasts. Adam Menlo and Florida, who were the leaders, also participated in the ride. Florida himself was an archmage and didn't need any flying magical beasts to carry him. Adam Menlo's super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged roc, had finally recovered after spending an enormous amount of money to nurse it back to health. It was just that the feathers on its body were sparse and it looked a little miserable. This was all because the golden-winged roc had fallen into such a miserable state in order to protect Adam Menlo. It was also because of this that Adam Menlo had attacked Han Shoror out of his endless hatred for Han Shoror. Although Lawton could go berserk thrice and his strength was a level higher than Adam Menlo and Trunks, he still couldn't fly. In addition, there were more people left here and they needed someone who could hold the fort and arrange the subsequent matters. Therefore, Lawton stayed behind to preside over the overall situation and didn't join the first wave of attack. Under the hazy moonlight, the flying magic beasts spread their wings and flew away, forming a canopy that blocked the moonlight. Lawton actually felt a little uneasy as he raised his head to watch the flock of magic beasts fly higher and higher. Actually, Lawton had felt uneasy ever since Trunks had been miraculously rescued. This was because no matter how he looked at it, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band should have fallen into a state of panic after losing their leader Trunks. Lawton was well aware of how powerful Dark Dragon Gilbert was. However, Lawton, who had interacted with Dark Dragon Gilbert, understood that Gilbert was only a brute. He definitely wouldn't have any meticulous plans or calm reasoning. The reason why Lawton had waited for so long was because he was certain that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would leave this natural stronghold and attack. At that time, they would be able to easily annihilate the experts of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band one by one. However, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's calmness had exceeded his expectations. Not only did they not leave this natural stronghold, they even managed to retrieve all the experts in the periphery. When the news of Trunk's disappearance reached him, Lawton was truly shocked. After thinking about it, he gradually felt that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had an extra hand secretly controlling the situation. It was because of the existence of this hand that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was able to stabilize the situation and slowly began to organize their strength to resist. I must be overthinking things. Osun City is currently in a critical period. That guy shouldn't have returned no matter what. Lawton rubbed his head and muttered to himself. Leader, this time, there will definitely be no mistakes. The person you are worried about will not appear. I just received news yesterday that he was clearly still in Osun City. It's impossible for him to appear in the Valley of Sunshine so quickly. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to eradicate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Harris understood what Lawton was worried about. The reason why Lawton had chosen to attack a few days ago was precisely because he knew that Hanshuro had no time to worry about the Valley of Sunshine. Otherwise, Lawton might still be hesitating. I hope so. Although Trunks is terrifying, he still isn't the one that worries me the most. Only that guy is the most troublesome enemy. Sigh, what a pity. Trunks and him are both true men. If it wasn't for Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band becoming the most threatening mercenary band to us, I might have been able to become friends with them. Lawton sighed and said to Harris beside him. This is their own choice. From the moment they entered the Valley of Sunshine, Leader had thrown them an olive branch, but they rejected it. Now that the situation has become like this, they can't blame Leader for being ruthless. This is all because they had the ambition to seize power from us. Harris frowned and consoled Lawton. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I just feel that something isn't right. I hope Florida and Adam Menlo won't disappoint me this time. Lawton's bald head lit up under the moonlight. This meant that Adam Menlo's flying magical beast was no longer blocking the moonlight and had truly entered that area. Everyone be careful. Although it's impossible for them to discover us, we still need to be on our guard and be careful of any changes that might occur. Adam Menlo said to the people beside him as he rode on the super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged rock. Don't worry, Patriarch, we know what to do. The House of Menlo's descendants smiled in response. They gripped their magic staffs tightly, ready to deal with any changes that might occur at any time. In the flying team not far from Adam Menlo, Florida's eyes flickered as he carefully observed for any abnormalities that might occur. He softly muttered something to his trusted subordinates beside him, as if discussing the details of the upcoming operation. Just as the group passed through the thick fog and arrived at the area where the fog was thinner, they would enter the area where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located a few hundred meters away. A huge blurry shadow gradually emerged from the thin fog. Gilbert, who had transformed into a dark dragon, stared at the 300 people with his lantern-like eyes. Without saying a word, he spat out a dragon's breath mixed with a fishy stench. Gilbert, who had evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, had an even more terrifying acidic poison in his breath. In this rather humid area, the power of the acidic poison was greatly increased. The 10 or so swordsmen and mags riding harpies were the first to be sprayed by Gilbert's breath. An extremely stifling feeling suddenly blocked their chests, as if they were suddenly pressed down by a mountain. Apart from the harpies, which were also poisonous magical beasts, the other humans were all dizzy and had streaks of blood flowing out of their mouths and noses. Apart from the acidic poison, the impact of the dragon's breath was equally terrifying. The harpies screeched shrilly as they swayed left and right. The 10 or so humans were thrown away on the spot by the harpies. Dark dragon. It's that dark dragon. Horrified cries suddenly rang out. It was obvious that someone had discovered Gilbert's existence. "Heh, you dare to come to my territory. All of you shall die." Gilbert's dignified voice resounded through the sky. With a flick of his thick and long neck, a raging flame shot out, burning another 10 or so scattered magical beasts and humans to the ground. "Attack, it's just a dark dragon, there's nothing to be afraid of," Adam Menlo, who came after hearing the news, suddenly shouted. The wings of the golden-winged rock beneath him suddenly set off a hurricane. The hurricane covered an area of more than 10 meters, blowing away the raging flame shot by Dark Dragon Gilbert to the side. Adam Menlo, who was riding the golden-winged rock, shot the spear in his hand towards Dark Dragon Gilbert like lightning. The other magicians, who had stabilized themselves, intertwined their magic and lightning for a moment and shot towards Dark Dragon Gilbert. If it was just Adam Menlo riding the golden-winged rock, Dark Dragon Gilbert would not be afraid. However, just as Han Shoror had said, the first wave of attack that gathered the strongest experts of the three major forces was not something that he, Gilbert, could handle alone. Dozens of magic attacks of various elements suddenly fell. Gilbert had no choice but to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and hide behind the fog. "Mph, it's just a dark dragon, what can you do?" Adam Menlo loudly ridiculed. Shortly after, he waved his hand and said, "Our whereabouts have been exposed. We need to hurry and get there. We must not delay and give them the opportunity to prepare. Charge." After tonight, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will forever disappear from the Valley of Sunshine. Florida, who was in the distance, also shouted with a cold face. He used the levitation spell and took the lead in Adam Menlo's direction. Huff! Huff! A strange sound suddenly came from all directions. "What's that sound? It's so strange." A mercenary voiced out everyone's thoughts. Then, everyone looked around curiously, not knowing what the strange sound was. Suddenly, swarms of black creatures shrouded over like dark clouds. They flapped their wings like a dense swarm of locusts. Thousands of gargoyles lined up neatly and rapidly approached. Gargoyles were not a powerful existence among the undead creatures. Their individual fighting strength was inferior to any of the magical beasts of the House of Menlo. However, gargoyles usually appeared in groups. It definitely wouldn't be just one or two gargoyles. This time, Han Shoror's mental strength had greatly improved. He could summon more than 4,000 gargoyles in one go. It was truly like a dense black cloud. Any creature would be very frightening when it reached a certain scale. Even mosquitoes and ants would be the nightmare of powerful creatures. Gargoyles, who already possessed extraordinary attack power, would naturally be even more frightening when they reached a certain scale. When the surrounding gargoyles seemed to fill up even the space, the first wave of experts who thought that their sneak attack wouldn't be detected were all dumbfounded. "Light mags, purify these filthy existences for me." Florida only stared blankly for 2 seconds. When the gargoyles came closer, he took the lead and shouted. As soon as he shouted, Florida made the first move. He quickly took out his magic staff and started chanting a magical incantation. A ring of light elements suddenly flew into the group of gargoyles. When the ring of light entered the group of gargoyles, it instantly purified 30 gargoyles into flying ash. There were 7 light mags in this group of experts. When they saw Florida make his move, they also released the light magic they were proficient in, unwilling to be left behind. One by one, the light magic fell into the group of gargoyles. As expected, it caused great damage to the group of gargoyles. However, the strongest among them, Florida, was only a light archmage. The stronger ones were adept mags, and the weaker ones were only novice mags. The power of the light magic they could release was limited. The loss of more than 200 gargoyles compared to the 4,000 or so undead creatures was simply insignificant. Idiot, undead creatures are indeed afraid of light magic, but other magic is also useful. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and make your move. When Adam Menlo saw that the remaining mags were only watching from afar after the light mags made their move, he immediately cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. After being scolded by Adam Menlo, these people suddenly reacted. One by one, the mags started chanting various types of magic. Wind blades, lightning bolts, and fire snakes danced in the sky. The howling gargoyles that were charging over suddenly lost another 400 to 500. However, at this time, the gargoyles had finally rushed into their group. Groups of gargoyles spread out and targeted the mags, biting and clawing at them. The magical beasts beneath them also fought with all their might against the group of gargoyles. All of a sudden, the entire sky was filled with magnificent rays of light. Dark shadows flew everywhere, accompanied by mournful cries from time to time. Bodies fell from thousands of feet in the sky, smashing into smithereens. Wakaka, I'm here again. Let's see how you're going to hit me this time. Gilbert's arrogant voice sounded once again, his huge dragon body completely stretched out. Beside Gilbert, the Hydra Lania was like a huge octopus. Together with Dark Dragon Gilbert, they charged towards the experts that were being attacked by the group of gargoyles. Florida, we meet again. Han Shoror's voice suddenly sounded. In another group of gargoyles, Han Shoror had a gloomy expression as he walked towards Florida step by step in the air. Behind Han Shoror, hundreds and thousands of gargoyles shrieked and danced wildly. A huge flying undead creature slowly emerged from the dense group of gargoyles. Little Skull, riding on a bone demon, majestically carried a 3-meter-long bone spear and followed closely behind Han Shoror. Chapter 404. When the first gargoyle appeared, Florida understood that this was the arrival of a fiend. However, there was no turning back now that the battle had reached this stage. Therefore, Florida acted without regard for anything else, attempting to purify the undead creatures as much as possible and forcefully reach the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's area to fight to the death with them. Tens of thousands of gargoyles circled around Han Shoror's body and surged towards Florida along with Han Shoror's steps through the air. At this moment, Florida's heart was filled with fear, but he couldn't restrain the fury in his heart either. His hateful gaze was fixated on Han Shoror's body. Florida had no reason not to hate. From the day Han Shoror arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, it seemed that Florida's misfortune was destined. First, Han Shoror had snatched away Phoebe that Florida had his eyes on. Then, Han Shoror had joined hands with his mortal enemy, Trunks. Han Shoror had embarrassed him time and time again, and had even injured him in front of everyone. Not only that, but Han Shoror had also destroyed their meticulously planned ambush and killed his beloved grandfather with a ferocious iron fist, causing his relationship with the Church of Light to worsen to an unprecedented degree. Before Han Shoror had arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, everything in the Valley of Sunshine had been operating according to Florida's plans. With the help of the Church of Light, Trunks was completely confident that he could replace the Cairo mercenary band and become the true master of the Valley of Sunshine, sitting on the enormous resources of the Valley of Sunshine. According to his plans, with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's authority in the Valley of Sunshine on the surface and Butcher Gustav's help in the shadows, all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine, big and small, would be nibbled away by him. At that time, he would possess everything in the Valley of Sunshine. Unfortunately, Han Shoror's appearance had caused the situation to be reversed, playing out in a completely different trajectory from what he had planned. After Han Shoror had left, he had left behind the malignant tumor that was the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, nibbling away at his hopes and expectations bit by bit. My biggest mistake was that I didn't disregard everything and kill you at the start. Florida glared at Han Shoror and gnashed his teeth as he spoke, his voice filled with unspeakable hatred and resentment. Han Shoror laughed in a carefree manner. His laughter was loud and clear to the extreme, as if it had transformed into a meandering dragon that soared into the sky. Not only this area, but even Lawton and the others below could hear it clearly. Florida, I really feel sorry for you. You think you can do whatever you want in the valley just because you have your grandfather's protection. On one hand, you despicably seized the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, and on the other hand, you secretly colluded with the cruelest of bandits. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Heh, what a pity, what a pity. You're not the only smart person in this world, and you, Florida, don't have the final say. Your grandfather can't protect you for the rest of your life. Now that old thing Ferguson is finished, you won't be able to cause any more trouble. Ha, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with you? You're going to die soon anyways. Han Shoror ridiculed Florida and laughed disdainfully. Florida's face looked as if someone had stepped on it with a dirty shoe after Han Shoror's words. It became extremely ugly and gloomy as he glared hatefully at the approaching Han Shoror. Florida took a deep breath and said, "Today, either you die, or I die." "Of course it'll be you who dies," Han Shoror suddenly shouted coldly as he suddenly sped up step by step towards Florida. He was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky as he rapidly charged towards Trunks. At the same time, the tens of thousands of gargoyles behind Han Shoror suddenly scattered into groups and flew like locusts towards the experts of the three great powers who were being bitten and torn apart by another group of gargoyles. Little Skull, who was riding the flying bone demon, stood majestically on the back of the bone demon. His purple demon eye sparkled as he sized up the sky. He pointed the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand at Adam Menlo. The bone demon beneath him flapped its wings and glided towards Adam Menlo. Harpies, frost eagles, pagazi, griffins, wyverns, and various other magical beasts were all tamed by Adam Menlo after expending a great deal of effort. Each of these flying magical beasts could deal with a few gargoyles by themselves. In addition to the fact that they were carrying powerful swordsmen or mags of various elements on their backs, they shouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage. However, the reality wasn't so. An expert riding on a magical beast might be able to deal with a dozen gargoyles, but when a group of gargoyles suddenly charged over, that oppressive aura was enough to shake one's heart. That strong smell of rotting corpses wasn't pleasant to the nose, bringing them more trouble than they could imagine. There were just too many gargoyles. When dozens of gargoyles attacked a magical beast, even the harpies and griffins couldn't handle it. In addition, there were also the two tyrannical super-rank magical beasts, Gilbert and Lania. In just a short while, dozens of people were either bitten to death by the gargoyles or beaten to death by the magical beasts they were riding on, causing them to fall into the endless abyss. Amidst the layers of gargoyles, the Little Skull wielding a 3-meter-long bone spur was riding on the Bone Devil in an incomparably awe-inspiring manner. The Little Skull and the Bone Devil were immune to ordinary magical attacks. In the process of flying towards Adam Menlo, a harpy pressed down with its sharp claws. Before it could even get close to the Little Skull, it was pierced by the 3-meter-long bone spur of the Little Skull. After the Little Skull's thin and small body pierced through the several-meter-long harpy, the power of the bone spur didn't diminish in the slightest. It even killed a fire mage on top of it. Riding on the Bone Devil, the Little Skull easily used the bone spur to lift up the huge and heavy harpy. With a marvelous shake of his hand, a huge amount of death aura flowed along the bone spur into the harpy's body. Suddenly, the harpy violently exploded on top of his head. Pieces of the harpy's flesh mixed with a dense amount of death aura flew out. They were as heavy as stones. Anyone who came into contact with the flesh of the harpy's corpse would feel cold and uncomfortable the moment they came into contact with the slightest amount of death aura. Even their movements would become stiff. The Little Skull flew all the way to Adam Menlo. Along the way, he easily killed a harpy. Suddenly, everyone understood the horror of this undead creature. While dealing with the gargoyles that filled the sky, they also very tacitly opened up a path for him to directly reach Adam Menlo. Adam Menlo, who was staring fixedly at Dark Dragon Gilbert, was riding on the super-rank golden-winged rock that could skillfully manipulate wind magic. Its two wings didn't seem to flap much, but there were already wind blades shooting through the air. Those gargoyles that tried to approach Adam Menlo were all killed by the golden-winged rock's wind blades. Dealing with the super-rank golden-winged rock, this kind of highest-level magical beast, the group of gargoyles seemed to be somewhat powerless. The golden-winged rock that could release wind blade magic, even though most of its feathers had fallen off, its body's defensive power was still much stronger than ordinary magical beasts. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoror didn't waste a large number of gargoyles to attack Adam Menlo. He only let Dark Dragon Gilbert restrain him. After Gilbert evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, he was evenly matched with the golden-winged rock that had been seriously injured by Han Shoror. Various kinds of acidic, poisonous, and blood-spurting flames attacked. From time to time, they would be mixed with Lania's random attacks, causing Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock a lot of trouble, making Adam Menlo extremely vexed. However, the golden-winged rock was originally a super-rank magical beast, and Adam Menlo himself was a Sky Knight. With the combination of the two, their power multiplied. Even Gilbert and Lania weren't able to obtain an absolute advantage. Just when Dark Dragon Gilbert was arrogantly pestering Adam Menlo, Little Skull that was riding on a bone demon appeared. After Little Skull arrived at this area, his purple demon eye flashed, and he made a peculiar gesture towards Dark Dragon Gilbert. Little Skull first used the bone spear to point at Gilbert, then pointed at the others that were desperately resisting the gargoyles. Shortly after, under Gilbert's astonishment, Little Skull used the bone spear to point at Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden-winged rock, and then used his empty hand to point at himself. After this gesture was completed, Little Skull's purple demon eye flickered, and he looked straight at Dark Dragon Gilbert. Dark Dragon Gilbert's lantern-like dragon eyes foolishly looked at Little Skull. When the Hydralania obstructed Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, he cautiously asked, "You mean, you want me to go to other places to attack others, and leave this guy to you?" Little Skull's purple demon eye flashed with a purple light, and he casually nodded at Dark Dragon Gilbert, meaning, "That's right, you should leave quickly, don't hinder me." Dark Dragon Gilbert was incomparably astonished. He carefully looked at Little Skull and the undead creature under him, and for a moment, he was somewhat stunned. "Damn it, you heartless thing, quickly come and help me." On the other side, the Hydralania was painstakingly obstructing Adam Menlo's attack. Suddenly, she saw that Dark Dragon Gilbert, who was originally fighting alongside her, was actually stunned there. She couldn't help but hurriedly scold him. Dark Dragon Gilbert suddenly came to his senses, and immediately glanced at Little Skull. He saw Little Skull carrying the 3-meter-long bone devil as he arrogantly charged towards Adam Menlo. The 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand pointed at Adam Menlo, and an incomparably huge deathly aura rippled in all directions. At this moment, Dark Dragon Gilbert truly felt the terrifying mystical power contained within the Little Skull's seemingly small body. Gilbert suddenly understood that although he had evolved into a rank 2 magical beast, Little Skull was even more terrifying than him, and even had the strength to kill him. "Gilbert. Lania, let's go, we'll go kill others, and not waste time with this old thing." Dark Dragon Gilbert, who had understood, suddenly shouted at the Hydralania. "You idiot! Are you crazy? Didn't Master say to let the two of us restrain this old thing? Are you looking for a scolding or a beating? Quickly come and help me." While the Hydralania was speaking, her body gradually disappeared, and soon after, a huge water column fiercely rushed towards Adam Menlo. "Someone here has volunteered to deal with him, let's not stay here and cause trouble, let's go." Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted loudly, "You slut, quickly come back." Lania, who had used the water to conceal her body, gradually revealed herself. Suddenly, she saw Little Skull flying over on the bone devil. Suddenly, a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry arose in Lania's heart. She ridiculed Gilbert. "Stupid dragon, is this Little Skull the guy who volunteered?" Just as Lania's words fell, the purple demon eye of the Little Skull suddenly lit up with a glaring purple light. The 3-meter-long bone spur in his hand suddenly transmitted a surging death aura, and a gloomy and cold feeling spread in all directions. The Hydralania naturally felt that huge aura, and looked at the Little Skull flying over with incomparable horror. She immediately shut her mouth and didn't say a word. Under Dark Dragon Gilbert's urging, the Hydralania no longer hesitated. With incomparable doubts in her heart, she hurriedly avoided the bone devil and the Little Skull, and flew towards Gilbert's side. What is this Little Skull? Why do I feel a very terrifying power from his body?" The Hydralania arrived beside Dark Dragon Gilbert. She could no longer suppress the doubts in her heart, and impatiently asked Dark Dragon Gilbert. "Don't ask me, I don't know either. However, I know that he is the first undead creature that Master possesses. It's just that I can't understand how can a Little Skull have the same terrifying aura as the Bone Dragon." Dark Dragon Gilbert blinked his lantern-like big eyes and explained to the Hydralania who came over to inquire about him. After hearing Dark Dragon Gilbert's explanation, the Hydralania was speechless in her heart. She couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Dark Dragon Gilbert's master. In another area 50 meters away from here, Han Shoror was holding the Demon Slayer edge that was dripping with fresh blood. His face was ruthless and gloomy, and he was currently slaughtering the enemies around him. Florida was holed up within the layers of protection of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He unceasingly released all kinds of light magic, purifying the surrounding gargoyles that were crazily surging over. Under his light magic, the gargoyles turned into ashes one after another. Among this group, as a light archmage, Florida was the one who posed the greatest threat to the undead creatures. Add to that the fact that he was the leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, his subordinates surrounded him in the center and spared no effort to protect him. Florida, whose safety was guaranteed within the crowd, expended all of his strength to chant light magic, purifying the gargoyles that surrounded his area into ashes one after another. Low-level gargoyles were as weak as zombie warriors and were all weakened under the light magic of this light archmage. The battle in the sky was like a raging fire. Only Florida's area didn't have many gargoyles crazily surging in. According to this situation, Florida's area should be the most comfortable group of people among the elites of the three great powers. However, in reality, Florida's area had suffered the most casualties. The number of magical creatures and elites that had been killed far exceeded the other areas that had been besieged by the gargoyles. This was all because Han Shoror was here. Wielding the Demon Slayer edge, Han Shoror stared at Florida like a demon bathed in blood. Han Shoror's current strength far surpassed Florida's. If it wasn't for the fearless Rainbow Sickle mercenary band defending with all their might, Florida would have long since died at Han Shoror's hands. Even so, when the Demon Slayer edge spun in the air, Florida's left leg was pierced through by the Demon Slayer edge. If it wasn't for the timely reaction of a nearby swordmaster, it was likely that Florida wouldn't just have a hole in his left leg. In this short period of time, 5 harpies, 3 griffins, 2 frost eagles, and 13 experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had all been brutally killed by the Demon Slayer edge. The drops of scarlet blood that dripped from the Demon Slayer edge were the reason why Florida hadn't died yet. "Heh, how much longer can you hide?" Han Shoror mocked as he looked at Florida with a cruel smile when the corpse of a Pegasus fell to the ground. Leader, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Next to Florida, the swordmaster who'd saved Florida's life looked at the fiendish Han Shoror and asked Florida with dry lips. "We still have a chance. Don't you see that the number of gargoyles in the sky is decreasing? Gargoyles are only low-level undead creatures after all. There's no way they can stop our footsteps under the attack of so many magic spells." Florida hid in the middle of the crowd and scanned the surroundings as he encouraged. "But, we only have 100 people left." The swordmaster was obviously a bit afraid of Florida, but still spoke the truth. "We must win. Otherwise the three powers will never have the chance to rise to the peak of power in the Valley of Sunshine." Florida roared in exasperation. How could he not know that 2/3 of the experts from the three powers had died? However, he understood that he could only endure and persevere at this time. Otherwise, the large number of casualties would all be for naught. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of arrows shot out from the Soul Destroyer mercenary band in the distance. The rain of arrows locked onto the invading magical beasts. In an instant, more than 10 magical beasts near that area were riddled with holes. "Everyone retreat!" A roar that resounded through the entire battlefield suddenly came from the distance. The voice came from Lawton of the Cairo mercenary band. Lawton's bald head was incomparably bright below, his expression extremely ugly. A mage beside him opened his sky's eye and described the battle in the sky to Lawton. Although Lawton hadn't participated in the battle, there were experts from his Cairo mercenary band participating in the battle. Seeing his trusted brothers die tragically one by one, Lawton understood that this so-called sneak attack had completely failed. In order to avoid even greater losses, Lawton had no choice but to roar after transforming into a berserk state. Florida and Adam Menlo naturally heard Lawton's roar that resounded through the sky. Without waiting for them to take any action, the surviving experts of the Cairo mercenary band directly descended from the sky without saying a word. Adam Menlo, who was riding the super-rank golden-winged rock, was forced to continuously retreat by the little skull that was wielding a 3-meter long bone spur. He had never felt so aggrieved and depressed in his entire life. He couldn't understand why the little skull in front of him would actually have such a dense and powerful aura of death. The little skull's 3-meter-long bone spur carried an incomparably terrifying aura of decaying death. Every attack caused Adam Menlo incomparable pain. If it wasn't for the golden-winged rock blocking the attacks for him, Adam Menlo's body would have already been pierced through. "You, what exactly are you?" Adam Menlo had asked this question many times. He could feel that this little skull possessed intelligence, but unfortunately, the little skull didn't answer him. It only waved the bone spur in its hand again and again, forcing Adam Menlo to retreat step by step. Master, I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer." After helping Adam Menlo withstand a few stabs, the golden-winged rock finally couldn't help but cry out to Adam Menlo. It was also at this moment that Lawton's roar sounded from below. Adam Menlo was only stunned for a moment. When he discovered that the people of the Cairo mercenary band were retreating in an attempt to leave the battlefield, a feeling of helplessness and despair suddenly rose in his heart. "Let's go, we should also retreat." When Adam Menlo said these words, he really felt like crying but had no tears. Adam Menlo, who had pulled out all the trump cards of his family, had originally thought that he could easily destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Who would have thought that the malefic star would once again appear midway, forcibly using the gargoyles that filled the sky to reverse the situation, and even caused great damage to them? Although this batch of attackers only consisted of a mere 300 people, they were the true elites of the three major powers. They were the foundation that they relied on to survive. Every one of them was an expert that could take on 10 people at once. Who would have thought that they would ultimately end up in such a state? A sharp cry suddenly sounded from the golden-winged rock's mouth. The golden-winged rock rolled its body in pain and spoke in human language. Master, there's movement in my body. I can't anymore." Crisp popping sounds suddenly sounded from within the golden-winged rock's body. The golden-winged rock's huge body slowly shriveled up, fresh blood sprinkling down like a fine rain. An intense corrosive aura of death amidst the dense evil aura suddenly erupted frantically within the golden-winged rock's body, causing the golden-winged rock's body to rapidly shatter. The aura of life gradually drifted further and further away from the golden-winged rock. In the distance, Han Shoror, who was preparing to deal with Florida, suddenly sensed an incomparably familiar aura. Turning his head to look in the direction of the aura, he suddenly discovered the changes within the golden-winged rock's body. He sensed a familiar evil aura within. Han Shoror was taken aback. He stared in horror at the little skull, whose purple demon eye was shining as it stared at the golden-winged rock. Only Han Shoror understood that the intense corrosive aura within the golden-winged rock's body had been wrapped up by the little skull's hidden explosion technique. When the bone spear pierced through the golden-winged rock's body, the little skull had hidden the corrosive aura and sent it into the golden-winged rock's body. When the bone spear pierced through the golden-winged rock's body, it suddenly detonated, causing the golden-winged rock's body to suddenly explode. Han Shoror had long since known that the little skeleton knew a portion of demonic magic, but he hadn't thought that the little skeleton would evolve to such a sinister level. The shock it brought to Han Shoror when this kind of malicious method was used by an undead creature was truly not an ordinary level of shock. Han Shoror couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. This guy is getting more and more vicious. He can even master such a vicious method. I really don't know how he did it. Han Shoror couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Father, I learned it all from you. I inherited some of your wisdom. Suddenly, the little skull sent a message, as if he knew of Han Shoror's doubts and explained to Han Shoror. Han Shoror was immediately stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Am I that sinister and vicious? Han Shoror thought with a bitter smile. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. I learned this from you, Father. Another message from the little skull came. Under the astonished gaze of Han Shoror, the little skull rode the bone demon and flew toward Adam Menlo. Due to the internal explosion of the golden-winged rock, Adam Menlo couldn't even stand steadily at this time and couldn't organize an effective attack at all. At this moment, the little skull's 3-meter-long bone spear flew over again. This time, there was no golden-winged rock to help him block it. By the time Adam Menlo reacted, the 3-meter-long bone spear had already spread to his whole body. He looked down and found a bloody hole in his chest where his heart was. And the 3-meter-long bone spear that took his life, after piercing his body, flew in a circle and once again returned to the little skull's hand. The purple demon eye was shining brightly, but Little Skull just looked at Adam Menlo, who was gradually losing consciousness, then turned around and left. After Little Skull killed Adam Menlo, he once again sent a message to Han Shaw for confirmation. "Father, did I do the right thing?" At this point, Han Shaw was completely speechless. Chapter 405. Not only did the Little Skull have intelligence, but he'd also become more sinister and ruthless. This really made Han Shaw not know if he should be happy or sad. However, what Han Shaw could confirm was that the current Little Skull would be able to live a better life in the Netherworld. In that world that was filled with slaughter and invasion everywhere, he should be able to be at ease like this. With the death of the head of the House of Menlo, Florida's willpower that had persisted until now finally collapsed. He no longer dared to continue staying in the air. Florida recklessly shouted for a retreat and flew towards Lawton and the others. "Heh, you still want to escape this time?" Han Shaw's cold laughter suddenly rang out. With an order, Dark Dragon Gilbert, Hydralania, and Little Skull abruptly gathered at Han Shaw's side from all 4 directions, charging towards Florida together. There were still 20 or so experts from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band surrounding Florida. Once Florida and Lawton converged, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. This time, Han Shaw was determined to get rid of Florida, so as not to leave behind endless troubles for Trunks. When Han Shaw had charged towards Florida alone, the experts protecting Florida had disregarded everything to attack Han Shaw. Although Han Shaw had beheaded a few experts along the way, he still wasn't able to get rid of Florida as he wished. However, with the addition of 2 super-rank magical beasts and the Little Skull, those experts surrounding Florida were no longer a threat. Han Shaw only needed to keep an eye on Florida, the rest would naturally be taken care of by Little Skull and the others. Rain of fire, icicles, wind blades, lightning, and all sorts of other magic attacks rained down on Han Shaw and the others. Because of the appearance of this wave of magic, the dusky sky suddenly became gorgeous, as if a beautiful firework had blossomed. Han Shaw mobilized his magical yuan, and a protective barrier as thin as a cicada's wing wrapped around his body. On the outside, a huge white bone shield with malevolent bone spikes burst out. Most of the magic was blocked by the white bone shield. Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydralania took the opportunity to spit out acid poison and torrential rain attacks. Han Shaw weaved and dodged in the air with the black protective barrier around him, arriving in front of Florida after a few quick twists and turns. A concentrated wave of bone spears suddenly shot out from Han Shaw's side with a shrill whistle. Florida's group, who were defending against Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydralania's attacks, appeared to be even more flustered and flustered. At this moment, the Demon Slayer edge in Han Shaw's hand once again disappeared without a sound, gradually closing in on Florida from a direction that couldn't be seen. Little Skull, who was riding on the Bone Demon, had unknowingly appeared behind Florida and the others. He majestically raised his 3-meter-long bone spear, thrusting it towards Florida and the others who had suddenly reacted. The dense aura of death brought with it a desolation and coldness never seen in this world. Behind. Florida's reaction was still relatively quick among this group of people. Once he sensed the violent wind behind him, he immediately realized the danger behind him. Previously, when Little Skull killed Adam Menlo, because Han Shaw had been staring at him in astonishment, Florida and the others who weren't violently attacked by Han Shaw also had the leisure to watch the entire process. Little Skull, who was able to kill Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden-winged rock, was no less dangerous to Florida than Han Shaw. Therefore, when he saw Little Skull charging over from behind, he immediately shouted. At this point, Florida's side obviously didn't have enough manpower. On both sides were the attacks of Dark Dragon Gilbert and Hydralania, in front of them was the overbearing Han Shaw, and behind them was suddenly an otherworldly expert. He could control one side, but not the other. Facing these waves of attacks that descended at the same time, Florida suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. He looked at Han Shaw, who was charging over with a sneer, and suddenly discovered that the weapon in Han Shoror's hand had disappeared. Florida was immediately scared out of his wits, coming to a sudden realization. Unfortunately, his realization was still a bit too late. The group of experts who were distracted by Little Skull and the other two didn't have the time to pay attention to Florida. When they suddenly heard a loud whistle, they already understood that the situation was far from good. Florida, who had exerted his utmost effort to support the light and lightning defensive spells, still couldn't stop the Demon Slayer Edge from taking his life. The lightning and light magic barriers scattered like broken glass. The Demon Slayer Edge blasted through Florida's defensive barrier and pierced through Florida's neck, opening a bloody hole in the center of his neck. The hatred in Florida's eyes gradually faded. Without the support of mental strength, Florida's body fell in a straight line. The leader of one of the 4 major powers in the Valley of Sunshine had finally died in the hands of Han Shoror. When the experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who had surrounded Florida saw that Han Shoror had seized the opportunity to kill Florida, despair and helplessness rose in their hearts. At this moment, the attacks of Little Skull, Gilbert and the others rained down like a torrential rain, taking away another 10 lives in an instant. With Florida's death, the first wave of experts that had come to attack this time no longer had a leader. The remaining few dozen experts began to retreat with all their might, but were continuously killed by Han Shoror and the others along the way. Another 20 or so people had been killed before they could reach Lawton's side. Of the 300 experts that had gone up, along with many flying magical creatures, only 19 people and 11 magical creatures made it back to Lawton's side. Florida and Adam Menlo of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had forever disappeared from the stage of the Valley of Sunshine's struggle for supremacy. "Ha, Lawton, it's been a while." Han Shoror stood proudly in midair and greeted Lawton in a mocking manner. On either side of Han Shoror were the 2 super-rank magical creatures and Little Skull. Several hundred gargoyles were like guards, silently flapping their wings behind Han Shoror. Having calculated his altitude, Han Shoror wasn't afraid of the arrows from below. Lawton raised his head to look at the sky and saw Han Shoror looking at him mockingly. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Beside Lawton were the corpses of Florida and Adam Menlo. Lawton should have been happy that 2 of the leaders of the 3 great powers had died, but when he looked at Han Shoror, he felt a sense of panic. "It has indeed been a long time. I should have known that you would come. Apart from you, Trunks didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve." Lawton first sighed, then took a deep breath. He looked at Han Shoror and said in a low voice, "Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Indeed, I was the one who captured Trunks, but I don't regret it. With the current situation in the Valley of Sunshine, if Lawton didn't act against Trunks, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would sooner or later replace the Cairo mercenary band's position in the Valley of Sunshine. This could be seen from Trunks' continuous expansion. As the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Lawton naturally had to think of his subordinates. There was nothing wrong with his actions. Indeed, there's nothing more to say. From today onwards, the Cairo mercenary band will be my mortal enemy. Lawton, you're on your own." Han Shoror smiled as he looked at Lawton. He glanced at Florida and Adam Menlo's corpses one last time before returning to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. These powers had paid a painful price in the first wave of attacks. Not only had they lost their most elite experts, even Florida and Adam Menlo had been killed. In this way, this group that had banded together because of benefits would be helpless against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Humans were always selfish. With the deaths of Florida and Adam Menlo, Han Shoror was almost certain that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and Adam Menlo's family would immediately fall into chaos. Especially Florida's Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, it would inevitably fall into a situation of being seized or divided. In this way, this group's threat to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would be greatly reduced. Han Shoror only needed to sit back and watch them fall apart. That was why he had left so confidently. Reality had indeed developed according to Han Shoror's expectations. When Han Shoror left, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo immediately fell into a quarrel. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, in particular, had immediately split into a few small powers after Florida's death. Only a small portion held the intention of avenging Florida, while the majority of the remaining people advocated leaving this troublesome place as soon as possible. The House of Menlo was slightly better. After all, Adam Menlo was their elder. The House of Menlo, whose authority was mainly concentrated in the hands of their relatives, was crying out in grief that they would first avenge Adam Menlo before deciding what to do next. The sudden quarrel had disrupted Lawton's thoughts. Looking at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band preparing to retreat, as well as the frightened leaders of the small powers, Lawton suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. With so many flying creatures killed, it was completely impossible to rely on flying creatures to enter the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. With the existence of the Space Ring, it was impossible for Lawton to exhaust the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to death. The only way was to forcefully enter. However, the price they would have to pay for such a forceful attack was simply not something they could accept. For a moment, Lawton didn't have any confidence in victory. Looking at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo arguing endlessly, he suddenly felt somewhat helpless. "Leader, should we take this opportunity to eliminate both of them first?" Just as Lawton was feeling vexed, Harris suddenly moved closer and lowered his voice as he suggested maliciously. Glancing at Harris, Lawton looked in the direction Hanshoror had left in and smiled wryly. "That fellow can't wait for us to do that. If we were to fight with both of them now, then it would really be to his liking. When our three sides are almost exhausted, the master of the Valley of Sunshine will really be the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Harris stared blankly for a moment, mulling over Lawrence's words for a while before nodding and saying, "Leader is still farsighted. However, now that Florida and Adam Menlo are dead, we have two fewer enemies. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo are no longer a threat." "That's true. It's a pity that after this battle, if we can't destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, their reputation will greatly increase. In the future, apart from our Cairo mercenary band, there will no longer be any power that can shake their position. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse," Lawton said with a headache. Just as Lawton and Harris were discussing in low voices, the leaders of the small mercenary bands walked over together. One of them looked at Lawton with a gloomy face and said, "Leader Lawton, at this point, I think we no longer have the chance to destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. If the Cairo mercenary band wants us to be the vanguard and throw our lives away, then I'm sorry, but we're not willing to sacrifice the lives of all our brothers for the benefits you've given us. Since things have come to this, I think we should disperse. Yeah, that place is too hard to attack. Without flying magic beasts, we have no chance of victory." Another leader of a small mercenary band also shouted. It seemed that it wasn't just one or two people who had this kind of thought. These fellows had walked over together, and all of them were probably planning to leave. A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Lawton came to a conclusion about them in his heart. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Think it over carefully. If we can't destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band this time, then I'm afraid that all the teams that participated in attacking them today will suffer a calamity. Our Cairo mercenary band has sufficient strength and isn't afraid of Trunk's revenge. As for you guys, that might be troublesome. There's no need for Leader Lawton to remind us of this. We've naturally thought of it as well." That person replied. "Then do as you wish. In any case, I've already reminded you guys. When Trunks comes looking for you for revenge, don't come looking for me." Lawton snorted coldly, feeling that it was beneath him to say anything more to them. These people looked at each other and simultaneously bade farewell to Lawton. They brought their brothers and left this troublesome place. The majority of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band didn't give Lawton any face after Florida's death. They didn't even bid farewell to Lawton and directly left this place. Of the 6,000 people that had come to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, only 3,000 remained. Without flying magic beasts, if they wanted to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's location, it was no longer a matter of how many people they would lose. Instead, it was a matter of whether they could attack after suffering heavy losses. Chapter 406. When Hanshoror returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, he discovered that Trunks was sitting in the middle of the arena with Grant's support. He was currently looking up at the vast expanse of whiteness in the sky. Trunks was still very weak. Although the wounds on his body had been treated, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. The most serious injuries were the tendons in his arms and legs that had been cut off. It would take about a month to reconnect them and restore their previous tenacity. It was obvious that Trunks was worried about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Due to the tendons in his arms and legs being cut off, he could only sit there limply like a disabled person, unable to move his limbs. Fortunately, his eyes had gradually regained their luster. When he gazed up at the sky, his eyes seemed to be in deep thought. This meant that although his body had suffered heavy injuries, his mental state was still pretty good. "Why did you come out? It's best for you to obediently stay inside and recuperate. Don't worry, the invaders have already returned in low spirits. Lawton will definitely not be able to do anything in the short term." Han Shoror landed beside Trunks and rebuked him. "It's all right, I feel a little better now. When the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is at its most critical moment, I'm not willing to hide inside and bitterly wait for news from others," Trunks said with a smile. He paused and slightly furrowed his brows. "Brian, is Florida already dead?" Nodding his head, Han Shoror replied, "That's right. I know you wanted to kill him personally. However, Florida's death at this time was much more beneficial to us. With his death, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band immediately fell apart, greatly reducing the number of our enemies. Therefore, I didn't let him go." Trunks sighed and said ruefully, "Ari, it's a pity that I didn't finish him off personally. However, this kind of early death is indeed beneficial to us. If I had killed him earlier, then so many messy matters wouldn't have happened. It seems that this is all my fault. Apart from Florida, there's also Adam Menlo. These two are the pillars of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo. Their deaths have a huge impact on these two powers. Currently, including Lawton's forces, there are still 3,000 people in the vicinity. However, I think they will leave very soon." Han Shoror explained to Trunks. "You don't have to worry about the rest. I know you have a lot of things to do. Leave Loretta to me. I'll take care of her," Trunks said. "It's just Lawton. I can take care of him in passing. It won't take up too much of my time." Han Shoror looked at Trunks in astonishment. With his current injuries, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight you in the short term. Han Shoror was a little worried. "Brian, the Valley of Sunshine has its own rules. If I want to convince others, I can't completely rely on your strength. Only by taking out the Cairo mercenary band and Lawton can I rightfully take control of the Valley of Sunshine and win the respect of others." Trunks' face was still quite weak as he spoke resolutely. Han Shoror was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But your body, don't worry. I won't immediately deal with Lawton. Just as you said, with Lawton's personality, he wouldn't dare attack this place without complete confidence. Now that the House of Menlo's flying creatures have been killed by you, they definitely won't dare to attack in the short term. We still have Gilbert here. As time passes, they'll definitely give up. Don't worry, after the previous pain, I won't be careless again. I'm confident that I can eradicate Lawton and the Cairo mercenary band," Lawton said. Trunks looked very confident. After experiencing a cruel torture, there seemed to be something new in Trunks' body. Han Shoror looked deeply at Trunks a few times after hearing his words. He was silent for a while before smiling. "Since you're so insistent, then I won't bother with the Valley of Sunshine anymore. However, if you encounter any difficulties, you must inform me as soon as possible. Don't worry, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band doesn't belong to me alone. I know what to do," Trunks replied with a smile. "Gilbert, you stay here and take good care of Trunks before he recovers." Han Shoror looked at Gilbert and instructed. "Understood, honored master." Gilbert guaranteed. Since Trunks wanted to sit firmly on the throne of power in the Valley of Sunshine with his own abilities, he indeed couldn't rely on others for everything. Only by using the strength in his hands to eliminate the Cairo mercenary band, the most powerful force in the Valley of Sunshine, would he be able to truly obtain everyone's respect. Han Shoror was surprised and also very appreciative that Trunks could have such thoughts and understanding. This meant that Trunks was indeed a talent. In addition, after saving Trunks this time, Han Shuro could see that Trunks had changed. He discovered that Trunks had become more resolute and ruthless, no longer neglecting or being merciful. The lesson from last time had been too cruel. Trunks had experienced torment worse than death. Now, he no longer cared about any difficulties. Han Shuro saw this and suddenly understood that Trunks had asked Han Shuro to leave Lawton to him. Apart from using Lawton to sharpen his methods, Trunks also needed to use Lawton to hone his martial skills. In the entire Valley of Sunshine, only Lawton was worthy of fighting him. If Han Shuro killed Lawton here, Trunks would lose his best opponent. Not only would he lose a lot of fun, he would also lose a turning point to break through. Only through Lawton would he be able to improve once again. After understanding Han Shuro's thoughts, Han Shuro didn't insist on his own opinion and truly let go of the matters in the Valley of Sunshine. He bid farewell to Trunks and Gilbert on the same day and returned to the Cemetery of Death from the Valley of Sunshine. When he arrived at the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuro followed his original purpose of exploring the lower levels. The reason why he had returned to the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix this time was because of Wolf's words. If it wasn't for Gilbert's sudden urgent message, Han Shuro would have long since explored the third layer of the Cemetery of Death. Now that he had returned, Han Shuro didn't forget his proper business and went straight to the bottom of the Cemetery of Death. With his previous experiences, Han Shuro once again explored the Cemetery of Death with ease. Under the infusion of Han Shuro's mental strength, he easily broke through the boundaries of the upper two layers. Han Shuro only stopped when he sensed the existence of the boundary at the entrance of the passageway leading to the third layer. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuro slowly condensed his mental strength and explored the area where the boundary existed. Boom! As soon as Han Shuro's mental strength touched that area, his brain suddenly shook. A huge force suddenly surged over, squeezing into Han Shuro's brain like thousands of little snakes, giving Han Shuro an endless numbing pain. Fortunately, Han Shuro was already experienced. He hastily held his breath and concentrated, using an even stronger mental strength to blast it in an attempt to break through the boundary like the previous two times. The three-colored light of the skeletal staff in his hand shone brightly. Bam! Han Shuro suddenly rammed into it, but the boundary didn't break. Instead, it was Han Shuro himself who was bounced back. Just as Han Shuro was overwhelmed with shock, the power that had squeezed into Han Shuro's brain like thousands of little snakes suddenly went from chaotic to orderly, combining into rays of bright magical symbols. Han Shuro, who had studied necromancy magic for a long time, was greatly astonished when the magical symbols appeared in his brain. Immediately afterwards, the three-colored light of the skeletal staff in his hand suddenly grew brighter. 3 strands of demonic light slowly drilled into Han Shuro's body through his arm. The three-colored light flowed from the skeletal staff to Han Shuro's arm and flowed into Han Shuro's brain. When the light that matched the thousands of magical rays converged, they arranged themselves into paragraphs of incantations and messages that Han Shuro could understand. Han Shuro only stared blankly for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. He hastily concentrated and forcibly memorized the messages that appeared in his brain. The paragraphs of incantations and messages were quickly imprinted into his brain. This process didn't take too long. With the development of Han Shuro's brain, he very quickly memorized the messages in his brain. If I don't become a sacred Magus necromancer, the next layer of the boundary cannot be opened. Inside lies the secret of necromancers becoming gods. The skeletal staff has 3 basic functions. Apart from the first function of doubling the power of magic, the other 2 functions require the coordination of incantations. The incantations are the enchantment of fear, enchantment of weakness, and enchantment of aging. The incantations and methods of using these 3 enchantments are the magical symbols rotated in Han Shuro's brain and finally formed these 3 pieces of information. The first was that the sacred Magus was unable to enter the next layer. The second was the incantations for the skeletal staff to return one's youth and travel through the netherworld. The last one was actually the long-lost enchantment of fear, weakness, and aging for necromancers. The next layer actually contained the secret of necromancers becoming gods. Han Shoror was greatly alarmed. He looked at the front that was only separated by a layer of boundary and was stunned by the information in his brain. He stood there in a daze for a long time, his mind in a mess of too many thoughts. After a long, long time, Han Shoror finally calmed his chaotic emotions. He thought to himself that the first piece of information was still illusory to him. It was the second and third pieces of information that were of great use to him at present. Among the three miraculous abilities of the skeletal staff, the ability to multiply the power of magic didn't require the coordination of other incantations. However, the miraculous ability to return one's youth and allow one's soul to freely travel through the netherworld weren't so simple to realize. Among them, traveling through the netherworld required the coordination of complicated magical incantations, as well as a precise understanding of one's own soul. In order to successfully realize the miraculous ability to return one's youth, one needed to make use of the energy contained within the skeletal staff. This energy wasn't something that everyone could receive. Only those who were recognized by the skeletal staff would be able to make use of the energy contained within the skeletal staff. Previously, Wolf obviously fulfilled this condition. According to what Wolf said, the followers of the Calamity Church all seemed to meet the requirements to be transformed by the skeletal staff. Those old fellows of the Calamity Church who had lived for God knows how many years would be able to use this energy to regain their youth. The boundary of fear, boundary of weakness, and boundary of aging were the three large-scale magical boundaries of necromancers in the legends. Enemies who were enveloped by the boundary of fear would feel fear in their hearts. Their judgment and willpower would be greatly affected by the boundary of fear, causing them to greatly decline. As for the boundary of weakness, it could cause the enemy's physical strength to drain away, greatly reducing their battle strength. The most frightening was the boundary of aging. However, this boundary of aging could only be used by a sacred Magus necromancer. Necromancers who had reached the rank of sacred Magus necromancer already had a very profound understanding of the soul. Once they used their enormous mental strength to cast the boundary of aging, any living being that entered it would accelerate the process of aging. If the living being stayed in the boundary of aging for a certain period of time, the living being would directly die of old age. This was an extremely frightening and malicious magic. What it reduced was the most fundamental life force in the depths of the living being's soul. No matter how powerful the other party was, if they didn't have a high enough understanding of the soul, they would be powerless in this boundary of aging. Among them, Han Shoror could practice the boundary of fear and the boundary of weakness right now. If these two types of boundaries were used together, they would have a stacking effect. When used together with the undead army of necromancers in a large-scale battle, it would simply be the nightmare of any army. Perhaps it was because the power of these two boundaries was too frightening when used together with the undead army that they were eliminated by all the magic associations on the continent during the glorious era of necromancers. From then on, these three boundaries would forever disappear from the magic stage. The boundary of aging could only be practiced by a sacred Magus. Perhaps it was because the power of the boundary of aging was too frightening that Han Shoror couldn't stack it with the boundary of fear and the boundary of weakness. No matter how powerful a living being was, once they fell into the boundary of aging, their body would rapidly age if they didn't immediately leave. Even if they immediately left the boundary of aging, their body would still be affected and age a part of it would never be able to recover. However, the skeletal staff in Han Shoror's hands could restore the youth of those who aged within the boundary of aging. This boundary of aging could be considered as an orderly combination with the skeletal staff in Han Shoror's hands. It could often allow one's own people to enter the boundary of aging to intercept the enemy. After the enemy was defeated and died of old age, one could then use the skeletal staff to restore the youth lost in the boundary of aging. The three major boundaries were the secret that necromancers had dominated the continent for many years. At this moment, the cultivation method and incantations were all imprinted into Han Shoror's mind. Chapter 407. Before becoming a sacred Magus necromancer, it was impossible to enter the next floor. After Han Shoror received this information, he didn't rashly charge in and retreated back the way he came. A few magic incantations and cultivation methods were all imprinted in Han Shoror's mind. However, if he wanted to successfully cultivate them all, it wouldn't be an easy matter. Therefore, Han Shoror didn't continue to stay in the cemetery of death. He once again used the transportation matrix to return to his own mansion in Osun City. After leaving Osun City for a few days, Han Shoror returned to his own mansion and learned of some of the matters that had happened in Osun City from Steward Corliss. His Majesty King Uhtred had already made his stance clear these few days. He was determined to support his illegitimate son, Lawrence, to ascend to the throne. For a moment, the entire Lancelot Empire was shocked. No one could understand why Uhtred would make such a decision. The Dark Mantle organization, which had always been Uhtred's dark hand, suddenly had a close relationship with Lawrence. Some people had already guessed that the Dark Mantle was leaning towards Lawrence. The Empire's legendary sacred sword master Karl's attitude was no longer ambiguous. He finally officially announced that he would support Lawrence to ascend to the throne. With the help of His Majesty Uhtred, Lawrence's trusted aides gradually began to grasp the Empire's power. His adoptive father and uncle Boris were both placed in important positions, becoming powerful ministers that no one dared to approach. Everyone could see through Uhtred's intentions. At this time, the other princes and the forces in their hands came and went to the imperial palace more and more frequently. Grand Duke Ashburn even brought Prince Charles to the imperial palace a few times a day in an attempt to change His Majesty the King's decision with his own strength. There were also some stubborn and conservative ministers who jointly wrote a letter to Uhtred, clearly stating that they wanted Uhtred to change his decision. They believed that Lawrence, as an illegitimate son, was simply unworthy of ascending to the pinnacle of Lancelot Empire's power. These people were all old ministers. The old traditions of nobility made it impossible for them to accept this fact. They believed that this was a kind of blasphemy against the Lancelot Empire's royal family. Uhtred's empress, as well as his most beloved wives and concubines, also joined the crusade against Uhtred one after another. For a time, undercurrents surged through Osun City like a tide. However, at this time, Uhtred suddenly fell seriously ill and fell into a coma. He was muddle-headed and showed signs of collapsing at any time. When the princes saw that such a situation had occurred, they disobeyed Uhtred's orders on the surface but disobeyed him in secret. They secretly began to mobilize the forces in their hands, preparing for the upcoming power purge. In the seemingly peaceful Osun City, a few unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared. A storm was slowly brewing. Once His Majesty Uhtred passed away, the storm that had been premeditated for a long time would definitely erupt. At that time, it would be hard to say whether it would engulf the entire Lancelot Empire. At this moment, the minister of the southern border, Firenze, suddenly returned to Osun City. The arrival of this malignant star caused the chaotic Osun City to be filled with too many variables. After listening to Butler Corliss' description, Han Shoror was stunned. He really did not expect that in just a few days' time, Osun City would actually undergo earth-shattering changes. It seemed that after King Uhtred understood that his days were numbered, his swift and decisive methods had played a huge role. In the few days that Han Shoror had left, Phoebe had come to look for Han Shoror 3 times. Lawrence had come to look for Han Shoror twice. There were also Fanny, Emily, and the others, as well as some of the nobles of Osun City, who had come to pay their respects. After Corliss had finished reporting, Han Shoror thought for a moment and immediately headed towards Lawrence's mansion. Currently, Lawrence was the crux of the entire Osun City. In the cruel struggle for the throne, Lawrence could not be lost. Only after Lawrence succeeded in ascending the throne, would Han Shoror's interests be protected to the greatest extent and advanced to the next level. Very quickly, Han Shoror arrived at Lawrence's mansion. From the butler's words, Han Shoror understood that Lawrence was having a secret discussion with someone. However, the butler clearly understood the extraordinary relationship between Han Shoror and Lawrence. Upon seeing Han Shoror's arrival, the butler immediately went in to report. After a while, the butler walked out and respectfully led Han Shoror towards Lawrence's secret meeting place. At Lawrence's secret meeting place, Han Shoror saw many familiar faces. Lawrence's adoptive father Ibu, Uncle Boris, Phoebe, Emily, Old Han of the Betteridge family, and another 10 or so people who were either rich or noble, but had unfamiliar appearances. From the looks of it, they should also be supporting Lawrence. After Han Shoror arrived, Lawrence, who was sitting on the main seat, immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Where did you run off to this time? Why are you only here now?" Lawrence had gone to the imperial palace many times in the past few days. When Uhtred met Lawrence alone, he repeatedly exhorted Lawrence to firmly hold on to Han Shoror and explained that Han Shoror was the crux of Lawrence's future. Although Uhtred didn't reveal astrologer Grace's evaluation of Han Shoror, Lawrence was an extremely intelligent person. From the attitudes of the people around him, he already had an idea in his heart. He understood that Han Shoror was his destined benefactor. It was precisely because of this that when Han Shoror came in from outside, Lawrence, who now had a high status, was the first to stand up and personally welcome Han Shoror in with an extremely amiable attitude. This caused some of the surrounding subordinates who weren't too familiar with Han Shoror to feel a little surprised. "Nothing much, I went out for a small matter." "Oh, there's so many people." Han Shoror casually brushed off Lawrence and couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the people around him. "Ha, Brian, you're really amazing. You've become a marquis in such a short time. I really didn't misjudge you." Lawrence's uncle, Boris, laughed heartily as he greeted Han Shoror. Originally, in order for Han Shoror to accumulate military merits, Lawrence had arranged for Han Shoror to take up a position in Boris's Northern Guard. Boris himself was only a count. Who would have thought that Han Shoror's position would rise so quickly? According to his current power, Han Shoror had clearly surpassed him. However, when he was in the Northern Guard, Boris had been very friendly towards Han Shoror precisely because he knew of Han Shoror's prospects. The two of them also had a good relationship in private. Therefore, when he saw Han Shoror walk over, he immediately greeted him in a friendly manner. "Heh, Lord Boris is too kind." Han Shoror smiled as he saluted Boris. Beside Boris sat Emily and Phoebe. The two girls were extremely close to each other and had been whispering about something. Only when Han Shoror walked in did their bright eyes focus on Han Shoror. Old Han was also beside Emily, so she only glanced at Han Shoror before turning her head away to avoid arousing suspicion. However, Phoebe seemed to still be angry in her heart and couldn't help but glare at Han Shoror a few more times. Her beautiful eyes revealed anger, as if she was blaming Han Shoror for his mysterious disappearance. "Not bad, young man. I haven't had the time to properly thank you for saving me last time. Heh, I've already told you to come visit my family when you have time. I'll definitely treat you well. I didn't think that you wouldn't come until now. What? Could it be that you look down on my Betteridge family?" Old Han started out with a smile as he greeted Han Shoror, but pretended to be angry. "I've already gone to the Betteridge family and even secretly ate your wife." Han Shoror secretly thought to himself, but on the surface he put on a wronged expression. He innocently spread his hands and explained, "You also know that I've always been in Brettel City and only recently returned to Ossen City. There are simply too many things on my hands. Next time I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit." All right, I'm just joking with you. I know you're a busy person right now. I really feel a bit incredulous when I look at you. You saved my life the last time we met, but you still weren't famous at that time. Who would have thought that you'd become a hot figure in the Empire in just a few years? Amazing. Old Han smiled with emotion. As Old Han was speaking, Lawrence had already brought Han Shoror to his side and pointed at the chair next to Han Shoror for him to sit. He then introduced a few unfamiliar people to Han Shoror. "Heh, I won't introduce them. You know them all anyway. You may not be familiar with these people, but they'll all be on the same side in the future. This is the current city lord of Valen City." Every time Lawrence introduced a person, Han Shoror would nod his head in greeting. These people were either city lords, counts, or marquises. They were all either wealthy or noble people in the upper echelons of the empire. Under Lawrence's introduction, Han Shoror slowly understood the power he wielded. 3 counts and 2 marquises were all influential figures in Ossen City. These people were all in their middle ages. If they didn't manage a large family clan, they held important positions under King Uhtred, or had military power in their hands. It seemed that only people of their age wouldn't be so stubborn as to believe that an illegitimate child couldn't ascend to the throne. Every time Lawrence introduced himself, these nobles would all nod to Han Shoror in an extremely friendly manner. Now that Han Shoror held great power in Brettel City, he was a popular person in His Majesty's eyes. The status of a marquis was just as noble as them. In addition to the fact that they were in the same camp, it would be strange if they weren't friendly to Han Shoror. When Lawrence finished his introductions, Han Shoror also had a general understanding of the power in Lawrence's hands. These marquises and counts were all people with real power. In addition, there was the Betteridge family and the Dark Mantle. In addition, there were a few experts who transcended worldly power supporting him. In this way, Lawrence indeed had the capital to contend against first Prince Charles. It seemed that Uhtred's swift and decisive actions had indeed brought great benefits to Lawrence. At the same time that Lawrence's power soared, it also made more nobles lean towards Lawrence, causing Lawrence to have the qualifications to contend against Charles for the throne. After Lawrence finished introducing the nobles that Han Shoror didn't know, he paused for a moment before continuing. We've just discussed some matters. I'll briefly explain them to you. Currently, we must make use of the power in our hands to the greatest extent possible. Taking advantage of the fact that my royal father is still alive, we must think of a way to make the people in our hands gain real power. On the other hand, on this basis, we must obtain even more powerful support in order to prevent Charles and the others from jumping over the wall in desperation. The great power of the empire is basically in the hands of the great nobles. Even if my royal father obviously supports me, if those great nobles firmly believe in Charles, they will still cooperate with Charles to rebel against me when my royal father passes away. This is very difficult to handle. Sigh, the most important thing is that because of my identity, those stubborn fellows clearly won't choose me. However, the power in their hands is too great. Even if my royal father doesn't make any mistakes, there is no way to reduce the power in their hands. This is truly a headache. After Han Shoror sat down, he didn't say a word and only listened to Lawrence's description. After Lawrence finished, he understood that the situation wasn't as ideal as he had imagined. It seemed that even with Uhtred's support, Lawrence wouldn't be able to sit back and relax as Charles's previous advantage was too great. Your Highness, Grand Duke Ashburn's power is monstrous in the Empire. Some of the nobles he befriended occupy the majority of the nobles in the Empire. With him supporting the eldest prince, it will truly be very difficult to deal with him. Now that His Majesty is still around, he can still suppress him. However, if His Majesty is unable to hold on and passes away, Grand Duke Ashburn will definitely oppose with all his might. With the power in his hands, it is sufficient to change the situation. This will truly be somewhat difficult to deal with. A count named Terry said to Lawrence. That's right. Once His Majesty passes away, there is indeed no one who can control Ashburn. This is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Lawrence's adoptive father, Evive, said with a distressed expression. He, all of you have forgotten about that person who just arrived in Ossen City. If His Highness Lawrence has this person's support, I think the situation will be completely different. Old Han suddenly smiled and said to the crowd. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. However, they immediately sighed. Boris opened his mouth and said, that unreasonable lunatic is indeed not an ordinary person. However, this person even dares to disobey His Majesty's orders. Who can convince him? Lawrence stared blankly for a moment before looking at Han Shoror with a fervent gaze. However, when Lawrence glanced at Emily and Phoebe, he hastily hid his fervent gaze. Just from Lawrence's gaze, Han Shoror knew that he was indeed aware of the relationship between Fanny and that lunatic Firenze. Han Shoror couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He understood that Lawrence had a motive for deliberately befriending him. For him to start roping him in so early, it seemed that among the princes, Lawrence was the most farsighted. Chapter 408. Han Shoror didn't express any opinion on the latter part of the conversation between Lawrence and the others. He was only pondering about the influence that lunatic Firenze would have on him after arriving at Ossen City. According to what Hanshoro had promised Fanny, he understood that since Ferenz had arrived at Ossen City, he and Ferenz would definitely meet very soon. Now that Hanshoro already had two women, Phoebe and Emily, this matter would be exposed sooner or later. Once Fanny came to know of this matter, it was unknown what kind of reaction she would have. Phoebe was the same. She had just walked out of Emily's matter, and from the looks of it, her anger had yet to dissipate. If Fanny were to be added into the mix, it would be impossible for her to not reveal the truth. Unfortunately, at this stage, there was no way to conceal it no matter how one looked at it. "Brian, Brian!" Lawrence suddenly shouted twice. Hanshoro was abruptly roused. He looked at Lawrence in astonishment and asked, "What? What do you think we should do next? Charles is our primary opponent. Do you have any good ideas?" Lawrence looked at Hanshoro with sparkling eyes, seeking Hanshoro's opinion. Hanshoro was currently in a state of confusion and didn't seriously listen to the discussion of Lawrence and the others. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any good ideas." Hearing Hanshoro's words and seeing Hanshoro's somewhat worried expression, Lawrence understood that Hanshoro might have some thoughts in his heart. He nodded and didn't continue asking. Instead, he continued to discuss matters with those nobles who were inclined towards him. Not long after, the group finished discussing matters. Those nobles left Lawrence in succession, including Emily and Old Han, leaving only Phoebe, Lawrence, and Hanshoro. "Brian, many thanks for introducing Mr. Crowley to me, allowing me to have such a powerful Grand Magus by my side." After those people left, Lawrence very sincerely thanked Hanshoro. Hanshoro was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said, "That Crowley defected to you?" "Yes, Mr. Crowley said that he only decided to come to my side after your persuasion." Lawrence smiled as he explained to Hanshoro. "All right, Lawrence, I have some things to discuss with Phoebe, so I'll be leaving first." Hanshoro thought for a moment and said to Lawrence, All right, you guys can leave first." Lawrence smiled and stood up to send them off. Phoebe pouted as if she was still angry at Hanshoro. She returned to her carriage under Lawrence's escort. Hanshoro hesitated for a moment, but then thought that most people knew about his relationship with Phoebe, so he immediately went in as well. Now that things had progressed to this point, it was likely that he could no longer conceal his relationship with the three girls. Hanshoro seriously pondered for a moment and decided that he might as well let go and tell the three girls everything. Emily was the only one among the three who wouldn't fuss too much about it. In addition, Emily was in the dark mantle and vaguely knew something, so Hanshoro wasn't worried about her. Only Phoebe and Fanny were the two biggest problems. He couldn't conceal it even if he wanted to. If they discovered it themselves, the situation would be even worse. At this point, Hanshoro really didn't have any good ideas and could only go all out and tell them the truth. In the elegant carriage, Hanshoro's face was deep and silent. Phoebe's anger towards Hanshoro hadn't subsided yet. She also pouted and didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little stiff for a moment. After a while, Hanshoro took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Phoebe. He said in a low voice, "Phoebe, apart from you and Emily, I have another woman." Phoebe's eyebrows twitched, her eyes overflowing with a light of disbelief. Her delicate body trembled slightly, showing signs of rage. She clenched her teeth and stared at Hanshoro, saying in a sharp voice, What did you say?" "Apart from you and Emily, I have another woman. Her name is Fanny, my former teacher. She is also the woman I liked the first." Hanshoro's voice was low and he sighed after saying this. What do you mean? What are you trying to say by telling me all this?" Phoebe's anger couldn't be contained. Emily was already difficult for her to accept. Now that Hanshoro suddenly said that he had another woman, Phoebe's mind was buzzing and her heart was aching. "She is a teacher in my academy. From the beginning, she took good care of me," Hanshoro said in a low voice about his relationship with Fanny. He then sighed and looked at Phoebe, saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. That's because I didn't want you to be sad. That's all. I'm telling you so much not because I want you to forgive me, but because I'm telling you the truth. I'm really a bad person like you said, and a very bad one at that. Go." I don't want to see you again. Phoebe's tears flowed uncontrollably as she screamed shrilly. Hanshaw looked at Phoebe, who had lost control of her emotions, and suddenly felt a strong sourness in his heart. Hanshaw knew that it was useless to say anything at this time, so he only nodded at Phoebe and flew out of the carriage. Phoebe was a headstrong person. Hanshaw had long since understood that such an independent woman wouldn't easily forgive his lies. Perhaps it was because Phoebe had deep feelings for him that she felt so hurt when she heard Hanshaw's words today. Suddenly, Hanshaw understood that the sadness of the woman he loved so dearly was no less painful to him than what Phoebe was feeling. Hanshaw also felt an extreme pain in his heart. With the intense pain in his heart, Hanshaw headed towards the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. When Hanshaw arrived at Phoebe's laboratory in the necromancy major, he had just finished his lunch. Fanny's vanity had been greatly satisfied after Hanshaw's arrival a few days ago, and she had been in a good mood for the past few days. When she pushed open the door to the laboratory, intending to rest for a while, she suddenly saw Hanshaw sitting on a chair in the room. Hanshaw was currently in a trance and his face was a bit pale. He sat there with a gloomy face and didn't say a word, as if he had something weighing thousands of kilograms on his mind. With just a glance, Fanny suddenly discovered that Hanshaw was completely different from before. In the past, Hanshaw had always been full of fighting spirit, or had a cheeky smile on his face, and had never been serious. He had never been as absent-minded as he was today. "Brian, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Fanny was a bit flustered and rushed to Hanshaw's side, raising her hand to touch Hanshaw's forehead. Hearing Fanny's voice, Hanshaw woke up with a start. Looking at Fanny, who was full of worry for him, Hanshaw's heart was even more pained. After staring blankly for a while, perhaps Hanshaw wanted to feel more of Fanny's tenderness, so he only gazed deeply at Fanny's gentleness, and carefully savored the warmth of Fanny's warm hands. "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong with you?" Fanny saw that Hanshaw didn't say a word and only stared blankly at her. She appeared even more flustered and impatiently questioned Hanshaw, her face full of worry. "Fanny, I'm sorry." Staring blankly at Fanny, Hanshaw didn't know if this kind of tenderness would continue to exist after the truth was said, but he knew that he couldn't avoid it. In the end, he sighed and said to Fanny, "Are you sick? Are you sick? Why are you saying these things out of nowhere?" Fanny smiled and withdrew her warm hand from Hanshaw's forehead. She gently looked at Hanshaw's eyes and said with a smile. For some reason, Hanshaw didn't dare to look directly at Fanny's bright eyes and lowered his head guiltily. Hanshaw's heart moved. He suddenly remembered that he and Fanny hadn't had a physical relationship yet. So as long as he told the truth to Fanny, it probably wouldn't cause too much harm to Fanny. For the people he loved, Hanshaw had never been a heartless person. The reason why Hanshaw concealed the truth for such a long time was that, on the one hand, he selfishly enjoyed the wonderful feeling of hugging them, and on the other hand, he didn't want to be heartless and bring harm to them. However, now, Hanshaw suddenly understood that his method of concealing the truth would indeed not bring harm to them in the short term, but this method would bring them a lifetime of pain. Because of this, Hanshaw made up his mind to tell the truth to both sides honestly. However, Hanshaw, who was guilty and in the wrong, didn't dare to face the tenderness in Fanny's eyes. Under Fanny's urgent inquiry, Hanshaw also said in a low voice, "In addition to you, I have 2 other women." "I'm sorry." Fanny's small hand that was gently stroking Hanshaw's hair suddenly stopped. Hanshaw could raise his head to look and suddenly found that Fanny's movements were stiff and stunned. Her gentle eyes were filled with helplessness and pain, and her rosy lips turned pale. She couldn't help but squirm as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. 2 streaks of tears flowed down her smooth face and all the way to Fanny's neck. After a long time, Fanny's colorless eyes focused on Hanshaw. She looked miserable and said softly in a bitter voice, "Brian, are you telling me this because you want to break off relations with me?" Hanshaw was stunned and didn't understand Fanny's behavior. According to Hanshaw's thoughts, Fanny should be as furious as Phoebe and desperate to drive him out of this place. He didn't expect that Fanny would have such a miserable expression at this moment, like a helpless flower bud that had bloomed. A strong sense of self-blame suddenly surged into Han Shuor's heart. Han Shuor's eyes turned red, and he pulled Fanny into his arms. He choked with sobs, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, Brian, I already knew about the matter between you and Miss Phoebe," Fanny said in a faint voice. She then used all her strength to hug Han Shuor tightly, as if she was afraid that Han Shuor would leave her side. Han Shuor's face was dull, and he subconsciously hugged Phoebe tightly. His mind was filled with a series of questions. How did she know? How did she know? You are a dazzling star of the Empire. Everything related to you is widely spread, including some matters between you and Miss Phoebe. It's funny that you still deceive yourself into thinking that I don't know about it. When I first heard this news, I didn't believe it. However, through my own understanding, I finally believed this fact. I'm really a weak woman. I should have kept my distance from you from the beginning and didn't dare to be tempted by you. However, when you were not around, my mind was filled with your shadow, and I could never get rid of it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even though I know that you already have Miss Phoebe, I still can't leave you. As long as I think that we will never meet again, my heart will be suffocated with sadness. You may never understand this feeling. I'm useless. I can't get out of the whirlpool of your feelings, and instead, I can't extricate myself from it. Fanny muttered in a self-deprecating voice in Han Shuor's arms. Her voice was full of helplessness and misery. Han Shuor's pretense of being infallible was ruthlessly torn apart by his heartfelt words. Han Shuor was dizzy with an incomparably strong sense of happiness. Although this kind of happiness carried an extremely bitter taste, although this kind of happiness caused Han Shuor's lips to dry up and his eyes to turn red, and his indomitable heart to become weak, I know, Phoebe is a good woman. You came here this time because you've made up your mind to leave me, right? Fanny murmured in a self-pitying voice. Her tone was indescribably bitter and depressed. Her tears were like a broken string of pearls, dripping on Han Shuor's shoulder in big drops. No. Han Shuor growled in a low voice. I will never leave you, never. I've said so much just to ask for your forgiveness. I've never thought of leaving you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Fanny's delicate body trembled slightly. She suddenly stood up straight from Han Shuor's chest. Her tearful eyes were filled with inexplicable expectation. She stared at Han Shuor's face. Her trembling voice was filled with disbelief. Brian, you're serious? Nodding his head heavily, Han Shuor had never been as serious as he was now. He promised in a choked voice, as long as you don't leave me, I'll never let go and leave you first. I promise. But, I've experienced 2 years of torture and pain. Only then did I realize the fact that I can never leave you. I don't mind the existence of you, Miss Phoebe, and other women. But, I'm afraid that Miss Phoebe will mind my existence, right? Fanny said bitterly. I don't know, but I'll give her and myself some time. Perhaps, she'll make a good decision in the end. But no matter what her decision is, it won't change our relationship. It definitely won't, Han Shuor said resolutely. Fanny's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and happiness. She took the initiative to hug Han Shuor tightly again. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Han Shuor passionately. Her hands even boldly reached into Han Shuor's clothes. As she caressed Han Shuor's strong body, she also tried to help Han Shuor take off his clothes. Chapter 409. For some unknown reason, Fanny was so proactive and passionate for the first time. Whether it was her kiss or her movements, they were all unrestrained and bold. At this moment, Han Shuor had become the passive recipient. Fanny's previous words contained a deep affection that was as deep as the ocean. It gave Han Shuor a great shock and made Han Shuor feel too much guilt towards Fanny. When the two kissed, Han Shuor, who had always been the aggressor, was actually not so overbearing. Ooh, Brian. Fanny's face was flushed red and she moaned softly with shyness and timidity. Han Shuor's outer clothing had been unknowingly taken off by Fanny. Han Shuor's naked upper body was incomparably strong and every inch of muscle seemed to be filled with explosive power. When Fanny couldn't catch her breath, Her fragrant lips left Han Shuor's mouth and she looked at Han Shuor's naked upper body, her bright eyes brimming with intense amorous feelings. You want me." Moaning softly like a mosquito, Fanny's face was flushed red and she buried her head deep into Han Shuor's chest. Smelling the rich male scent on Han Shuor's body, she only felt her heart become a tangled mess. Even she could hear the sound of her heartbeat clearly. "No." Han Shuor smiled wryly and refused. Fanny's face was filled with panic and she suddenly raised her head to look at Han Shuor. Her blushing cheeks were filled with pitiful grief and puzzlement, and her bright eyes were filled with confusion and panic. Master Jean is coming and it's daytime right now. You still have class later. How about, at night?" Han Shuor smiled wryly as he scratched his head and spoke softly to Fanny. It was only after Han Shuor's words that Fanny abruptly reacted. She blushed and hastily put on Han Shuor's clothes, saying anxiously, Yes, then leave first. We'll talk about this later." At this moment, the footsteps of Master Jean of the Necromancy Major were slowly approaching. Even Fanny herself could hear it. Fanny was even more flustered. She felt guilty and hurriedly urged Han Shuor to leave. Han Shuor nodded with a wry smile and casually put on his clothes. He had already left Fanny's lab before Jean could approach. On the way back to his residence, Han Shuor was indescribably moved by Fanny's deep feelings. He never would have thought that Fanny had actually struggled bitterly for so long because of his matters. Even though Fanny knew some of his matters, she still didn't abandon him. This kind of deep feelings made Han Shuor feel as if he was unable to repay her. When Han Shuor returned to the residence, Steward Corliss hurriedly rushed over and said with a grave expression, "Lord Marquis, Grand Duke Ashburn and First Prince Charles request an audience. They've been waiting for quite a while." "What are they here for?" Startled, Han Shuor frowned and asked in confusion. "This lowly one doesn't know," Corliss respectfully replied. Filled with doubts, Han Shuor walked towards the hall used to receive distinguished guests. With a glance, he saw First Prince Charles, whom he had previously met in the Northern Rose Garden. This was the first time Han Shuor had seen Duke Ashburn beside Charles. With just a glance, Han Shuor knew that this person was a crafty old fox and wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. The two of them had relaxed expressions as they sipped tea in the hall. They actually didn't bring any attendants with them. When Han Shuor heard Steward Corliss report, he released his mystical demons to observe the surroundings of the residence. Only then did he discover that there were two gorgeous carriages parked at the corner of the main entrance and a group of knights standing guard. Han Shuor, who was worried about Fanny and Phoebe's matters, had many thoughts running through his mind along the way and neglected the surrounding situation. Only after circling around the residence with his mystical demons did he discover the different situation within the residence. This was the capital, Ossen City. Ashburn and First Prince Charles had openly come to pay their respects to Han Shuor and naturally weren't afraid that Han Shuor would suddenly rise in revolt. That was why they boldly left the group of knights outside and didn't bring any experts to protect them. On the surface, the two of them could be considered to have quite the presence. When he saw Han Shuor walk in, Ashburn signaled Charles with his eyes. He immediately stood up and nodded to Han Shuor with a smile, saying, "Marquis Brian's name has reverberated like thunder. Seeing you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Within my Lancelot Empire, a man as imposing as Marquis Brian is truly rare." Han Shuor wasn't in a good mood. He had heard many stories of the old fox Ashburn and Charles throwing their weight around in the Empire and didn't have a good impression of the two. He replied with a fake smile, "Lord Duke overpraises me. In front of Lord Duke, no one's name can be said to reverberate like thunder. Greetings, Your Highness the First Prince." According to etiquette, Han Shuor once again bowed to First Prince Charles. Dispense with the formalities. In the past, I had some misunderstandings with Marquis Brian. This time, I've come to pay a visit in hopes of clearing up the misunderstandings between us. First Prince Charles looked amiably at Han Shuor. His friendly attitude was as different as heaven and earth compared to the last time in the Rose Garden. "Your Highness is too polite. We have never had any misunderstandings. I don't know what's going on with your words." Han Shuor was stunned. Soon after, He looked at Charles with a baffled expression. Lightly coughing, Duke Ashburn said with a smile, "In the past, I asked Cameron for help with some matters. I didn't expect that Mr. Cameron would actually become Miss Phoebe's business rival. That Cameron fellow really deserves to die. He actually used Charles' name to intimidate others and dared to find trouble with Miss Phoebe. Hihi, we weren't aware of this matter at the start. However, I think that Marquis Brian might misunderstand that we instigated Cameron to do so. Therefore, I specially came over to clarify the matter with Marquis Brian. I hope that Marquis Brian won't misunderstand us because of this matter. To be honest, Charles and I have always admired you and hope to become friends with you." Misunderstanding? There simply isn't any misunderstanding. Without your instigation, how would Cameron dare to intimidate others and make a move against Phoebe? Hanshaw sneered in his heart. He had already understood Ashburn and Charles' goal from their tone. He was certain that it was because of his position in Uhtred's heart, causing Ashburn and Charles to understand his importance. Therefore, they had condescended to deliberately befriend him. Hihi, then it must be a misunderstanding. This matter has passed for so long that I've almost forgotten about it. There's nothing to discuss. Hanshaw narrowed his eyes and played down this matter. Soon after, he smiled at Ashburn and Charles and asked, "I wonder why Lord Duke and Your Highness have come to find me this time?" Brettel City's development is the most exciting news in the Empire in recent days. The City Lord of Seamist City, Kairoff, who is only one step away from Brettel City, has an extremely close relationship with me. If Brettel City and Seamist City are able to cooperate closely, our development in all aspects will be even faster. The reason I've come this time is to discuss with Marquis Brian that Seamist City can provide some assistance to Brettel City. For example, population and other resources that Brettel City lacks. Eldest Prince Charles smiled as he looked at Hanshaw, slowly talking about proper business. Seamist City's City Lord Kairoff was a member of the Haug family. His sister, Kalina, was eldest Prince Charles' wife. His relationship with Charles was naturally very close. Seamist City and Brettel City weren't far apart. If Seamist City could provide some effective assistance, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to Brettel City's development. This was something Hanshaw understood in his heart. Then, what does our Brettel City need to pay? Hanshaw asked Charles without batting an eyelid. I don't need to pay anything. As long as I can win Marquis Brian's friendship, I'll be satisfied. Charles stared at Hanshaw with a scorching gaze as he replied. Grand Duke Ashburn smiled as he looked at Hanshaw. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Marquis Brian, to be frank, I admire you very much. If you don't mind, we can discuss in detail the possibility of cooperation. The authority and benefits we can bring you will far exceed what others can give you. As long as we cooperate, authority, wealth, and women will be at your fingertips. Hanshaw chuckled as he looked at the two. Under their expectant gazes, he resolutely shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm a person who cherishes old friendships and knows how to repay favors. Both of you should understand what I mean. Eldest Prince Charles' expression suddenly darkened when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, Ashburn glared at him. Shortly after, Ashburn smiled and said, Is that so? I understand. Since that's the case, then we'll take our leave. I'm really sorry for disturbing you this time. I hope you can forgive us. After Ashburn glared at him, eldest Prince Charles didn't suddenly lose his composure. His expression darkened as he looked at Hanshaw with an additional trace of anger, as if he was angry that Hanshaw didn't know how to appreciate kindness when given face. Then, I won't send you off. Hanshaw looked at Grand Duke Ashburn in astonishment. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Once he understood that there was no hope, he didn't hesitate at all. Marquis Brian, take care. Before Charles left, he suddenly turned his head to glance at Hanshaw and said meaningfully, Many thanks for eldest prince's reminder. I will be careful. Hanshaw's expression suddenly turned cold as he replied in an unfriendly manner. Hanshaw clearly heard the threat in Charles' tone. He knew that after this time, there would no longer be any room for friendly relations with Charles and Ashburn's forces. The only path left was to fight to the death. Chapter 4:10. Hanshaw knew that Charles definitely wouldn't let him off. However, Hanshaw didn't expect that Charles' revenge would come so quickly and so ferociously. That night, Hanshaw, who was in the middle of researching the incantation to connect to another world, suddenly sensed a few powerful auras gradually approaching his mansion from afar. Hanshaw was abruptly roused from his contemplation. The 12 mystical demons were immediately released. With Hanshaw's mansion as the center, they spread out in 12 different directions like a spider's web. A troop of 500 knights, mixed with 200 temple knights from the Church of Light, headed towards Hanshaw's mansion from 4 different directions. Light Grand Magus Kos of the Church of Light, as well as a few experts from the Church of Light that Hanshaw didn't recognize, as well as a few powerful deathsworn attached to Ashburn, led their troops and surrounded him. There was no moon on this night. Under the pitch-black curtain of night, this group of people didn't have any concealment. They were simply heading straight for Hanshaw's mansion in an open and above-board manner. Hanshaw could see the killing intent in the eyes of those knights. Hanshaw was frightened and hastily walked out of the secret room. The scene that he saw through the 12 mystical demons was simply unimaginable to Hanshaw. Even if Ashburn and Charles were more powerful, how could they dare to be so impudent in the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Ossen City? The mansion that Hanshaw lived in was surrounded by either the rich or the noble, all of them were influential figures of the empire. Even on this moonless night, such a large movement was absolutely impossible to conceal. Furthermore, Ossen City was the headquarters of the Dark Mantle. After all, Ashburn wasn't the empire's King Uhtred. What right did he have to be so arrogant? A series of suspicions surged into Hanshaw's mind. He only felt that Ashburn must have gone mad. Such a crazy action definitely wasn't something that a wily old fox would dare to do. Unfortunately, Kos's appearance and the presence of a few of his ministers in the Duke's mansion already proved that this action was indeed Ashburn's instigation. Just as Hanshaw was at a loss, a mansion not far away suddenly burst into flames. A mystical demon just happened to see the situation in that direction and saw a group of knights charging in and killing anyone they saw. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the rocky ground red. Not even a single servant was spared. Hanshaw vaguely remembered that the mansion belonged to Earl Terry. Terry was inclined towards Lawrence. Hanshaw had even seen this person early in the morning. Through Lawrence's introduction, he knew that this person's mansion wasn't far from his. He didn't expect that his mansion had already fallen into such a state. A flash of inspiration flashed through Hanshaw's mind. He suddenly understood. Since Ashburn dared to act so brazenly and disregard King Uhtred's authority, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Ashburn knew that the situation wasn't good and rebelled a step ahead of time. There was another possibility, which was that King Uhtred had already died. This way, Ashburn would no longer be restricted by anyone. Only then would he dare to act freely, using the fastest speed to eradicate those who were unfavorable to him, swiftly taking control of Ossen City. However, if Ashburn wanted to rebel, he should have taken action the day King Uhtred expressed his support for Lawrence. He definitely wouldn't have watched Uhtred slowly delegate authority to Lawrence without doing anything. From this point of view, the first possibility was relatively small. Instead, King Uhtred's sudden death was the most reasonable. Carrying this kind of doubt, only 2 of the 12 mystical demons remained in his mansion. The other 10 mystical demons began to spread out with Hanshaw's mansion as the center. One of them headed straight for the Imperial Palace. At the location of the mystical demons, Hanshaw discovered that even more soldiers were being mobilized in the pitch-black night. There were also other places that were similarly shrouded in cruel massacres. There were nobles who were inclined towards Lawrence, and there were also some who were on the side of the second and youngest princes. Suddenly, the entire interior of Ossen City was filled with smoke. Without a doubt, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had already begun to take action. A bloody massacre against the other powers had officially begun on this moonless night. Any power that was hostile to Ashburn and Charles was destined to suffer disastrous casualties tonight. After understanding the situation, Hanshaw quickly went to Butler Corliss' room. Butler Corliss was getting on in years. Old people wouldn't be able to sleep too deeply, especially when Hanshaw's footsteps were deliberately louder when he came over. Therefore, Corliss immediately woke up. "Lord Marquis, what's wrong?" Corliss had never seen Hanshaw so anxious before. With a start, he sat up from his bed and immediately asked, "Don't bring anything. Immediately wake up all the servants and escape from the Marquis' residence. Duke Ashburn has rebelled and a group of knights are currently on their way here. Once they arrive, no one here will be able to survive. Quickly, leave this place, immediately," Hanshaw quickly explained. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about this place anymore and quickly left the Marquis' residence, heading straight for the boot merchant guild where Phoebe was. This residence was bestowed to Hanshaw by Uhtred. However, it was clear that Hanshaw didn't treat it as a true home. There wasn't a single person that Hanshaw truly cared about inside. Hanshaw was used to placing important things in his space ring. At this time, there wasn't anyone or anything worth remembering here, so he immediately left after reminding Corliss. Not many people knew about the relationship between Hanshaw and Fanny. In addition, Fanny and Lawrence also didn't have any interactions. In addition, Fanny's father was Firenze. As the king of the southern border, Firenze was one of the few people that Ashburn was apprehensive of. Hanshaw basically didn't need to worry about Fanny's safety. Emily was at the Dark Mantle headquarters. Within the entire Ossen city, the Dark Mantle headquarters defenses were the most solid. Inside, there were transportation arrays that extended in all directions that led to every major city in the empire. Even if Ashburn had heaven-defying methods, he would still be unable to take down the Dark Mantle headquarters in a short period of time. It was even more impossible for him to capture the Dark Mantle's upper echelon. Thus, Hanshaw similarly wasn't worried about Emily. Only Phoebe, as she was too close to Lawrence and the Boot Merchant Guild had repeatedly spoiled Grand Duke Ashburn's plans, was most likely to be attacked. As the Grand Duke of the Empire, the power that Ashburn grasped was only second to King Uhtred. Even if it was Phoebe's master, Sacred Sword Master Carl, Ashburn similarly wouldn't place him in his eyes. With the full support of the Church of Light, it was likely that Ashburn would have even more experts at his disposal. It was almost impossible for Sacred Sword Master Carl to rely on his own strength to kill Ashburn. Along the way, Hanshaw sped as fast as lightning towards the Boot Merchant Guild. Along the way, he discovered through the mystical demons that even more changes had occurred in Ossen City. Many noble mansions had been reduced to ruins in an extremely short period of time. Some small mansions were razed to the ground within a few breaths of time under a few large-scale destructive magic spells. Ashburn's methods were extremely ruthless. As long as it was an enemy, regardless of whether it was a servant or a guest, not a single one would be spared. Many noble mansions in Ossen City were shrouded in cruel massacres. During this process, the army under his control had marched towards the city gates, most likely intending to take control of all the city gates. The few teleportation magic arrays within Ossen City had long been in Ashburn's hands. Layers of troops had firmly surrounded the teleportation magic arrays, making it impossible for anyone to leave Ossen City through the teleportation magic arrays. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles were intending to completely take control of Ossen City and wipe out all the enemies within. The mystical demon that was heading towards the Imperial Palace heard loud wails before it even neared. The army that was inclined towards eldest Prince Charles had already taken control of the Imperial Palace. The mystical demon had only circled around once before discovering that King Uhtred had indeed died. Some of the rebels had already been killed on the spot. From these signs, Hanshaw suddenly understood that King Uhtred's sudden death was most likely related to eldest Prince Charles. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace wouldn't have been sealed off and there wouldn't have been no news leaking out. Those princes were most likely kept in the dark tonight and simply didn't know of His Majesty's grievous news. Within Duke Ashburn's mansion, he was together with eldest Prince Charles. Beside him were numerous noble supporters. These people had gloomy expressions as they commanded the officers to seize control of various key points while reporting out the names of the nobles, allowing their subordinates to eradicate them. A mystical demon circled over and clearly heard the conversation between Ashburn, Charles, and the others. It finally understood that this matter was indeed a fierce counterattack by Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. Suddenly, a mystical demon arrived at the boot merchant guild ahead of time and saw a group of soldiers coldly killing people from afar. The merchants and guards of the boot merchant guild had all died tragically under the crossbow arrows of those people. However, it was fortunate that these people had just started their attack from the front of the house and clearly hadn't penetrated deep into the interior of the boot merchant guild. He reckoned that nothing would happen to Phoebe for the time being. Han Shoror's heart was burning with anxiety. He unleashed the demonic ninth heaven's art to its limit and rushed towards the boot merchant guild like a meteor chasing after the moon. He constantly prayed that nothing would happen to Phoebe. If something really happened to Phoebe, even if Han Shoror had promised Uhtred, he would still break the promise and skin Charles alive. Chapter 4:11. Smoke rose from all directions within the boot merchant guild. Ashburn's subordinates charged in and killed anyone they saw. The guards within the guild simply didn't have any leeway to retaliate and were instantly killed or injured in large numbers. Phoebe, who had been scared out of her wits by Han Shoror's words, raised the divine weapon Starry Sky and led the guards within the guild to defend with all their might. However, the situation was clearly far from good. The soldiers attacking the boot merchant guild this time also included a few experts who had attached themselves to Charles. Among them was a temple knight from the Church of Light who wielded a silver spear as if he was invincible. Every time his spear descended, a guard would definitely die. There were also a few mags who continuously released magic, causing the buildings within the boot merchant guild to catch fire. Some of the rations and goods stored inside were burning amidst the raging flames. Some servants walked out of their rooms covered in flames, but a rain of arrows whizzed over, piercing through those innocent servants. In an extremely short period of time, the boot merchant guild fell under the unyielding attack. Only Phoebe and a group of loyal guards were left, hastily retreating towards the back door. During this process, the guards by Phoebe's side were killed one after another. "Miss Phoebe, you won't be able to escape today." Space Archmage Aubrey looked at Phoebe with a sinister smile as he spoke unhurriedly. Last time within the boot merchant guild, it was Space Archmage Aubrey and Cameron who had come to force Phoebe. Unfortunately, they just so happened to run into Han Shoror. In the end, Aubrey and Cameron were respectively poisoned by ice and fire by Han Shoror, suffering in an abyss of suffering for the next few days. Aubrey naturally understood that everything was caused by Han Shoror. However, he understood that Han Shoror wasn't someone he could provoke. He could only swallow his bitterness and harbor thoughts of revenge in his heart. Today, he had come to the boot merchant guild again. Aubrey had the temple knights of the Church of Light by his side, as well as even more magic experts. He had complete confidence in accomplishing what he couldn't accomplish the last time, which was to capture Phoebe to threaten Sacred Swordmaster Carl, making Carl not dare to act blindly without thinking. Behind Aubrey, there was a team of 100 soldiers, as well as the temple knight with the olive branch pattern on his chest. Phoebe, who was running away, only had 30 guards. Even though Phoebe was a great swordsman, she had no chance of winning. While Aubrey was speaking, a spatial laceration spell had already been released. A bright, sharp blade streaked past, and several large pieces of the bodyguards beside Phoebe suddenly disappeared. Parts of their bodies had been taken away by the spatial laceration spell, falling into another space. Bang! Phoebe, who'd been retreating, suddenly felt as if her back had collided with an invisible wall. Her entire body was bounced forward a few steps. "Aubrey, you still dare come to my boot merchant guild? Are you crazy? There are so many servants and guards, and you actually dare to kill without asking anything?" Phoebe clearly didn't know of the news of King Uhtred's death. Just like Han Shoror, her heart was filled with incomparable shock. She didn't expect Ashburn to be so audacious. "Haha, we aren't crazy. After tonight, Ossen City and the Lancelot Empire will belong to His Highness Charles. Tonight, Any hostile forces will be eliminated. Aubrey laughed savagely. Don't talk nonsense. Capture this woman as soon as possible. We still have other matters to attend to. The Temple Knight of the Church of Light suddenly spoke. Hearing the Temple Knight's words, Aubrey awkwardly stopped laughing. He nodded and said, Lord Crespo, this woman is a great swordsman. We still need to work together in order to capture her alive. Let's do it. The Temple Knight called Crespo didn't say any more superfluous words. He raised the silver spear in his hand and walked towards Phoebe. The silver spear was extended, and milky white rays of light shot out from the spear's tip. A divine aura slowly overflowed from Crespo's body. His shining silver armor suddenly emitted rays of light, causing Crespo's aura to soar. Phoebe was startled. Before Crespo could approach, she took a step back and brandished the divine weapon Starry Sky. A huge cross suddenly shot out and arrived in front of Crespo in an instant. Crespo lightly snorted and raised his spear, meeting the huge cross. The cross suddenly soared into the sky and chopped a tree that was as thick as a bowl into two. You are just a newly advanced great swordsman. You should just surrender. Crespo said coldly. His body turned into a series of afterimages due to his high speed. The silver spear in his hand suddenly turned into several hundred spears and pierced towards Phoebe. A circle of starlight fiercely shot out from the divine weapon Starry Sky. The specks of starlight spread out and formed a cross. It suddenly exploded with a frightening impact force. Several hundred illusory silver spears suddenly exploded into the air, and the explosive force spread out. Crespo let out a muffled groan and hastily retreated a few steps. Good, very good. You can actually borrow the power of the divine weapon and fuse it with Carl's cross slash. No wonder that old thing Carl values you so much, Crespo said with a cold expression as he retreated a few steps. The shoulders of his silver armor had 7 to 8 small holes as he spoke. I didn't expect that the Temple Knights of the Church of Light would actually become the first prince's lackeys. Is this something a religious organization like you that transcends authority should do? Phoebe similarly ridiculed with a face full of disdain. Miss, let's leave quickly. We will stay behind to cover the rear. The Boot Merchant Guild's guard captain impatiently pleaded with Phoebe. Shaking her head, Phoebe helplessly said, We can't leave. There weren't any powerful mags on Phoebe's side. When faced with this group of warhorses, mags, and archers working together, fleeing wasn't a wise choice, because mags who could fly were far faster than them. Aubrey, call your men to attack together. After capturing this woman, we still have other matters to attend to. Don't waste too much time. Crespo shot a glance at Aubrey and said coldly with a frown. Nodding his head, Aubrey agreed, All right, let's attack together. After Aubrey nodded his head, Crespo once again raised his spear and walked towards Phoebe. He spun his silver spear and a bright silver light suddenly shot out. At the same time, Aubrey started chanting an incantation. A space magic binding caused the surrounding space to fluctuate and shackled Phoebe at the center. The mags beside Aubrey all chanted incantations and various magic barriers fell towards Phoebe. A few archers from further away also arrived and drew their bows, aiming at Phoebe. Bang! Phoebe blocked Crespo's silver light with her sword. She suddenly felt a powerful attack and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was these 2 steps that instantly pulled Phoebe into the space binding. Suddenly, all kinds of formless energy surged over. Phoebe felt as if she was being bound by a myriad of ropes, unable to move. Take her away. With this Phoebe here, that old bastard Carl will definitely know his place. Aubrey laughed complacently and instructed the knights behind him. Heh, this woman is really beautiful. TSK, her skin is too smooth. I have never seen a woman with such soft and supple skin. A knight came over with a lecherous smile. When he used the rope to bind Phoebe, he tried to touch Phoebe's face. When Phoebe, who couldn't move her hands or speak, saw a coarse hand heading towards her face, her bright eyes filled with intense alarm and anger. Uncontrollably, Phoebe thought of Han Shaw at her weakest moment. How good would it be if this scoundrel could come and save me? As long as you appear, I might forgive you. I don't want anyone other than you to touch me, When a woman was frightened and helpless, the first person she would think of would be her man. Phoebe was no exception. Seeing the knight's large hand about to touch her face, Phoebe lost her head out of fear and strongly called out to Hand Shore in her heart. Whoosh! Just when the coarse hand was about to land on Phoebe's face, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Shortly after, that knight suddenly howled crazily. That coarse hand was chopped off at the wrist, dripping with blood as it fell at Phoebe's feet. "Who is it?" Crespo suddenly shouted, vigilantly looking all around. The silver pike in his hand was constantly swallowing and spitting out silver rays. Whoosh! In the moonless night, a wisp of black lightning flashed. That knight with his wrist chopped off once again howled miserably. Everyone looked over and discovered that the knight's other hand, which was covering his broken wrist, had also been chopped off. "Capture Phoebe, hurry up!" Aubrey suddenly reacted and hastily instructed those stunned knights. After being stunned for a moment, those people immediately took action. They held thick ropes in their hands, planning to first tie up Phoebe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! That wisp of black light repeatedly appeared, like a black thread weaving the curtain of the night. The extended hands of the knights who tried to approach Phoebe were chopped off one after another. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was actually a pile of broken hands at Phoebe's feet. Although Phoebe was confined by magic and could not budge, her eyes did not miss anything that happened around her. Her heart was suddenly filled with intense joy. Without even thinking, Phoebe knew that Hand Shore had arrived. This time, when the panic was dispelled, Phoebe instantly forgot about all the bad things about Hand Shore. She only remembered that Hand Shore had helped her time and time again. "Brian! Damn it, why did he only come now?" Phoebe called out in her heart, her eyes overflowing with happiness and serenity. She was no longer worried about the dangers around her, as if with the existence of that wisp of black light, there would be no danger that could threaten her. "Come out, you cowardly sneak attacker!" Crespo suddenly shouted and quickly rushed toward Phoebe. That person is coming." Aubrey was suddenly gobsmacked and reacted, shrieking at Crespo. Crespo's body froze midway, but he immediately reacted and shouted, "Impossible, that guy can't even protect himself. He shouldn't have appeared here so quickly." "Who said so?" A gloomy and cold voice suddenly came from afar. When the voice faded, a figure was already standing by Phoebe's side. Hand Shore shot a glance at Crespo, his left hand lightly pressing on Phoebe's back. A ferocious force suddenly erupted, and a series of crackling sounds rang out around Phoebe. Several barriers and Aubrey's imprisonment were suddenly torn apart and destroyed. Phoebe, who was originally imprisoned and unable to budge, suddenly felt that her whole body could move. Before Hand Shore had arrived, Phoebe had constantly called out in her heart, thinking that if Hand Shore rescued her again, she would forgive Hand Shore's fickleness. However, when Hand Shore truly appeared in front of her, Phoebe was still brooding over the previous matter and felt that she couldn't easily forgive Hand Shore. Thus, she snorted lightly and didn't say anything. "Heh, you dare touch my woman? You're courting death." After Hand Shore released the imprisonment on Phoebe's body with one strike, he viciously looked at the people in front of him and sneered. "Pa, who's your woman? You fickleness scoundrel." Phoebe was both embarrassed and happy. She couldn't help but glare hatefully at Hand Shore, panting with rage as she said, "I still haven't forgiven you for that matter. Don't talk nonsense with me. Of course it's Miss Phoebe, you're my woman. If you weren't my woman, why would I run all the way from the northern part of the city to save you?" Hand Shore grinned and said to Phoebe, "It's really you. How is this possible? How did you escape from Lord Cost's hands?" Crespo's expression changed as he looked at Hand Shore in shock. "Cost? Ha, in the previous battles, it seemed like that guy was always running away, right?" Hand Shore was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos as he spoke to Crespo. As he spoke, Hand Shore had already taken out the skeletal staff, his expression gradually turning cold. "It's different this time. Apart from Lord Cost, there's also Lord Brown. How did you escape?" Crespo was greatly puzzled and retreated with some fear. In the Church of Light, Hand Shore's infamy was extremely great. After Red Archbishop Coss repeatedly failed at his hands, Han Shoror's strength was gradually recognized by the people of the Church of Light. Crespo could be considered to be self-aware and knew that he wasn't Han Shoror's match with his strength. Thus, he had thoughts of retreating in his heart. "All of you, don't even think of leaving alive." Han Shoror declared their fates as the skeletal staff began to summon undead creatures. Red Archbishop Kos, who wielded the divine weapon Revelation, wasn't here, and there wasn't a light mage here who could quickly purify the undead creatures. Han Shoror had absolute confidence that he could quickly kill them. Chapter 412. Under the summons of the skeletal staff, a dense mass of undead creatures surrounded Han Shoror. Han Shoror held Phoebe in one hand and the skeletal staff in the other, rapidly chanting an incantation. "Retreat, retreat." Crespo decisively gave the order and took the lead in retreating. Aubrey, the person in charge of this operation, immediately understood that this operation had failed once again when he saw Han Shoror suddenly appear beside Phoebe. When the hordes of undead creatures gradually appeared, Aubrey also wanted to retreat. Crespo's order to retreat was exactly what he wanted, so Aubrey also began to retreat. "Want to run? It's too late." Han Shoror released his grip on Phoebe's small hand and suddenly flew towards Aubrey, the skeletal staff still tightly held in his left hand and the Demon Slayer edge emerging from his right hand. Aubrey had long since suffered a great loss at Han Shoror's hands. When he saw Han Shoror rushing towards him, his expression immediately changed greatly. He hastily shouted to the archers on the surrounding rooftops, "Shoot him to death." A rain of arrows rapidly shot towards Han Shoror. The strength and speed of these arrows indicated that these archers possessed extraordinary strength. However, before these arrows could reach Han Shoror, the skeletal staff in Han Shoror's hand shook and several white bone shields suddenly appeared, blocking all the arrows in several directions. Han Shoror's speed exceeded Aubrey's expectations. Just as Aubrey turned around to look, the cold and stern Han Shoror had already arrived not far behind him. "Careful!" Crespo suddenly shouted from nearby, the silver spear in his hand piercing towards Han Shoror at high speed like a drill bit. Han Shoror turned his head and shot a glance. With a wave of his right hand, the Demon Slayer edge left his hand in a streak of black light and pierced the tip of the silver spear with a whoosh. Clang! A dazzling radiance blossomed, and Crespo only felt a huge force enter his body through the spear shaft. It rushed into his internal organs from his arm, and instantly caused serious damage to his divine body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and retreated with a pale face. Clang! Crespo's silver spear fell to the ground, splitting into two halves. The remaining power of the Demon Slayer edge didn't diminish in the slightest as it continued to stab towards Crespo's chest like a shadow. Before Crespo could stabilize himself, the Demon Slayer edge pierced through the bright silver armor on Crespo's body, creating a large hole in his chest. A bone-piercing pain spread from his chest. Crespo's pale face was filled with despair as he stared blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. In the end, he spat out, "How is this possible?" before collapsing with a loud crash. Aubrey was frightened out of his wits as he desperately fled into the distance, no longer caring about the lives of others. As the main helper of this operation, Crespo was originally a Sky Knight. After joining the Temple Knights of the Church of Light, he received the additional protection of divine power due to his devout belief in the God of Light. His strength was much higher than that of an ordinary Sky Knight. That silver spear and the bright silver armor on his body were both items that only high-ranking members of the Temple Knights were qualified to possess. In the eyes of any alchemist on the continent, they were very high-grade weapons. Both the weapon and the armor even contained divine power. Who would have thought that they would be torn apart like paper under the attack of that weapon? This caused Aubrey to tremble with fear. The fleeing Aubrey obviously didn't understand that Han Shoror's speed was far superior to his. Before Aubrey could leave the Boot Merchant Guild's sphere of influence, a cold shout came from behind him. Aubrey was aghast as he desperately began to cast the spatial shifting magic that he had yet to master. For a space archmage like Aubrey, his understanding of space magic could only be considered to be at the beginning of the path. He couldn't freely teleport over short distances like a space Grand Magus like Emma could. Rashly casting a magic that he hadn't mastered was a suicidal act. However, Aubrey had no other choice now. He understood that Han Shoror wasn't someone he could match up against. Since there was no hope of escaping with speed, he could only risk his life and use the spatial magic that he hadn't mastered yet. When a person was in desperate straits, they would always burst forth with some potential. Aubrey, who normally required 2 seconds to chant a magic incantation, actually managed to shorten the time of the incantation by 1 second at this time. Han Shoror hadn't even approached Aubrey when suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation came from Aubrey's surroundings. Suddenly, the space shattered like glass. Aubrey let out a horrified howl as his body seemed to shatter into pieces like a broken mirror. When the space returned to normal, Aubrey had disappeared without a trace. Han Shoror abruptly stood in place. He had some misgivings about space magic. Rashly using a magic that he wasn't familiar with would sometimes result in even greater power than some orthodox space magic. This Aubrey was clearly in this situation. From Han Shoror's point of view, Aubrey's body and space had shattered at the same time. There must have been a problem with the magic, causing him to lose his life as well. Before the space returned to normal, if Han Shoror suddenly entered that area, it was very likely that he would be affected by the magic and wouldn't be able to leave. If he ended up falling into another space, then Han Shoror would really want to cry, but no tears would come out. It wasn't known whether Aubrey was dead or alive, but from Han Shoror's point of view, it was more likely that he would be dead than alive. Without wasting any time, Han Shoror directly went to Phoebe's side and grabbed Phoebe, hastily saying, "Let's go first. I reckon that Lawrence's side is the most dangerous." Phoebe was startled and delighted at the same time. She was startled because of what Han Shoror had said about Lawrence's danger. She understood that Lawrence was the most crucial person. This time, since Ashburn dared to make a move against her so brazenly, then Lawrence would most likely be in grave danger as well. Once Lawrence was killed, then first Prince Charles and Ashburn would be able to truly grasp the situation. Then, the only path left for her and Han Shoror would be to escape. She was delighted because Han Shoror clearly knew that Lawrence was in greater danger, yet he still came to rescue her first. This was enough to prove that her importance in Han Shoror's heart was far greater than anything else. This was because Lawrence's survival would bring more benefits and power to Han Shoror. Phoebe was truly moved that Han Shoror had come to rescue her first at such a crucial time. "What should we do with them?" Phoebe immediately agreed. Soon after, she looked at the bodyguards beside her, as well as some merchants from the Boot Merchant Guild, and asked Han Shoror, "Let them escape on their own. Don't worry, the remaining enemies will have no chance to make a move against my undead creatures." Han Shoror hastily instructed, "Miss, you should leave first. We know what to do." The bodyguard leader hastily expressed his stance to Phoebe. Phoebe hesitated for a moment before nodding, "All right then. Be careful and leave quickly." Han Shoror didn't waste any more words. He picked up Phoebe by the waist and flew towards Lawrence's current residence. "Bastard, how can you do this in front of so many people?" Phoebe was picked up by Han Shoror by the waist. Smelling the familiar scent on Han Shoror's body, her tender and charming face flushed red as she berated him in embarrassment. "What does it matter? In any case, they all know that you're my woman." Han Shoror casually replied, clearly not embarrassed in the slightest. You still dare to say that? I still haven't forgiven you." Phoebe resentfully rolled her eyes at Han Shoror, still fuming as she spoke. "Let's talk about this later. Don't talk anymore. We have to find Lawrence quickly. If Lawrence is really dead, I will take you and leave Ossen City immediately. We will return to Brettel City as soon as possible." Han Shoror said in a deep voice. "Brian, it seems that you don't care about Lawrence's life or death at all, right?" Phoebe looked at Han Shoror in astonishment, somewhat puzzled. "No, I'm just stating the facts. If I didn't care about Lawrence's life or death, I wouldn't be going to save him now." "All right, don't talk anymore," Han Shoror casually replied. His speed suddenly increased as he flew towards Lawrence's residence at lightning speed. Ever since Han Shoror knew that Lawrence had deliberately befriended him with ulterior motives, He no longer treated Lawrence as a true friend. The far-sighted Lawrence did everything for his own benefit. Han Shoror understood this in his heart and didn't harbor any resentment towards Lawrence's actions. However, it was impossible to say that Han Shoror didn't have a bit of grudge in his heart. It was just that Han Shoror's and Lawrence's interests were now firmly tied together. The two of them had become grasshoppers on the same string. Only when Lawrence ascended the throne would Han Shoror be able to obtain the greatest amount of benefits. Although this kind of relationship was maintained purely based on benefits, it wouldn't be mixed with too many personal feelings. It could only be said that Han Shoror saving Lawrence was all for his own benefit and not because of his personal feelings towards Lawrence. Therefore, Han Shoror didn't have too many feelings towards Lawrence's life or death. That was why his expression was so indifferent when talking about Lawrence's life or death. Before arriving at Lawrence's residence, the soaring fire could be seen from afar. On such a night without moonlight, the fire in Lawrence's residence was truly too conspicuous. There were a few noble mansions surrounding Lawrence's mansion, but those mansions were as peaceful as usual. Their doors were tightly shut, and not a single person walked out to take a look. It was as if they had suddenly become blind and deaf, turning a blind eye to the activity within Lawrence's mansion. Each and every one of them seemed to have sunk into the deepest sleep. When Han Shoror swept past those eerily quiet mansions, the mystical demons circled around in the air and suddenly discovered that those seemingly quiet mansions were similarly filled with panic. However, under the stern reprimand of the masters inside, not a single person dared to make a sound. Not a single person walked out of the mansions to take a look out of curiosity. Such was the hypocrisy of the world. The nobles in these residences weren't part of Lawrence's faction. Most of them hadn't indicated which side they supported, which was why they were able to escape by a fluke. The old nobles were all people who knew what to do. They understood that in the entire Lancelot Empire, only Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles dared to make a move against Lawrence's residence. This power wasn't something they could contend against. Watching from the sidelines was the wisest decision. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded from within Lawrence's residence. Han Shoror could see tall and spacious houses collapsing with a loud rumble from afar. In the dusky sky, two golden shadows were extremely dazzling as they moved about on top of a few houses. Every time a golden light flashed, a house would collapse. Slender gullies would appear after the golden light flashed. The magic boundary that enveloped Lawrence's entire residence was continuously destroyed. Many servants on the periphery were stabbed to death by sharp weapons one after another. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some knights wearing brown, silver, and grey armor, as well as some mags wearing white, red, and black robes, surrounded Lawrence's residence from all directions. Among these people were experts under Ashburn, experts subdued by eldest Prince Charles, and experts sent by the Church of Light. When they were about to reach that area, a mystical demon finally took the lead and approached. Suddenly, he sensed two shadows moving about. One of them was actually Sacred Swordmaster Carl, while the other was a golden-haired old man dressed in a knight's attire. This golden-haired old man held a golden spear in his hand. The golden armor on his chest had a design of an angel statue. The design of the angel statue was vivid and lifelike, and its wings seemed to be constantly flapping. A divinity temple knight with an angel statue on his chest was the symbol of one who had been blessed by the god of light. Every divinity temple knight with an angel statue had terrifying strength comparable to a sacred knight. If this divinity temple knight was a sacred knight, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, this kind of divinity temple knight was extremely rare within the Church of Light. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't leave the God of Light's hall easily. It was rumored that only when an evil heretic that blasphemed the God of Light appeared would these extremely rare divinity temple knights leave and replace the God of Light to punish that great heretic. Han Shoror didn't expect to actually see one in the Lancelot Empire. His heart was filled with astonishment. The golden spear in this divinity temple knight's hand overflowed with strands of golden light. Waves of incomparably sacred aura spread out, giving Han Shoror an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Golden fighting aura was something that only sacred knights and sacred swordmasters could possess. This divinity temple knight being able to release golden fighting aura meant that he himself was a sacred knight. Once this kind of powerful existence obtained the blessings of the god of light, their strength would be frightening. Han Shoror only took one look and started to faintly worry for sacred swordmaster Karl. With so many experts besieging Lawrence's mansion, Han Shoror naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to forcibly barge in. He hastily summoned the Earth Elite zombie and opened up a passageway leading to the center of Lawrence's mansion. He then brought Phoebe and drilled in. Chapter 413. Phoebe's mind was full of questions as she looked at the large hole in the solid ground in front of her. Her bright eyes focused on the Earth Elite zombie who was opening the path in front of her. The Earth Elite zombie moved forward. Even the most skilled pangolin couldn't have the ability to split open the earth like him. The earth in front of him automatically shrank and scattered, opening up a continuously extending tunnel at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Earth Elite zombie easily walked through. What kind of earth magic is this? Phoebe, who was following closely behind Han Shoror, couldn't resist her curiosity after watching for a while. She looked at Han Shoror with a face full of astonishment. It has nothing to do with magic. Han Shoror replied. He furrowed his brows in thought and reluctantly explained, in fact, this is somewhat similar to the martial arts I practice. It's an existence that doesn't belong to the realm of fighting aura or magic. Phoebe's smooth jade-like chin stretched, her cherry lips wide open in shock. She blankly looked at Han Shoror and said, apart from those two women, it seems that you're hiding a lot of things from me. Not at all. It's just that it's not easy to explain because the martial arts I practice is completely different from your magic and fighting aura. Moreover, it's a bit complicated. Even if I explain it, you might not understand. Han Shoror answered with a wry smile and tightened his grip on Phoebe's small hand. Somewhat angrily rolling her eyes at Han Shoror, Phoebe inwardly told herself that she had to keep an eye on him in the future. This guy was originally very lustful and simply couldn't resist temptation. Once he met a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but have some crooked thoughts. If this continued, who knew how many love debts he would incur? All right, we're here. Pay attention, don't let your imagination run wild. As Phoebe silently pondered, Han Shoror suddenly yelled in a serious tone, his gaze looking towards the slope. The Earth Elite zombie stood there motionlessly. When Han Shoror and Phoebe approached, he turned to look at Han Shoror and sent a message, Father, should we immediately open the entrance to the top? At some point in time, Little Skull, Earth, Wood, Fire, and Water Elite zombies all started calling Han Shoror father. At first, Han Shoror was extremely uncomfortable, but he slowly got used to it. The words father leapt into Han Shoror's heart, giving Han Shoror a new feeling. It was as if these 5 undead creatures that Han Shoror had refined from the other world had truly become his flesh and blood. It actually gave Han Shoror a feeling of affection. If he didn't communicate with these 5 creatures for a period of time, Han Shoror would feel a faint longing and worry, fearing that something would happen to them in. Let's wait a moment. Han Shoror replied. Shortly after, he turned to Phoebe and said, the exit is above. We're currently below Lawrence and the others. Let's not rush to go up immediately, lest Lawrence and the others attack us recklessly without knowing the situation. You stay here for the time being, I'll see if I can help your master. My master, what happened to my master? Han Shoror was able to observe the situation through the mystical demons, but Phoebe naturally didn't have this ability. After hearing Han Shoror's words, she asked in puzzlement. He's met with some trouble, Han Shoror explained. How is that possible? My master is a sacred sword master, what kind of trouble could he encounter? Phoebe had a kind of blind trust in Karl. She asked Han Shoror with a light smile, without any trace of nervousness in her expression. Your master is currently battling with a temple knight of the Church of Light. He's a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Apart from cultivating fighting aura, this sacred knight has also received divine blessings. Han Shoror explained to Phoebe with a grave expression. Phoebe's charming face suddenly changed. She obviously knew some things about the Church of Light and hastily cried out, "How is that possible? My master once said that the number of such powerful temple knights in the Church of God of Light can be counted on one hand. Why would he leave the Temple of God of Light?" "I don't know either," Han Shuo replied. Shortly after, he furrowed his brows and thought to himself, "Could it be because of a heretic like me? Then hurry up and make your move. I don't wish for my master to be harmed. Although I understand my master's strength, there have always been all kinds of legends on the continent about the powerful temple knights of the Church of Light. These legends all describe the strength of such characters. I can't help but worry for my master." Phoebe had an anxious expression and began to worry for her master. Han Shuo nodded and retreated to the rear with the Earth Elite Zombie. Above their heads, Sacred Swordmaster Carl and the Sacred Knight of the Church of Light were constantly exchanging blows. One house after another collapsed with a loud rumble. Deep ravines appeared on the ground where the sword rays passed by. The enormous energy from the two spread out. Everyone in the surroundings did their utmost to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Through the two mystical demons, Han Shuo could clearly see the exchange of blows between the two above his head. Han Shuo, who was underground, was constantly moving through the tunnels that the Earth Elite Zombie had opened up. He would always linger around the Sacred Knight's resting place, preparing to launch a sneak attack at the right moment. The golden-haired elder wielding the golden long spear looked like a moving piece of gold from afar. The golden armor on his body was incomparably sturdy. When he brandished his long spear, golden light shone brilliantly. In this dusky night, it was extremely eye-catching. Carl's white hair fluttered in the wind and his expression was grave. Every time he extended his long sword, a cross-shaped slash would explode out. This time, it was clear that Carl had used his full strength in his battle against the Sacred Knight. Regardless of the volume or the power contained in each cross-slash, it was much stronger than the last time he fought against Han Shuo. Those cross-slashes were like flying scythes, shattering rocks and collapsing houses wherever they passed, destroying everything in their path as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Sacred Knight's expression was solemn as he chanted a song of faith to the God of Light. The armor on his body was as hard as a diamond under the protection of divine power. Every thrust of his spear was filled with golden light and interweaved with a bizarre divine aura, causing the cross-shaped slashes flying towards him to explode into specks of light. The battle between the two apex experts caused a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting in Lawrence's mansion. None of the experts in the surroundings dared to approach, fearing that they would suddenly be torn to shreds by the fighting aura. During this process, even more soldiers and knights arrived from afar, surrounding Lawrence's mansion layer by layer. The situation on Lawrence's side was becoming more and more disadvantageous. The terrifying battle between the two experts above had greatly shocked Han Shuo. Through the two mystical demons, Han Shuo was able to clearly see each and every movement of the two. Only now did he suddenly realize that Carl had indeed not used his full strength back then. Otherwise, he would definitely have lost last time. While the two experts were fighting, Han Shuo borrowed the Earth Elite Zombie's divine energy to rapidly travel underground, attempting to suddenly launch a fatal attack on the Sacred Knight. Han Shuo faintly felt that the Sacred Knight's target might be him. Although it was somewhat despicable to launch a sneak attack while the other was attacking, Han Shuo couldn't care less. Under the effect of the Earth Elite Zombie, many crisscrossing tunnels had already appeared in the depths of the earth. Han Shuo used the mystical demons to observe the direction of the battle between the two while constantly shuttling back and forth. He was ready at any moment to suddenly emerge from underground and teach the Sacred Knight a painful lesson when he was careless. "Carl, I think you should retreat at the critical moment. The current situation isn't something you can control by yourself. As a good friend of many years, I really can't bear to see your end. As long as you give up on Lawrence, I, Dempus, dare to guarantee that you will be able to enjoy your old age in peace. Apart from Lawrence, all your disciples will be safe and sound." In the distance, a grey-haired old magus in his twilight years suddenly sighed. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded in every corner of Lawrence's mansion. Han Shuo, who had been closely watching the sacred knight's footsteps, naturally also heard the words of this old magus called Dempus. He couldn't help but separate a mystical demon to pay attention to this old magus. Clang! A ball of dazzling golden light blossomed from the source of the sound, appearing like a glaring sunlight in the pitch-black night sky. However, the strong light only lasted for a moment. Dempus, you old thing. You clearly know of astrologer Grace's prophecy, yet you still dare to disregard the future of the Lancelot Empire. Do you know that you will become the eternal sinner of the Lancelot Empire? Carl, who had landed after exchanging blows with the sacred knight, glared at Dempus and angrily berated him. To the divine eye of God of Light, mere astrology is just an unorthodox sorcery. Carl, you are an outstanding opponent, but it's a pity that you have gone astray and refuse to come to your senses. Those who go against the God of Light definitely won't have a good ending. The sacred knight landed on a broken roof and sighed. Han Shor was currently below the sacred knight. However, the sacred knight wasn't fighting intensely with Carl at this time. If Han Shor were to launch a sneak attack now, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve the desired result and might even be injured by the sacred knight. Therefore, Han Shor didn't act rashly. Carl, I know that Lawrence is your disciple, but he is only an illegitimate child. This kind of person definitely cannot become the new emperor of the Lancelot Empire. You should just give up on him. I'm getting a little impatient. If you still refuse to come to your senses, I can only personally take action. The old magus said helplessly. In the distance, Lawrence's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the old magus who kept on calling him an illegitimate child. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as though he couldn't wait to rush up and tear the old magus into pieces. You dare! Carl angrily shouted, raising his long sword as he charged at the old magus. You won't be able to pass, the sacred knight standing on the roof said with a smile. He brandished the golden spear in his hand and once again blocked sacred swordmaster Carl. With the two of them as the center, dazzling golden light once again shot out in all directions. Since you insist on protecting that illegitimate child, then, old friend, I'm very sorry to tell you that I won't drag this on any longer. The old magus said helplessly from afar, taking out an earthen yellow magic staff embedded with many shattered gems from his space ring. Dense earth element suddenly boiled from the depths of the earth and surged towards the old magus from all directions. He hadn't even chanted any magic incantations, yet he actually had such a powerful magic element gathering force. This caused Han Shor's expression to suddenly change. Dempus. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale? Han Shor suddenly reacted. He furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering the Earth Elite Zombie to quickly head towards Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale's location. Although that sacred knight was similarly a huge threat, this Earth Sacred Magus Dempus who had nothing better to do might be able to kill Lawrence and his group with a large area of effect spell. In the hands of this sacred magus, Earth magic might have many mystical restraining abilities towards the Earth. Han Shoror was worried that this person's existence would affect the Earth Elite Zombie's strength deep underground. He hastily gave up on keeping a close eye on the sacred knight and rushed towards Dempus Gale's location without a care for anything else. The boundless power of the earth. Dempus Gale solemnly chanted an incantation while holding a magic staff. Dense earth element boiled in the depths of the earth and slight tremors gradually formed. Han Shoror, who was already deep underground, could clearly feel the sudden increase in power from the earth. Han Shoror carefully concealed the presence on his body, not touching a single bit of earth as he flew towards Dempus Gale. Due to the omnipresence of earth element in the depths of the earth, Han Shoror was worried that his touch would be detected by Dempus Gale, who was concentrating on releasing earth magic. As the beloved of the Earth Elite Zombie had the same power as the Earth. He himself could be seen as the thick Earth, so Han Shoror wasn't the least bit worried that the Earth Elite Zombie would be discovered. Father, the Earth is changing. My current strength is still unable to stop this change, but I can change its direction. Do you want me to change its direction? Just as Han Shoror was rushing towards Dempus Gale, the Earth Elite Zombie suddenly sent him a message. Han Shoror blanked and hastily asked, "What do you mean?" The power contained in the earth will form a huge earthquake and tear the earth into many holes. I have no way to stop this situation from happening, but I can change the location of the earthquake and change the direction of this chain. The Earth Elite Zombie honestly transmitted. Han Shoror was only stunned for a second before he became ecstatic and said, "Very good, change the location of the earthquake and release it around that old fellow." Yes, it's the place where the crowd is the most concentrated. When he was overjoyed and gave the Earth Elite Zombie the order, Han Shoror had already arrived at the bottom of Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale's feet with the Demon Slayer edge. He callously condensed demonic yuan and stabbed upwards with the Demon Slayer edge. Chapter 4:14. With my will as the guide, Earth Splitter. After a lengthy prelude, Earth Sacred Magus Dempus finally finished chanting the complete incantation for the Earth Splitter. Suddenly, Sacred Magus Dempus frowned slightly. He felt that the flow of the earth element in the depths of the earth was somewhat uncontrollable. This was a situation that had not occurred in the past 10 years, causing him to vaguely think that he was getting old. Could it be that he had chanted the incantation incorrectly? Just as Dempus was in a daze, he suddenly sensed a soaring baleful aura coming from the bottom of his feet. This soaring baleful aura did not have any concealment. The moment he sensed it, it tore through the hard rock and stabbed towards him like an indestructible sharp sword. Frightened, Earth Sacred Magus Dempus no longer had the leisure to correct the Earth Splitter that had gone out of control. All of his attention was focused on the sudden danger. That surge of killing intent that tore through the rocky ground was blood-red in color and was stabbing towards his feet like a waterfall. Dempus cried out in his heart and hurriedly rose from the ground, using the levitation spell to fly towards the sky. At the same time, Dempus hastily chanted the Earth Armor, the Earth Defensive spell. Dense Earth element frantically gathered on his body from all directions. A grayish-brown armor formed from the condensation of the dense Earth element instantly covered Earth Sacred Magus Dempus' body. He also released a tenfold gravity spell that only shrouded the area around his feet. Han Shoror, who was flying at lightning speed, suddenly felt the pressure increase tenfold when the Demon Slayer edge was about to pierce Dempus' feet. His speed of soaring into the sky unknowingly slowed down for a moment. Han Shoror promptly made a decision and frantically poured his demonic yuan into the Demon Slayer edge while his body abruptly descended. Under the infusion of Han Shoror's demonic yuan, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly flew out with thousands of blood rays. It was no longer affected by the gravitational force after a moment of hesitation in the air, blasting towards Earth Sacred Magus Dempus with the blood ray of 10,000 cuts. Dempus' expression was aghast. In his haste, he did not have the time to chant another earth magic spell. Without hesitation, he smashed the magic staff in his hand down with all his might. The magic staff in his hand was similarly condensed with dense earth elements, becoming as hard as the most solid diamond. Amidst the ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing, Dempus' magical staff was shattered into pieces by the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge, which had finally become an arrow at the end of its flight, still persistently bombarded Dempus' body, enveloping Dempus, who was covered by the earth armor, before finally releasing its remaining energy into Dempus' body. Dempus' earth armor did not have any damage, but the strands of cold air within the Demon Slayer edge had penetrated through the earth armor's physical defense and directly entered Dempus' old body. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus shuddered as his eyebrows suddenly froze. Beside Dempus, some of the experts who had followed him over only reacted at this moment. In an instant, all kinds of magic and weapons bombarded the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge slithered forward like a python, evading most of the attacks before suddenly disappearing into the ground. Rumble. At the same time, an earth-shaking rumble suddenly came from beneath their feet. The knights and soldiers standing on the ground all lost their balance and began to sway from side to side. All of a sudden, hundreds of earth spikes burst out from the ground like sword rays, piercing some of the knights and soldiers who were caught off guard and killed them. Amidst the violent rumbles, the ground suddenly split open with many large and small ravines. The bottomless ravines swallowed dozens of lives. For a moment, the area with Dempus as the center had become the main area to withstand the effects of the Earth Splitter spell. Amidst the rumbles, People were continuously killed by this astonishingly powerful earth magic. Dempus, who had the cold air invading his body, could feel the chaotic cold air in his body. He felt that his body had turned from spring to winter. His hands and feet suddenly became somewhat stiff and numb. He was so cold that cold air was emitting from his entire body. His hair and eyebrows were actually showing signs of freezing. Dempus had obviously also discovered the abnormal movements that were impossible to appear beneath his feet. Unfortunately, Dempus, whose hands and feet had turned cold due to the cold air, was unable to suppress the abnormality beneath his feet. He could only tremble as he watched his Earth Splitter spell cause huge casualties on his side. Lord Mage, what is going on? A temple knight of the Church of Light was pulled up from the abyss by a white-robed priest. He angrily looked at Dempus, who was floating in the air above his head, and reprimanded. Karka. Dempus was very anxious as he tried to explain that this wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out of his mouth was this kind of trembling sound. Lord Mage, are you too old? You can actually release such a crucial spell wrongly. Do you know how many experts we have lost because of this wrong spell of yours? Another white-robed priest of the Church of Light similarly had a furious expression. Sacred Swordmaster Karl, who was rapidly charging over, suddenly sensed the abnormality at Dempus' side midway. His heart was filled with doubts. After a few cross slashes forced the Sacred Knight to retreat, Karl frowned as he looked at Dempus from afar. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He immediately abandoned the Sacred Knight and turned around to rush towards Lawrence's side. The survivors beside Dempus, who were frantically cleaning up the mess, didn't have the leisure to care about Hanshoror, who had once again dived into the ground. One by one, they pulled up their companions who were still struggling in the gully and helped treat the wounds of the survivors who had been stabbed by the earth spikes. Hanshoror rapidly distanced himself from Dempus' area after his attack. The Demon Slayer edge returned to his hand. Unknowingly, Hanshoror had arrived beneath the feet of the Sacred Knight from the Church of Light. Calmly observing the Sacred Knight through a mystical demon, Hanshoror discovered that the Sacred Knight was looking at Dempus with a puzzled expression. He was frowning as though he was considering something. Hanshoror held his breath and concentrated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the mystical demon to observe every change in the Sacred Knight's expression from afar. He was looking for the most opportune moment to give the Sacred Knight a fatal blow. The Sacred Knight looked at Dempus with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. His puzzled expression turned into anxiety. The golden spear in his hand trembled as he rushed towards Dempus, as though he wanted to help Dempus disperse the cold air in his body. Hanshoror, who had been waiting for the most opportune moment, suddenly used the same trick again when the Sacred Knight had just taken a step. He once again made use of the Demon Slayer edge's unstoppable sharpness to pierce through the ground towards the Sacred Knight's left foot that had yet to take a step. The boundless killing intent couldn't be concealed. The Sacred Knight's expression greatly changed as he immediately retracted his right foot. His right foot, which was mixed with divine energy and fighting aura, ferociously kicked towards the bottom of his foot. Hanshoror's Demon Slayer edge had just pierced through the ground when a torrential force violently surged over. Rumble! The Sacred Knight stomped his right foot and a large ball of golden light suddenly entered the ground. With his right foot as the center, a round pit suddenly appeared. Hanshoror definitely didn't expect the Sacred Knight's reaction to be so quick. Before the Demon Slayer edge could stab into the Sacred Knight's left foot, the Sacred Knight had already retracted his right foot and exploded with a terrifying force. The soft ground suddenly became as heavy as a mountain under the force of that stomp, forcibly stopping Hanshoror's sneak attack deep underground. Hee, Marquis Brian, I knew it was you. The Sacred Knight above laughed loudly. The golden spear in his hand trembled with hundreds of strands of golden light. He waved it for a moment before abruptly stabbing it into the deep pit beneath his feet. Suddenly, needle-like fighting aura pierced through the ground and shot towards Hanshoror at high speed. Those strands of golden fighting aura contained a sacred aura that Hanshoror loathed immensely. With a speed that made it impossible for Hanshoror to dodge, They arrived in front of Han Shuro in an instant. Cursing loudly in his heart, Han Shuro raised the Demon Slayer edge in his hand to form a black screen formed from demonic yuan to defend against the hundreds of strands of fighting aura. His body hastily deployed a protective shield to form a second layer of defense against the hundreds of strands of golden light. The hastily formed black screen shattered like an eggshell when the 57 strands of golden light arrived at the same time. The remaining dozens of strands of golden light pierced Han Shuro like golden lightning. Han Shuro only felt as if his body had been continuously pierced with steel needles dozens of times. His incomparably tough body couldn't withstand it, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective shield dimmed. Han Shuro looked as if he had been pierced dozens of times by arrows. Dozens of finger-sized bloody holes suddenly appeared on his body. Even his forehead had 3 bloody holes, completely destroying Han Shuro's handsome face, making him appear incomparably terrifying. "Kid, I knew you were up to no good. I was waiting for your sneak attack. Hehe, you're still a bit too inexperienced." The Sacred Knight's laughter came from above. He flicked the spear in his hand and prepared to attack Han Shuro again. This was the first time Han Shuro had failed like this since he started cultivating. He cursed the Sacred Knight's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He knew that his premeditated sneak attack had been seen through long ago, and that he had ended up in a situation where he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Forcefully resisting the urge to charge out and fight it out with the Sacred Knight, Han Shuro didn't wait for the Sacred Knight's next wave of attacks to arrive. He decisively returned along the path he had come from. Having cultivated the demonic arts to Han Shuro's level, as long as his consciousness wasn't scattered and his demon infant wasn't destroyed, he would be able to recover no matter how great the damage to his body was. Therefore, Han Shuro wasn't worried about his disfigured face. There were too many experts on the other side. Han Shuro knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits by forcefully going out. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. The Earth Elite Zombie, who had just destroyed the Earth Sacred Magus Dempus's Earth Fisher, suddenly felt the boundless anger and resentment in Han Shuro's heart. The Earth Elite Zombie, who was deeply affected, disobeyed Han Shuro's orders for the first time. He actually forcibly escaped from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, thousands of earth spikes abruptly rose from the ground one by one. The earth was like a continuous stretch of forest, undulating up and down. While the Sacred Knight's body was unstable, the Earth Elite Zombie, who had been naive all along, recklessly charged at the Sacred Knight. Chunks of earth flew out from the earth and stuck to the Earth Elite Zombie's body. In an extremely short period of time, the Earth Elite Zombie was covered by tens of thousands of tons of earth. The Earth Elite Zombie had turned into a 10-meter-tall clay man. His original naive appearance could no longer be seen, as though he had merged with the earth. He ferociously stomped on the somewhat stunned Sacred Knight. "No!" Han Shuro, who was deep in the earth, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ignoring the bloody wounds on his body, Han Shuro once again soared into the sky from the ground, anxiously charging at the Sacred Knight. However, before Han Shuro could get close to the Sacred Knight, the golden spear in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling golden light. The spear stabbed right at the foot of the 10-meter-tall clay man that the Earth Elite Zombie had transformed into. A torrential force suddenly erupted, all of it rushing into the Earth Elite Zombie's body. The Earth Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from mud, suddenly shone brightly after the golden light entered it. Soon after, large chunks of the mud covering its body fell off. The Earth Elite Zombie, which had returned to its original size, was struck by a beam of golden light and was suddenly sent flying backwards. A large chunk of the natural armor on its chest had caved in deeply. Han Shuro's eyes were crimson red. He had never been as angry as he was now. Little Skull, the Fire Elite Zombies, and the Wood Elite Zombies in the other plane all sent a strong message that they wanted to descend to this plane. They wanted to join forces with Han Shuro to viciously retaliate against the enemy who dared to harm Han Shuro and the Earth Elite Zombie. Han Shuro, who hadn't lost his mind, forcibly stopped Little Skull and the others' urgent desire. He watched as the Earth Elite Zombie actually struggled to charge at the Sacred Knight once again after falling into the ground to avenge him. Han Shoror choked with sobs as he shouted, "Idiot!" Soon after, Han Shoror ignored the Earth Elite zombie's persistent desire and used the fastest speed in his life to chant a reverse magic incantation, forcibly sending the simple-minded Earth Elite zombie back to the netherworld. "Foolish undead creature, you are truly courting death." The sacred knight chuckled as he looked at Han Shoror. He pointed the golden spear in his hand at Han Shoror and said, "This time, my target is you. Your strength is not bad, no wonder you were able to force Kos to retreat twice in a row. However, your good luck ends here." Han Shoror had never hated a person as much as he did at this moment. All along, Han Shoror's attitude towards the Church of Light had been to ignore them, taking passive measures to counterattack. It wasn't until the Earth Elite zombie recklessly got injured for him that Han Shoror truly made up his mind to fight to the death with the Church of Light. Han Shoror's crimson eyes stared at the sacred knight who had a relaxed and boastful expression. He panted violently, ignoring the blood flowing from the bloody holes on his body. Because of his agitation, blood was flowing from the 3 bloody holes on his nose and left cheek, making him look as sinister as a demon who had walked out from the depths of hell. "I will remember you. As long as I am alive, the Church of Light will never have a day of peace." Han Shoror slowly spat out these words, pausing between each word. He then turned around and flew towards Karl using the demonic 9 heads technique. The space-sacred magus of the Lancelot Empire, Sabacas, had appeared at an unknown time. He was currently drawing a teleportation array under Lawrence's feet. Apart from Sabacas, who was concentrating on drawing the teleportation array, everyone's gazes were focused on Han Shoror. Phoebe's bright tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes, but she was firmly held down by Karl's hand, preventing her from attempting to fly towards Han Shoror. Chapter 4:15. When the sacred knight who injured Han Shoror saw Han Shoror turn around and fly towards Lawrence, he hesitated for a moment and didn't rashly chase after him. In the direction that Han Shoror was flying towards, apart from sacred swordmaster Karl, there was also space sacred magus Sabacas. With 2 sacred rank experts there, before the earth sacred magus Dempus recovered, this sacred knight obviously had some misgivings. Since the sacred knight didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, the experts from the Church of Light and Prince Ashburn's side naturally wouldn't foolishly rush over and throw away their lives. Therefore, the group of people could only watch as Han Shoror spoke ruthlessly and quickly flew towards Lawrence's side. By now, Lawrence's mansion had been completely destroyed by the battle between the 2 sacred rank experts and the earth magic spell Shatter Earth. All that could be seen were collapsed houses and desolation everywhere. The servants and maids in Lawrence's mansion had all been massacred a step earlier. Currently, there were only less than 10 trusted aides by Lawrence's side. On the other hand, after the enemy had lost the Shatter Earth spell, they still had close to 400 experts of various professions with astonishing battle prowess. The sound of hooves gradually approached from the distance. It seemed that there were still reinforcements coming. Earth sacred magus Dempus lightly exhaled. Wisps of purple light drifted out from his body and a bone-chilling aura spread along with the purple light. Dempus was after all a sacred magus, and his proficiency in manipulating mental strength had already reached an extraordinary level. The invasion of the cold air for a moment could cool or even freeze his body. However, once he recovered and used his mental strength to expel the cold air obviously wouldn't be able to take his life. Moreover, when the cold air from the Demon Slayer edge entered his body, he had already used magic to resist it twice. Only a few wisps of the dense cold poison had entered his body. A mage of his realm naturally wouldn't be so easily taken away by a few wisps of cold poison. After Dempus expelled the cold air from his body, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had reacted in time just now and had many experts by his side to protect him. Otherwise, if Han Shoror had the opportunity to make another move while he was suffering from the cold poison, it was likely that his old life would have been lost. What a terrifying martial skill! Dempus was aghast in his heart as he looked at Han Shoror, who was covered in wounds and had a sinister appearance as he walked towards Lawrence. He thought to himself, Could it be that astrologer Grace's prophecy that this person could bring new prosperity to the Lancelot Empire is true? Brian, are you all right? Phoebe struggled free from Carl's hands with all her might and rushed to hand Shaw with teary eyes. Her tender little hands trembled as she caressed the terrifying bloody hole on Han Shaw's face. It's nothing, don't worry. Han Shaw cracked an ugly smile and comforted Phoebe, who was crying uncontrollably. He reached out and grabbed Phoebe's little hand that was touching the bloody hole on his cheek and walked towards Lawrence. Lawrence's expression was full of worry as he hurriedly said, "Healer, where's the healer?" "Dead, he's long dead." Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had pledged allegiance to Lawrence, sighed softly and took out a medicine bottle. He passed it to Han Shaw and said, "Quickly apply it on the wound." Senior. The old assassin Bolans, who was beside Lawrence, had been staring deeply at Han Shaw and softly called out at this moment. Bolans wasn't young anymore and had seen all sorts of situations as an assassin. He didn't intentionally express his concern in front of Han Shaw, but the murderous aura on his body became even denser. It was obvious that his target wasn't on Han Shaw's side. No need. Han Shaw smiled as he refused. However, his smile on that terrifying face didn't make one feel at ease. At least, Phoebe started to cry bitterly again. "There's really no need. My wound is no longer bleeding. The martial technique I train in is special. This kind of external injury that looks very serious won't have any substantial effect on me." Han Shaw couldn't help but explain once again when he saw everyone anxiously trying to apply the medicine on his body. Hearing Han Shaw's words, everyone couldn't help but seriously size up Han Shaw with a bellyful of doubt. All of their expressions suddenly froze. The wounds all over Han Shaw's body, from the finger-sized bloody hole that was previously bubbling with blood, all of the fresh blood seemed to have frozen at the entrance of the hole. The scarlet-red muscle fibers on the wound wriggled like worms. The originally finger-sized bloody hole had actually shrunk to half its original size. Sacred Swordmaster Carl, who was always calm and unperturbed, was somewhat doubting his own eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and opened them again, gazing at the bloody hole on Han Shaw's body. It had really shrunk to half its original size. Carl's expression changed. With his torch-like eyes, he could clearly see that the bloody hole on Han Shaw's body was the size of a pinky finger and was oozing scarlet blood. However, not only had the bleeding stopped, the bloody hole had also shrunk to the size of a chopstick. Han Shaw had soared into the sky from the depths of the ground and sent that peculiar undead creature back to the other world before flying back to their side. All of this took less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes was roughly equivalent to one trance. Such an unimaginable transformation in such a short period of time, Carl couldn't help but be indescribably astonished. Bollan's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the bloody hole on Han Shaw's lower abdomen. This bloody hole near Han Shaw's demon infant was now only the size of a toothpick and no longer as terrifying as it was at the beginning. Demonic arts. This was the might of demonic arts. Bolans shouted in his heart. He who was about to cultivate the demonic arts suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate and the excitement in his heart became somewhat uncontrollable. "All right, you guys don't have to worry about me. I will recover very quickly. Now, we should think of how to block those people's attacks and buy enough time for Mr. Sabaka's." Han Shaw turned his head to look at the restless enemies and said calmly in a deep voice. Under Han Shaw's reminder, everyone had discovered the abnormality on his body. Now that they heard him say these words with a calm expression, they suddenly understood that the current situation was far from good. Looking in the direction of the enemies, they suddenly discovered that the sacred Night and Earth sacred Magus Dempus were recklessly charging over. Space sacred Magus Sabakas was the only one who didn't raise his head to look at Han Shaw. At this moment, he was holding a magic staff with a tip as sharp as a pen and was carving a complicated space magic formation on the flat rock ground. This magic formation, with a diameter of 3 meters, had an irregular rhombus shape. Every time Sabakas drew with his magic staff, thin and long veined lines would appear. Strands of elemental energy flowed along the tip of the magic staff and disappeared into the veined lines. Sabakas, who was completely focused, had completely forgotten himself. In his eyes, there was nothing else other than the magic formation beneath his feet. He simply didn't care about the movements outside. It was as if he wouldn't even frown if the heavens fell and the earth split apart. As a space-sacred magus, no one could stop Sabakers if he wanted to leave alone. If Sabakers was willing, he could even bring 1 or 2 people along with him. Unfortunately, there were too many important people here and Sabakers couldn't disregard the lives and deaths of others. Thus, he could only use the magic transportation formation. The objective of the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus, who were charging over, was obviously to stop Sabakers from completing the magic formation. With the advantage of numbers, they planned to get rid of everyone here once and for all, so as to avoid leaving behind endless troubles in the future. While Dempus was flying over, another magic staff actually appeared in his hand. He once again started chanting a lengthy magic incantation. His eyes were focused on Han Shoror, as if Han Shoror was his greatest enemy. "Pay attention, we must not let anyone disturb Sabakers," Sacred Swordmaster Karl hastily instructed after recovering from his shock at Han Shoror's body. Usually, the strongest person in a team would be the leader. Karl's words made everyone on Lawrence's side focus their attention. They immediately surrounded Sabakers in a square formation, intending to fight for enough time for Sabakers. "Let's go." Just as everyone was prepared to buy time for Sabakers, who had been concentrating on setting up the space magic formation, suddenly let out a light sigh. Everyone's expressions relaxed. Under Sabakers' guidance, Lawrence and the group with the weakest battle strength took the lead and stood inside the magic transportation formation. "Don't let them escape," the Sacred Knight who was rushing over shouted from afar. Meteor rain. Dempus, who had been chanting earth magic, finished chanting. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above everyone's heads as several hundred meteors suddenly fell from the sky. It was easy to imagine what would happen if such a dense meteor rain fell in such a small area. The skeletal staff suddenly appeared in Han Shoror's hands. Thousands of bone spears shot into the sky like a rain of arrows. A bewitching white bone shield blossomed with malevolent beauty, blocking everyone's heads. A few mags simultaneously released defensive magic. Sacred Swordmaster Karl raised his long sword and coldly looked above, ready to block the descending attack at any time. Squeak squeak. As the meteors rumbled and smashed down, a peculiar sound came from the sky. Han Shoror raised his head and stared, discovering that a black hole had suddenly split open in the sky. It was as if a demon had opened its ghastly mouth, as if the sky had been torn apart by a black sack. That terrifyingly powerful meteor rain was swallowed by the black hole. The defensive measures that Han Shoror had taken out were completely useless. "All right, it's your turn." Space Sacred Magus Sabakers pointed at the space magic formation in front of him and said to the remaining Han Shoror, Karl, Chloe, and Phoebe. His expression was calm, without the slightest nervousness that one would expect in the face of danger. He was truly indifferent to favor or disgrace. Han Shoror stared blankly and looked at Space Sacred Magus Sabakers with some astonishment. At this moment, Sabakers no longer had his usual amiable smile. Instead, his focused face had become somewhat solemn. Han Shoror understood in his heart that the black hole that had swallowed the meteor rain was released by this old man. However, Han Shoror didn't hear Sabakers chanting an incantation earlier. This caused Han Shoror to be overwhelmed with shock, but at the same time, he understood that Sabakers was already able to release magic through telepathy. It seemed that even though they were both sacred magi, Sabakers' comprehension of the essence of magic should be higher than Dempus. "Let's go." While Han Shoror was in a daze, Phoebe grabbed him and forcefully pulled him into the space magic transportation formation that Sabakers had set up. Before Han Shoror could react, Sabakers had already waved his hand to activate the transportation formation. A white light suddenly flashed and Han Shoror and the others all disappeared. Only Space Sacred Magus Sabakers was left in the entire area. He stabbed the sharp root of the magic formation in his hand downwards, causing the space magic formation that he had painstakingly set up to suddenly shatter, its original appearance no longer visible. Dempus, I didn't expect that a person of your realm would actually do such a thing to rebel against the future of the Lancelot Empire. As a friend of many years, I feel pained for you." After destroying the space magic formation, Sabakers looked at Dempus, who had already arrived in front of him, and sighed, lamenting. "I don't believe in that illusory prophecy. Letting that illegitimate child become the king of the Lancelot Empire is simply absurd. Not only me, but many of the nobles in the Empire will not allow this to happen. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the Empire's future. The ones who are obstinate are you. You shouldn't have listened to the words of a muddle-headed astrologer and gambled the Empire's future on a heretic. That's an evil follower of the Calamity Church. How can he bring the future of the Lancelot Empire?" Dempus righteously rebuked Sabakers. He was clearly someone who didn't believe in fate. "Mr. Sabakers, I greatly respect you as a person and have also heard some of your legends. However, I still have to say that even if you rescue Lawrence and the others, you still won't be able to change their fates. The entire Ossen city is currently under the control of the Duke and the eldest prince. They ultimately won't be able to escape." That sacred knight laughed heartily as he said this to Sabakers. "That's not necessarily true." Sabakers calmly looked at the sacred knight and said in a deep voice, "At least there's one place that you won't be able to easily control. The Dark Mantle headquarters was a place with even tighter defenses than the Imperial Palace. Even if the Imperial Palace was under their control, the Dark Mantle headquarters wouldn't be easily taken down. As a senior elder of the Dark Mantle, Sabakers was the one who implemented the defensive measures on Mount Orders. He clearly understood the powerful defensive capabilities of Mount Orders. It can't be denied that the Dark Mantle headquarters isn't something that outsiders can easily take down, that sacred knight said with a serious expression. Shortly after, he once again revealed a smile and said, "However, if the internal situation starts to turn chaotic, then it's a different story." When these words were said, Space Sacred Magus Sabakers' expression changed in fright. He didn't continue speaking nonsense with them and hurriedly waved his magic staff, disappearing in a streak of white light. Chapter 416. Mount Orders, Dark Mantle Headquarters. Sabakers' spatial magic array led to the Dark Mantle headquarters. However, when Han Shoror's group arrived, they discovered that the situation at the Dark Mantle headquarters wasn't as stable as they had imagined. Mount Orders, which had the strongest defense in Ossen City, had begun to fall into chaos from within. All kinds of tight defensive measures had been mostly destroyed. A group of Dark Mantle higher-ups who were inclined towards First Prince Charles, harboring some ulterior motives, had destroyed the Dark Mantle's defensive points within the headquarters. Of the 11 Dark Mantle higher-ups at the previous meeting, apart from the 3 heavyweights who firmly believed in the judgment of the 2 elders, 5 of them had secretly pledged allegiance to First Prince Charles. Impressively, they had retreated at the most crucial moment. Not only had they secretly destroyed the Dark Mantle's internal defensive points, they had also joined forces with the Empire's army to attack the Dark Mantle. The sudden internal changes had caused the heavily guarded Mount Orders to similarly become a land of chaos. When Han Shoror's group entered the Dark Mantle headquarters through the magical transportation array, the various shouts in their ears already proved that the situation here was similarly not optimistic. Someone has rebelled. Perhaps, they believe that Amy's and the other 2 have stayed in their positions for too long and feel that they can replace them. In front of Han Shoror's group, a large hole seemed to have been sliced open by a sharp weapon. Space Sacred Magus Sabakers walked out from within, speaking with a worried expression. The wounds on Han Shoror's body continued to slowly shrink and close up under the nourishment of the magical yuan. The mystical demons roamed through the various tunnels of the Dark Mantle headquarters, slowly reflecting the situation here in his mind. At the foot of Mount Orders, an army of 5,000 was stationed, surrounding the Dark Mantle headquarters layer by layer. The 5 upper echelons of the Dark Mantle that Han Shoror had seen last time had joined forces with Charles and Ashburn's forces and were currently attacking the Dark Mantle headquarters. These 5 people had destroyed various defensive points of the Dark Mantle from the start. They were very familiar with the internal situation of the Dark Mantle. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner under their command. As the mastermind behind the scenes of the Lancelot Empire, the Dark Mantle was still tenaciously withstanding the attacks despite the appearance of 5 traitors. Every member of the Dark Mantle headquarters was a true expert. Faced with the betrayal of their former comrades, the hatred in these people's hearts could not be suppressed. If not for the large number of enemies, these people would have already rushed out of Mount Orders and skinned the 5 traitors. The 5,000 soldiers at the foot of the mountain is not a huge number. With our arrival, it should be easy to get rid of them. Han Shoror saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons and immediately frowned as he spoke to Space Sacred Magus Sabakas. Sabakas had a stunned expression, feeling astonished at Han Shoror's ability to control the overall situation. As the controller of space magic, Sabakas had gone to the outer perimeter to take a look before coming over. Only then did he understand the power surrounding Mount Orders. He did not expect that Han Shoror would actually understand the surrounding situation after being transported to this area. Sabakas had heard too much about the miraculous abilities of Han Shoror from others. However, Sabakas, who had never seen it with his own eyes, clearly had his suspicions. It was only when he heard Han Shoror's words that he seriously looked at Han Shoror that he suddenly discovered that the bloody hole on his face had already completely healed, with no traces of injury visible. Grace's prophecy was indeed accurate. The appearance of such a miraculous person in the Lancelot Empire would indeed bring about a new future for the Lancelot Empire. It seems that there should be a way out of such a terrible situation. Sabakas thought inwardly. Those people are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They were only ordered by Charles and Ashburn to attack Mount Orders. As soldiers who only know how to obey the orders of their superiors, they are not at fault. The ones who are at fault are the ones who gave them the orders. After Sacred Swordmaster Karl said this, he immediately looked at Han Shoror and said, "Therefore, as the core strength of the Lancelot Empire, they cannot be sacrificed innocently in this battle." After the mystical demons made a large circle, Han Shoror discovered that among the forces surrounding Mount Orders, there weren't any powerful light mags that could pose a threat to his undead army. He had originally planned to use the undead army and Sabakas' space magic to resolve the crisis at Mount Orders once and for all. However, he didn't expect to be rejected by Karl. Although Han Shoror's soul had descended into the Lancelot Empire, he wasn't truly a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. He didn't place much importance on the lives and deaths of these people, which was why he made this suggestion. However, Sacred Swordmaster Karl had always viewed the future of the Lancelot Empire as his own responsibility and was obviously unwilling to let those innocent soldiers die tragically under terrifying magic. "Let's find Candide and the others first, then we will think of another way," Sabakas said calmly. "There's no need to find them, they're coming," Han Shoror replied. Not long after Han Shoror said this, the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle as well as the remaining upper echelons that firmly supported Sabakas' decision all appeared in this area. "Grandfather, we sensed an abnormality in the transportation matrix here and saw your arrival through the magic mirror." Cecilia was the first to speak with a solemn expression. Emily was also among these people. It was obvious that her attention had been placed on Han Shoror from the start. The bloodstains on Han Shoror's body were still sticky and there were 2 extremely small holes on his chest that hadn't healed yet. Emily didn't need to think too much to know that Han Shoror was injured. Her eyes suddenly reddened and she really wanted to disregard everything and lean on Han Shoror like Phoebe. She wanted to personally take care of all the wounds on Han Shoror's body and ask him how his injuries were and if they were serious. Unfortunately, she was well aware of her status and also understood that this might cause trouble for Han Shoror. Under such an extremely unfavorable situation, Emily could only forcefully suppress the worry in her heart and use her gaze to vaguely express her worry and anxiety. Among this group of people, the one that Han Shoror was most concerned about was Emily. After Han Shoror had descended into the Dark Mantle headquarters and discovered that the Dark Mantle had also fallen into a tight encirclement, he had immediately started to use mystical demons to search for traces of Emily. He only truly relaxed after discovering that Emily was safe and sound. Emily's reddened eyes were enough to let Han Shoror understand the concern in her heart. He couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. At this moment, Phoebe's small hand that was being held by Hanshor formed the word calm in Hanshor's palm. Soon after, Phoebe struggled free of Hanshor's grip and walked towards Emily. Candide and Amy's came over and respectfully saluted Sabaka's. Soon after, Amy's quickly explained the situation and finally said, "This time, the disturbance came from within. It was indeed our negligence. However, it was fortunate that the true authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of us. Therefore, although the headquarters was greatly damaged at the beginning, the situation was finally stabilized under the arrangements of the three of us." At this point, Amy's, Candide, and the others clearly understood the true situation. After Amy's finished speaking, Candide said with a gloomy expression, "Those traitors were mainly in charge of gathering and transmitting information from His Majesty the King's palace. This time, the news of His Majesty the King's death wasn't leaked at all. It was precisely because we didn't prepare in advance that we ended up in such a passive situation. They must die," Lawrence lightly shouted, enunciating each word. Lawrence, who had already grieved, now had an ice-cold expression. During this period of time, Uhtred had wholeheartedly encouraged and supported Lawrence, causing Lawrence to have extremely deep feelings for Uhtred. Lawrence, who was also a ruthless person, clearly understood that Uhtred's sudden death was inseparably related to Charles and Ashburn. Ossen City has 4 city gates. The city guards at the north are controlled by Count Boris. I reckon that the north of the city is slightly safer now," Amy's said with a grave expression. Nodding his head, Lawrence calmly said, "It's best for us to settle the rebellion within Ossen City. Once we leave Ossen City, Charles and Ashburn will be able to distort the truth. A large-scale war is definitely not an outcome I wish to see. In this way, even if we ultimately emerge victorious, the Lancelot Empire's strength will be greatly damaged." "That's right. It's best to settle the matter within Ossen City. I'm afraid that this is also Ashburn and Charles' intention. Currently, the Lancelot Empire has powerful enemies outside its borders. Once the princes fall into internal strife due to seizing power, I reckon that the Lancelot Empire will really head towards destruction." Carl agreed with Lawrence's words and immediately expressed his position. "In that case, the fastest way to settle the rebellion is to get rid of Ashburn and Charles. As long as the two of them are dead, the leaderless Lancelot Empire will no longer be a threat. However, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to carry out this matter. They are definitely aware of this point. I reckon that there will be many experts protecting Ashburn and Charles." Lawrence continued, "Let's not discuss this matter for the time being. Old Han and the others are at the north of the city. Other than him, your father and a few other marquises who are still alive are all within the castle of the Northern City Guard. For the time being, Ashburn and the others have yet to truly attack the north of the city. That place can become our main camp and we can discuss in detail there," Hanshor suddenly said. Lawrence was somewhat startled when he heard this and asked, "They are all there?" Nodding his head, Hanshor said with certainty, "That's right. Other than them, the second prince and the youngest prince, as well as the survivors under them, are also at the north of the city. Currently, the entire Ossen City, other than the north of the city, is filled with Ashburn and the eldest prince's soldiers and knights. Only that place is temporarily safe. The 12 mystical demons were scattered in every corner of Ossen City. The mystical demons that were constantly roaming around were able to clearly observe the entire situation in Ossen City. Looking at the entire Ossen City, no one could understand the situation in Ossen City better than Hanshor. The boastful Hanshor was calm and natural, as though everything was under his control. Chapter 417. At such a crucial moment, it went without saying how useful a person who had an accurate understanding of the entire situation would be. Thus, when everyone discovered that Hanshor was explaining the situation of the various districts of Ossen City with great familiarity, they were momentarily stunned by Hanshor's calm and natural performance. "Brian, how can you know the situation of the various districts of Ossen City when you're here? After the appearance of those 5 traitors, many of the Dark Mantle's networks were destroyed. The 5 of them know the distribution of some of the Dark Mantle's main networks. Even the Dark Mantle can't easily grasp the situation of Ossen City. Could it be that you can? Sabakas stared blankly at Han Shaw, asking in astonishment after a while. Nodding his head, Han Shaw calmly admitted, I can. When these words were said, everyone's expression was both surprised and delighted. However, the delight was clearly more than astonishment. If what Han Shaw said was true, then Han Shaw alone could accomplish the intelligence gathering and monitoring that the various Dark Mantle networks were originally responsible for. In the current incomparably chaotic Ossen City, if Han Shaw could really understand the situation of every corner of Ossen City, everyone would be able to make the correct judgment and seize the opportunity to reverse the current unfavorable situation. When the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, including the 2 sacred rank characters, heard Han Shaw say the 2 words I can so confidently, their expressions became lifeless for a moment. They even forgot about the numerous experts surrounding them. While the few of them were indescribably shocked, Han Shaw seemed to think that they weren't shocked enough and continued to add, not only the situation of the 4 districts of Ossen City, but even the conversation between Ashburn and Charles, as well as the implementation and details of every step they took. I can see all of it without missing a single detail. As long as I'm willing, I can clearly see any place in Ossen City, other than those areas with layers of barriers. As long as I'm given some time, I'll know what they're doing and saying. What I said is true. For example, right now, Ashburn and Charles have gathered together to discuss how to take down the Northern District. Oh, they said that Count Boris has an officer called Bishop who's one of their men. Hey, what's wrong? When Han Shaw was halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed that everyone around him was staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help but ask curiously, are you a god? Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had lost to Han Shaw last time, stared blankly for a moment before speaking out the thoughts of everyone with a respectful tone. Are you a god? The 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Lawrence, the 2 sacred rank archmages, and even Bollands, Emily, Phoebe, and the others suddenly realized that the words they wanted to say had been spoken in advance by this fellow. To be able to see every region of a city clearly without missing out any information he wanted to know, such an existence, other than a god, even a demigod powerhouse could not do it. Could this guy in front of him be a hidden god who had fallen to the mortal world? Carrying this kind of doubt, everyone's gazes converged on Han Shaw's body, anxiously waiting for Han Shaw's explanation. Han Shaw naturally wasn't an idiot. His short moment of doubt was swept away by Crowley's "Are you a god?" He immediately understood what the 12 mystical demons that were everywhere signified to the people of this world. No, this is a special effect that comes with the martial technique that I practice. It's nothing special. Oh, that's right, Bollands, I will impart this martial technique to you after some time. At that time, you will understand what's going on, Han Shaw hastily explained. When the sluggish Bollands heard Han Shaw's words, he was so happy that he almost fainted. Fortunately, Bollands hadn't lived in vain for so many years. He hastily stabilized his chaotic emotions and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior brother." Everyone's envious and jealous gazes instantly focused on the excited Bollands. Even sacred swordmaster Karl, whose heart was as calm as water, felt a little envious of Bollands. He thought that Bollands' eyes were really sharp, to actually find such a mystical senior brother. I also want to learn. Phoebe's bright eyes fixated on Han Shaw's body as she said straightforwardly. Han Shaw was slightly startled. He shot a glance at Phoebe, coughed dryly, and pretended to be serious as he said, "The sect's secret technique cannot be passed on to outsiders, not even to my wife." However, in his heart, Han Shaw thought, "Since you have a request for me, then I must properly grab hold of it. I can't easily agree, I must at least let you know your place." "Phoebe, don't mess around," sacred swordmaster Karl frowned as he berated Phoebe. Phoebe was most afraid of this teacher of hers. She resentfully glared at Han Shaw after hearing his words, and inwardly thought that when they were alone, no matter if she pestered him relentlessly or attacked him tenderly, she must definitely dig out this martial technique from him. "I know Bishop. I didn't expect him to be a traitor." We must immediately head to the northern part of the city and stabilize the situation there. Lawrence's heart was burning with impatience. He planned to first head to the northern part of the city where Boris was. Up until now, only the northern city guard was still under their control. You guys leave first, I'll seal off Mount Orders. One of the three heavyweights, Candide, hesitated for a moment before saying to everyone with a gloomy expression that never changed even after 10,000 years. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas hesitated for a moment after hearing Candide's words, then nodded and said, "All right, it's good to seal off Mount Orders for the time being. At least after the northern part of the city falls, we can still temporarily hide in Mount Orders, or leave Ossen City through the magic array on Mount Orders. Oh, fortunately, the authority of the Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of you. Otherwise, if those fellows were to find out more of the Dark Mantle's secrets, I'm afraid we would really be in big trouble this time." From the conversation between Candide and Sabakas, Han Shoror understood that the Dark Mantle was still hiding many secrets. Han Shoror had never heard of sealing off the mountain. However, it seemed that the entire Mount Orders could be sealed off. The two of them said that the Dark Mantle headquarters could still be the last stronghold once the mountain was sealed off. This meant that the safety of Mount Orders after being sealed off should not be a problem. "Candide, I'll leave this place to you for the time being. This is our badge." Ames held the badge that represented his identity and solemnly handed it over to Candide. "Be careful." The other member of the three heavyweights, Cecilia, similarly handed over the badge that represented her identity to Candide with a solemn expression. If Mount Orders is to be sealed off, it can only be activated with the identity badges of the three leaders. Once Mount Orders is sealed off, all the entrances and exits and the common magic array will be sealed. Apart from the few of us, anyone who doesn't know the method can forget about freely entering and leaving Mount Orders. Ames explained to Han Shoror, Lawrence, and the others. Even Han Shoror didn't know about this secret. When Han Shoror looked at Emily, he discovered that Emily also had a puzzled expression on her face. After carefully observing the surroundings, Han Shoror discovered that there were quite a few Dark Mantle higher-ups here. However, the ones who truly knew about this secret were probably only the three heavyweights and the four elders. From the looks of it, as the largest and most terrifying organization in the Empire, the secrets hidden by the Dark Mantle shouldn't be as little as what everyone had seen. Sealing off the entire Mount Orders was probably just the tip of the iceberg. After Ames finished explaining, everyone made a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the fact that Mount Orders had yet to be sealed off in Candide's hands, they used the existing transportation array here to directly reach the Dark Mantle's branch stronghold in the Northern City District. The Northern City District was similarly attacked. Han Shoror's mansion was here. However, compared to the other districts, the Northern City District was still considered safe. Those who attacked Han Shoror's mansion, regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their objective, had all left the Northern City District before the Knights of the Northern City Army arrived. Arriving at Boris Castle in the Northern City District, the powers that were inclined towards Lawrence gathered together. As Han Shoror could clearly see the distribution of Ashburn's forces and knew the details of their next steps, Han Shoror had become the most important person. Under Han Shoror's description, the distribution of Ashburn's and the eldest prince's forces, the secret movements of the various nobles, the current situation within the Imperial Palace, and the movements of the other two princes were all discovered by everyone. Within the extremely chaotic Ossen City, Lawrence's side had someone like Han Shoror who could see through the entire situation. The benefits to Lawrence's side were quickly manifested. Under Han Shoror's guidance, the 12 traitors within the Northern City Guard, led by Bishop, were all executed over the next 2 days. Some of the nobles who had luckily escaped and rebelled against Ashburn were escorted into the castle by Sacred Magus Sabakas. 2 attacks against Ashburn and the others from the Northern City Guard were ambushed by a trap that had been set up beforehand. The leaders were killed on the spot. With Han Shoror's existence, Lawrence, Old Han, and the other military strategists were adept at using the power in their hands. Under the circumstances of not using their own side, they firmly defended the Northern City District. Furthermore, they slowly accumulated the power in their hands, forming the only power in Ossen City that could threaten Ashburn and Charles. However, Ashburn, Charles, and the others' advantage was too great. Currently, 4/5 of Ossen City was under their control. The power in their hands was also 4 times that of Lawrence and the others. The temporary victory of the Northern City Guard didn't seem to be enough to reverse the overall situation. On the third day, when everyone was anxiously pondering on how to resolve this problem, Hanshoro suddenly discovered through the mystical demons that there was an iron-blooded army of 50,000 stationed at the northern city gate of Ossen City. It was also on the same night that a skinny middle-aged man grabbed Fanny and scolded Hanshoro the entire way. He barged into the northern city district's castle and brought new trouble to Hanshoro. Chapter 4:18. Tell that brat Brian to get out here. The skinny, middle-aged man dragged the reluctant Fanny into the castle, swearing and swearing all the way. The officers guarding the castle along the way all seemed to recognize this skinny middle-aged man. The people along the way all had distressed looks on their faces. Unexpectedly, no one dared to stop him. During these 3 days, due to the astonishing talent Hanshoro had displayed, Hanshoro's status within the castle was extraordinary. Even in Ossen City, there was rarely anyone who dared to curse a great noble so arrogantly. Some soldiers who didn't know this person's identity were extremely furious. However, they suddenly calmed down after a few words of explanation from the seasoned soldiers. When they looked at this person again, their gazes actually carried traces of respect. Hanshoro and the others in the meeting hall on the 3rd floor of the castle had clearly heard that person's loud cursing. Among them, Old Han, Boris, Ibu, and the other nobles, Sacred Swordmaster Karl, Sacred Magus Sabakas, and Amy's of the Dark Mantle all had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the voice of the person who had just arrived. Lawrence, Amy's, and the others who understood the situation suddenly looked at Hanshoro with flickering gazes. Emily felt even more uneasy. She didn't know what kind of unpredictable outcome this madman's arrival would bring to the people here. Why is this fellow here? Old Han's expression suddenly changed. Soon after, he looked in astonishment at the bitter smile on Hanshoro's face and probed, "Why do you have a grudge against him?" Hanshoro awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a bitter face, "I don't have a grudge against him. Forget it, I'll deal with it when the time comes. I'll go take a look." Just as Hanshoro stood up and walked out, Lawrence suddenly spoke with a strange expression, "Brian, you can't provoke this madman. You must treat him with caution." "I'll take note," Hanshoro replied and walked straight out the door. Lawrence also understood Hanshoro's temperament. After thinking for a while, he still didn't feel reassured, so he got up and followed them. Those seated here were all people of status. Some of them even had some friendly relations with Firenze. Upon seeing Lawrence get up and leave, they hesitated for a moment before leaving one after another, with the exception of Space Sacred Magus Sabakas and Sacred Swordmaster Karl. In the entire Lancelot Empire, if there was one person that Grand Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles feared, it would be the war god of the southern border, Firenze. In the entire Lancelot Empire, there was only one person who could suppress the orcs who were eyeing the southern border covetously. The people of the dozens of cities in the southern border were incomparably valiant. In the many years of war with the Orc Empire, every soldier and knight had been tempered to become extremely powerful. The strongest knight corps in the entire Lancelot Empire were all located in the southern border. Without the existence of this person, the vast southern border would become a pasture for the orcs. The Lancelot Empire would also be invaded by the barbaric orcs. It could be said that regardless of who the ultimate beneficiary of the coup in Ossen City was, Firenze's position in the southern border would not be affected in the slightest. The reason was none other than because other than a madman like him, there was no one else who could stabilize the situation in the southern border. Just based on this point alone, he had become the most skillful person. During such a time of internal strife, if this person wanted to, he could completely separate the southern border from the Lancelot Empire and become the true emperor of the southern border. "Where's that little bastard? Get out here!" Firenze scolded loudly along the way. None of the densely packed soldiers in the surroundings dared to stop him, taking the initiative to make way for him. Father. Fanny, who was grabbed by Ferenz, blushed, as if she was ashamed to have such a father. Don't worry about it. That little bastard is already a playboy by nature at such a young age. I must teach him a lesson today. I don't care if he is the city lord of Brettel City or not. If he provokes me, I will start a war with him first. The Lancelot Empire is not chaotic enough anyways. It doesn't matter if I add some fuel to the fire. Ferenz's anger soared to the heavens as he pulled Fanny up to the second floor. At the beginning, when Fanny mentioned Brian's identity, Ferenz was rather appreciative. He had also heard of some of Han Shoror's deeds and felt that this kid was quite to his liking. He thought that this marriage was justifiable and that Fanny marrying him would not be a disgrace to her family. However, he was somewhat unhappy that Han Shoror stood him up time and time again. This time, he had clearly arrived at Ossen City, but Han Shoror still did not take the initiative to pay his respects. This made Ferenz somewhat angry. However, he could still reluctantly accept that the situation in Ossen City was indeed somewhat complicated. However, when he began to use his power to understand Han Shoror, he suddenly discovered that Han Shoror and Phoebe of the Boot Merchant Guild were actually lovers. This was no small matter. When Ferenz, who was far away from Ossen City, found out about this matter, he naturally thought that Han Shoror had deceived his daughter's feelings. He almost directly rushed to Han Shoror's mansion to start a big fight. Forcefully restraining the impulse in his heart, Ferenz found Fanny and interrogated her. After the interrogation, he discovered that not only did Fanny know about that kid's lousy affair, she even coyly said that she was willing and said that she was not calculative in front of him. This made Ferenz so angry that he almost fainted. Following that, Fanny even mustered up her courage and said that Han Shoror had another woman called Emily apart from Phoebe. This time, Ferenz really started to go berserk. Without saying anything further, he dragged Fanny over to settle the score with Han Shoror. I am. Han Shoror stood on the stone steps leading from the second floor to the third floor. He looked at Ferenz, who was walking over with a flushed face and cursing all the way. Han Shoror's heart was perturbed, but he could only helplessly say this. Brat, you still dare to come out. Not bad, not bad. Ferenz gnashed his teeth. He casually snatched a spear from the hands of a nearby guard and shot it at Han Shoror. This spear was like a dazzling silver lightning, arriving in front of Han Shoror in the blink of an eye. Ferenz was extremely good at leading troops and was a Sky Knight himself. This attack contained fighting aura and its momentum was not to be underestimated. Han Shoror had long since known that Ferenz wouldn't let the matter rest. He raised his left hand and the Demon Slayer edge burst out from his palm. With a clang, it collided with the tip of the spear, shattering the spear inch by inch. Father, you said you wanted to have a good talk. Fanny grabbed Ferenz with both hands, loudly berating him while helplessly looking at Han Shoror. She repeatedly winked at Han Shoror. Isn't this a good talk? If not, why would I have come here alone? This brat could get rid of Leah Kane and there are so many old farts here protecting him. If I didn't come here to have a good talk, then what is a good talk? Ferenz turned around and glared at Fanny, lightly scolding, Lass, let go of me. I want to have a good talk with him. Old Han, Amy's, and the others had just walked to Han Shoror's side when they were scolded by Ferenz so many old farts. Old Han was furious. He pointed at Ferenz and angrily rebuked, You lunatic, who are you calling old farts? I'm not scolding you. Ferenz snorted with a cold face. Old Han's expression relaxed. Just as he was about to stop pursuing the matter, he was almost angered to death by Ferenz's next words. I'm scolding all of you. Don't think that I won't know his inside just because he didn't come out. Ferenz sneered as he looked at old Han's relaxed expression before decisively adding on. Han Shoror blankly stared at Ferenz. He thought to himself that this guy really had a personality. It seemed that someone who dared to beat up Grand Duke Ashburn in court was indeed not an ordinary person. Mother **, you mad dog. When did I offend you? Old Han rarely got angry these past few years. However, upon seeing Ferenz, he was infuriated to the point of even cursing. Your wife snatched my daughter's man, and Karl's disciple also snatched my daughter's man. Mother **K, are you bullying me because I'm in the southern border and can't do anything here? That's why all of you are bullying an honest person like me. Ferenz was indeed like what old Hans said. He was like a mad dog, scolding whoever he caught. When these words were spoken, Emily's charming face immediately turned deathly pale. Han Shoror's heart also trembled, thinking that this was going to be fun. As expected, old Hans' expression suddenly sunk. He looked coldly at Ferenz and said, "What do you mean? Tell me clearly. If you dare to slander my family, I'll pursue this matter even if it costs my life." Unknowingly, Sacred Swordmaster Karl and Sabakas had also walked out from inside. Karl glared at Ferenz and shouted, "What do you mean? The Empire is in chaos now. How long are you going to cause trouble for? This brat already has those two girls, Phoebe and Emily, yet he still dares to provoke my daughter. Don't you know that?" Ferenz didn't fear old Han and Karl's fury at all as he sneered and said these words. After pausing for a moment, as if he felt that he hadn't caused enough trouble, Ferenz coldly added, "I will definitely pursue this matter. Before this matter is resolved, the internal strife of the Empire has nothing to do with me. You can cause trouble however you like. Whoever lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Mother **K, even if the Lancelot Empire is finished, I won't allow anyone to bully my daughter. If you guys want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." When these words were spoken, everyone's gaze wandered between Han Shoror, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe. Old Han and Karl's faces were ashen. On one hand, they were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. On the other hand, they were shaken by Ferenz's reckless words. Regardless of whether it was old Han or Karl, they had devoted their entire lives to the Lancelot Empire. To them, the Lancelot Empire's future was what they truly cared about. Ferenz, this madman, could disregard the Lancelot Empire's existence, but they couldn't. "Emily, is what he said true?" Old Han's expression was somewhat ugly as he looked at the pitiful Emily who was on the verge of tears and asked. Chapter 419. Now that things had developed to this point, it was basically impossible to conceal it. Han Shoror also did not expect that such a drama would actually occur at such a crucial moment. Emily's eyes were filled with tears. Having the truth exposed in front of so many people was completely out of her expectations. At this moment, her heart was filled with bitterness, helplessness, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. This caused Emily's originally self-abased heart to be covered with cuts and bruises. Tears uncontrollably flowed down from her tender and smooth face. "It's true." Unexpectedly, before Emily could reply, Han Shoror had already coldly shouted. When everyone's gazes turned towards Han Shoror released the pale-faced Phoebe's little hand and walked straight towards the tearful Emily. In front of everyone, he tightly grasped Emily's hand and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd with a gloomy face, saying, "What he said is absolutely correct. Emily is my woman. However, I was the one who painstakingly pursued her. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Old Han's face was ashen as he furiously glared at Han Shoror and Emily, repeatedly saying, "Good, very good. I never thought that such a scandal would actually occur in our Betteridge family. I'm very sorry about my sister's matter. However, if anyone wants to bully my sister, they will have to see if I agree or not." One of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Amy's, after a short period of shock, resisted the urge to ask Emily the truth and said to the crowd with a sneer. As Emily's blood brother, only the siblings knew how much Amy's doted on Emily. At this crucial moment, Amy's unhesitatingly stood beside Emily. Looking at the tearful Emily, Amy's, who was like a god of death in the eyes of the nobles of the Empire, was similarly enraged. "Brian, look at what you've done." Sacred Swordmaster Karl coldly looked at Han Shoror and angrily shouted. For a moment, the crowd once again focused on Han Shoror. Only now did everyone realize that the true culprit should be Han Shoror. All sorts of accusing and angry gazes landed on Han Shoror. In the face of the crowd's anger, Han Shoror put on a gloomy face and looked at them one by one. In a deep voice, he said, "This is our business. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If anyone thinks that they can use their power to pressure me, let's wait and see. Brat, you have guts. He pointed at Han Shoror and said, leave those two girls for me right now. As long as you focus on taking care of my daughter, I can forget about what happened in the past. As long as you follow me to the southern border, no matter how chaotic Lancelot Empire is, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound. After a pause, Firenze continued, otherwise, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can still laugh in the end. Father. At this point, Fanny had a distressed expression and couldn't help but shout. Fanny also didn't expect that things would develop to this stage. However, she also couldn't control Firenze's temper. She simply didn't know when he would go crazy. Currently, Emily, Phoebe, herself, and Han Shoror were all in an extremely awkward situation. Originally, it was only Han Shoror's private matter, but it had been turned into a three-way meeting. Fanny naturally pushed the blame onto herself, thinking that Brian would definitely hate me now. Heavens, what should I do? Brian, now that things have come to this, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Old Han's face was ashen as he furiously glared at Han Shoror. Looking at the tearful Emily, looking at the distressed Emily, and finally glancing at the terrified Phoebe, Han Shoror took a deep breath. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Han Shoror said in a low voice, I have already told the three of you the ins and outs of this matter in detail. The three of you should be clear about the course of events. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing else to say. You all know how I have treated you. Here, I will give you all a choice, and you all will also give yourselves a choice. If you are willing to follow me, as long as you agree, I will face any difficulties together with you. As long as you are willing to follow me, I guarantee that I will treat you well in the future and won't let anyone bully you. If you can't accept it, then consider it as me owing you all in this lifetime. Our fate in this lifetime ends here. From today onwards, we will no longer have any relationship. Brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Now that things have come to this, do you still want to have women on both sides? Firenze was furious. He lifted up his sleeves, intending to settle the score with Han Shoror. Han Shoror's face was gloomy. He glared at Firenze and angrily said, none of your business. The one I want to marry isn't you. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Damn it, this stinking brat has quite a temper. No one in Lancelot Empire dares to speak to me like this. Let's see how you. Firenze loudly shouted and prepared to charge at Han Shoror. Father, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fanny grabbed Firenze and shouted. I'm willing. I don't care about anything. As long as you want me, I will follow you. The tearful Emily was the first to express her stance. She was already willing to give up everything. Emily tightly grabbed onto Han Shoror's hand. Due to the force, her fingertips had sunk into his flesh. It was as though Emily wanted to use this method to gain strength and courage. Brother, I'm sorry. I love him. I'm very sorry for bringing trouble to you, but I can't leave him. Emily's tears flowed down her cheeks as she looked at Amy's. Amy's body trembled. He suddenly recalled the miserable childhood that the two of them had to depend on each other for many years. Silly girl, what are you saying these things for? No matter what, I will always stand by your side. Amy's said to Emily with a doting smile on his face. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. This was how Amy's felt towards Emily. Both of their parents died when they were young. It was Amy's who painstakingly brought up Emily. Everything that the two of them had today was obtained step by risking their lives. In Amy's heart, the most important person in this world was his younger sister. He married Emily to the Betteridge family, but Emily's husband died on the battlefield before they could consummate their marriage. After so many years, Emily became a widow with a hot potato. Amy's clearly understood Emily's pain all these years. He had placed all the blame on himself and had always wanted to fight for Emily's happiness. However, Emily didn't have anyone she liked. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Amy's felt that it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Without thinking, he would naturally prioritize his younger sister's happiness. Thank you, big brother. Emily cried as she expressed her thanks. Soon after, she looked at old Han, who had a strange expression on his face, and continued, "Father, I have been living very well in the Betteridge family all these years. I really treat you as my father. I also know that you dote on me very much, and I am very grateful to you. I know that my actions might have tarnished the Betteridge family's reputation. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Father. You have always been my father." Old Han's expression froze as he stared blankly at Emily. After a long while, Old Han sighed and did not say anything. With a lonely expression, he walked towards the meeting hall on the 3rd floor. "I am also willing. I don't care about anything. Father, please don't meddle in my affairs." Fanny tightly grabbed onto Ferenz, as if she was afraid that Ferenz would be so enraged that he would throw caution to the wind. She continued in a shrill voice, "If you don't promise me, I will run away from home again and make it so that you will never be able to find me again." Ferenz, who had been clamoring about killing Han Shoror, was suddenly stunned. His face flushed red as he pointed at Han Shoror and cursed, "What's so good about this kid? There are so many good men in the Lancelot Empire. Why do you have to be so fixated on a half-hearted fellow? For him, you actually want to run away from home? Father, you may be good at fighting, but you will never understand true love. My mother has been waiting for you her entire life, always worried that something would happen to you on the battlefield. When she was sick and on the verge of death, you were still fighting a war thousands of miles away. Even when my mother died of depression, you were not by her side. You have already destroyed her life's happiness. Don't tell me you want to destroy my happiness as well." Fanny was somewhat hysterical. Seeing Ferenz break free from her hand and rush towards Han Shoror, she suddenly shrieked. Ferenz, who had struggled with great difficulty to break free from Fanny's grasp, suddenly froze midway. His face was extremely distorted and his breathing was uneven. It was as if he was some kind of wild beast about to go berserk. Everyone was startled and looked at Ferenz with some apprehension, fearing that he would do something crazy regardless of everything. This person's reputation had always been different from ordinary people. Therefore, everyone had reason to believe that he would go crazy. Even Han Shoror was somewhat apprehensive and secretly raised his guard. He thought that if Ferenz dared to recklessly attack his opponent, he would first knock him out and tie him up to prevent him from jumping up and down energetically. At that time, he would explain everything to Fanny. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Ferenz's distorted face actually gradually calmed down. However, his expression was still frighteningly gloomy. After a long while, Ferenz turned his head to look at Fanny. Using a calm tone for the first time in a long time, he asked Fanny, "Lass, have you really made up your mind?" Immediately nodding, Fanny's expression was resolute as she said, "Father, I have decided." "Brat, can you bring Lass happiness?" Ferenz fiercely glared at Han Shoror and asked word by word. "As long as I am alive, no one can bully her." Han Shoror raised his hand and solemnly guaranteed with a solemn expression. Chapter 420. Father. Fanny quietly walked to Ferenz's side. Her bright eyes gazed at him as she said faintly, "Father." Ferenz stared blankly at Han Shoror. After a long while, he suddenly shook his head and sighed, saying, "Fine, fine. Since you insist, I won't stop you." "Thank you, Father." Fanny's expression was filled with joy. Soon after, she looked at Han Shoror affectionately. Han Shoror also heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded at Fanny and bowed to Ferenz, saying, "I will bring her happiness, I promise." "You brat, you have two beauties in your arms. How can you talk about bringing her happiness? If my daughter is bullied by you, I don't care who you are, I will definitely settle the score with you." Ferenz didn't treat Han Shoror kindly and shouted coldly. Han Shoror smiled wryly and didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he cast his gaze at Phoebe. Among the three women, Phoebe was the strongest and most independent. Now that Fanny and Emily had expressed their stand, only the pale-faced Phoebe was left. Phoebe seemed to have received quite a shock. Her originally delicate face was a little too pale. She stared blankly at Han Shoror without saying a word, as if she had suddenly become stupid. Beside Phoebe, Lawrence suddenly coughed lightly and pulled the corner of Phoebe's sleeve, reminding the dazed Phoebe to stop hesitating. Phoebe suddenly came to her senses. She repeatedly struggled in her heart as she recalled the many past experiences she had with Han Shaw. The ambiguous moment when they assassinated their opponent in the Boot Merchant Guild, the sweet moment when they were escaping together, and the concern Han Shaw had for her, even gifting her the divine weapon Starry Sky without hesitation. These warm memories were like a love net. When Phoebe recalled them, they wrapped tighter and tighter around her, making her feel as if she couldn't breathe. However, as a strong and independent woman, Phoebe had never thought of sharing a man with anyone. Last time, when it came to Emily, she made a great effort to understand the situation in detail. Only then did she forgive Han Shaw for his outrageous actions. However, this Fanny's situation was somewhat different from that of Emily. Han Shaw's attitude towards Fanny made her understand how strong the love between the two was. In addition, Fanny's birth and family background were superior to hers. Phoebe was somewhat unacceptable to her. Han Shaw silently looked at Phoebe. When he saw the struggle in Phoebe's eyes, the guilt in his heart flourished. Enduring the piercing pain in his heart, Han Shaw said bitterly, "Forget it, Phoebe. I've let you down for the rest of your life." When these words came out, Phoebe's eyes were suddenly filled with endless pain. Her face suddenly became as white as paper. Phoebe looked at Han Shaw in disbelief. Her strong heart felt as if it had been shattered by a bayonet. Her body swayed slightly, and Phoebe actually fell backwards. Han Shaw, who had been staring deeply at Phoebe, immediately paled in fright when he saw Phoebe's body sway and fall backwards. Without thinking, he flew to Phoebe's side. Before she fell, he had already supported Phoebe with one hand and cried out anxiously, "Phoebe, what's wrong with you?" A white shadow flashed by as Carl also arrived at Phoebe's side. Carl was originally preparing to support Phoebe, but Han Shaw beat him to it. Carl had an anxious expression as he extended 2 fingers and placed them on Phoebe's nose. After pausing for 3 seconds, he clearly heaved a sigh of relief. He resisted the anger in his heart and said, "She fainted. It's all your fault." At this time, Han Shaw didn't have the energy to bicker with Carl. When he heard Carl say that Phoebe had only fainted, his heart calmed down. Soon after, he placed his right hand on Phoebe's back and channeled his magical yuan into her. The grief-stricken Phoebe felt a warm feeling on her back. Soon after, she slowly woke up. When she opened her bright eyes and saw Han Shaw's worried face, she felt all kinds of emotions surge into her heart. She could no longer pretend to be strong. Tears suddenly gushed out of her eyes like a spring and she burst out crying. Her 2 fists bombarded Han Shaw's chest like raindrops. Phoebe scolded as she hit, "You heartless scoundrel, you actually dare to say such words to me. You cheated me of a lifetime of happiness and even now you want to wash your hands of it. Do you even have a conscience?" Han Shaw's chest resounded as Phoebe hit him. He had a bitter expression on his face. Looking at the sobbing Phoebe in his arms, Han Shaw also felt very pained. However, at this moment, Han Shaw really didn't know what to say to comfort Phoebe. He could only repeat the words "I'm sorry" over and over again. Phoebe had never lost her composure like today. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she had never been as weak as she was today. Not to mention, there were so many elders and dignitaries here. With Phoebe's temperament, she wouldn't show the slightest bit of weakness. However, when Han Shaw said "forget it," Phoebe felt as if the sky had collapsed. In an instant, it was as if the whole world had turned grey, without a trace of color. The piercing pain destroyed all of Phoebe's pretense, and Phoebe was beaten black and blue all over her body. Emily and Fanny's line of sight never left Han Shaw. Seeing Phoebe's fists bombard Han Shaw's chest, they felt very distressed. They were afraid that Phoebe would injure Han Shaw indiscriminately. The expressions of the surrounding observers were all different. They didn't know what to say as they looked at the man and 3 women. They wanted to intervene in this kind of matter, but it was a pity that this kind of situation wasn't up to them. They could only watch helplessly as the situation developed in a direction that they couldn't explain at all. That's great, that's great. Brian is really something. Among the crowd, Lawrence was the happiest. He was overjoyed. Han Shoror and the three women represented four powers. Once they became enemies, Lawrence would have no hope of ascending the throne. During these few minutes, Lawrence felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was more nervous than anyone else. He was really afraid that the four sides would recklessly cause a huge commotion and destroy all of his hopes. It wasn't until now that Phoebe was crying loudly and leaning into Han Shoror's embrace that Lawrence finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood in his heart that although none of the three sides were satisfied with this result, because of the three women's insistence, none of them had the ability to change this favorable situation. "I'm sorry." Han Shoror hugged Phoebe, still repeating these three words. Tired of hitting and scolding, Phoebe gradually calmed down the pain in her heart. She wiped the uncontrollable tears from the corners of her eyes and fiercely glared at Han Shoror, saying, "Don't even think about getting rid of me in this lifetime. If you dare to do so, I'll kill you and then commit suicide. As long as you're willing to follow me, how could I bear to not want you?" Han Shoror looked deeply at Phoebe and said with deep feelings, "We're already like this, how can I not follow you? You scoundrel, you heartless thing." Phoebe was filled with righteous indignation and punched Han Shoror's chest again. When Phoebe said this, Carl's expression changed. He clearly understood something from Phoebe's words. Some of the people at the side were crafty old foxes. When they heard Phoebe's slip of the tongue, they instantly grasped the key point. Their eyes flickered as they looked at Han Shoror and the three women. When Han Shoror saw the gazes of those people, he immediately understood. It was rare for Han Shoror to blush as he coughed dryly. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the three women, Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny, gradually understood something as their faces turned red. Phoebe secretly scolded herself for being talkative, but this was not the time to explain anything. For a moment, she was bashful and did not know what to do. Because all three of his daughters had consumed the rebirth pill, their skin was equally fair and smooth, as tender as water. Among them, Emily and Phoebe, because they had been nourished by Han Shoror, faintly had a charming and mature aura. If one looked carefully, there were indeed some differences between them and Fanny. Forget it, forget it. She was the one who failed to live up to expectations and even gave her body to this brat. What else can I say? Sacred Swordmaster Carl sighed in his heart. He stared blankly at Phoebe for a moment before finally saying, "Forget it, you've grown up and I can't control you." "Teacher." Phoebe softly called out and immediately said, "I'm sorry, teacher, I've disappointed you." Cough. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas lightly coughed. Seeing that everyone was looking at him doubtfully, he smiled and said, "The matters of the young should be decided by the young themselves. Haha, we're all old, how can we restrain them for everything? Now that the Lancelot Empire is facing internal and external troubles, it's at its most difficult time. Everyone here is the backbone of the Empire. At this time, the most important thing to do is to help the Empire resolve its troubles." Sabakas was a senior of virtue and prestige in the Empire. Even that madman Ferenz somewhat respected him. Now that he had spoken, everyone was resentful and didn't say anything. As the protector of the Lancelot Empire, Carl naturally wouldn't be like Ferenz, who didn't care about the Empire's survival. After hearing Sabakas' words, he gradually calmed down and remained silent. Sabakas paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was still giving him face, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to reconcile the three parties, Han Shoror suddenly frowned and said, "Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles have personally led troops to the north of the city. It seems that they intend to settle the situation of the entire Lancelot Empire in one battle." Chapter 421. The sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to quickly extricate themselves from the matter of Han Shoror's group of four. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression as they began to fret over the attack of Ashburn, Charles, and the others. "Kid, how did you know that old fox Ashburn is coming?" Ferenz looked at Han Shoror suspiciously, as if he didn't quite believe what Han Shoror had said. Among these people, Ferenz was the least familiar with Han Shoror. He wasn't like Carl, Sabakas, and the others who knew that Han Shor possessed a mysterious martial technique that allowed him to see through the entire situation. Seeing that Han Shor had said so with such certainty, he naturally didn't quite believe it. He indeed knows. Sabakas explained to Ferenz, it is precisely because of his mystical insight that we have been able to hold on until now. Ferenz was stunned. Shortly after, he looked at Han Shor in astonishment, not understanding how Han Shor had done it. Ferenz knew that Sabakas wasn't the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Since he said that Han Shor could do it, then Han Shor would definitely be able to do it. This time, the ones who have come include the city guards from the other city gates. With our current army, we shouldn't be able to resist them. In addition, that sacred knight and the temple knights from the Church of Light, including Earth Sacred Magus Dempus, are in the middle of this group. Han Shor closed his eyes and described the layout and military strength of Ashburn and the others through his mystical demons. No details could escape Han Shor's eyes. These days, everyone had long become familiar with Han Shor's mystical insight. They all listened attentively to Han Shor's detailed explanation of Ashburn's military strength. With Han Shor's deep voice, scenes after scenes were displayed before everyone's eyes. The movements of Ashburn and the others were completely exposed. After Han Shor finished his explanation, Ferenz said with a calm face, it seems that Ashburn intends to take down the northern city district in one go. Ferenz, what do you think we should do? At some point, Old Han had also walked over and said to Ferenz in a serious tone. You give the order to open up Ossen City and I will bring my troops over. Mph, Ashburn has gone crazy. It seems that His Majesty the King's prediction was right. Ferenz said with a murderous look. You brought your troops here? Old Han was obviously shocked as he looked at Ferenz in astonishment. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I come to Ossen City alone at this time of chaos? Don't tell me I'm here to watch a show. Ferenz glared at Old Han, then casually pointed at Boris, the leader of the Northern City Army, and said, why don't you and I make a trip to the North Gate? All right, I'll go with you immediately. Boris didn't express any displeasure at Ferenz's order and immediately agreed. In front of Ferenz, regardless of experience or seniority, Boris was far inferior to him. Ferenz had always been arrogant and haughty, but he had the qualifications to be so. This was something that everyone in the Lancelot Empire was aware of. Furthermore, it was obvious that Ferenz intended to help Lawrence. As Lawrence's uncle, Boris was naturally very happy and didn't dare to have any objections. Thank you, I will definitely remember Lord's righteous act. Lawrence, who had been silent all this time, suddenly bowed deeply to Ferenz and said with a solemn expression. Ferenz casually waved his hand, obviously not taking Lawrence's gesture to heart. He said impatiently, bullshit righteous act. If it wasn't for His Majesty repeatedly begging me before his death, I wouldn't have bothered with your trivial matters. I don't care who becomes the new king. In any case, no one dares to lay their hands on my southern border province. You don't have to thank me. Although His Majesty can be a little sinister and vicious at times, he still treats me well. I only mobilized the troops to Ossen City because of His Majesty's face, not because I think highly of you. Lawrence's expression was awkward. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, this lunatic is really hard to please. He won't listen to good or bad words. Let's go. Open the city gates and welcome my howling legion in. Mph, I don't believe that old fellow Ashburn can do anything. Ferenz glared at Boris and swaggered outside. Father. Fanny softly called out. She was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if she should leave with him. Lass, just stay here. I don't think any of them will dare to bully you. Ferenz would only show concern when he was with Fanny. He wouldn't look at others in the eye unless he was angry. Only then would he glare at others. All right then. Fanny stealthily shot a glance at Han Shor. She was also somewhat worried about Han Shor. After all, Han Shor had been annoyed half to death by the series of matters. She didn't know if his heart could take it. Ferenz and Boris quickly left. As the great battle was approaching, Han Shor gave a detailed description of the situation. Karl, Lawrence, Old Han, and the rest hastily began to discuss countermeasures and returned to the meeting hall ahead of Han Shaw. Amy's had originally planned to discuss Han Shaw's matter with Emily alone. However, after thinking about it, he had no choice but to give up for the time being. He also hastily gathered the spies of the Dark Mantle to arrange some matters. Suddenly, only Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny were left beside Han Shaw. The three ladies looked at each other with awkward expressions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Han Shaw stared blankly for a long while and suddenly felt an extreme headache. After hesitating for a moment, he saw the peculiar expressions of the three ladies. He couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "This, that, shouldn't we find a place to sit down and slowly talk? Bah, what's there to talk about with a person like you? You bastard, you deceived the three of us." Phoebe was still angry and immediately scolded Han Shaw. "Now is the time when the Empire needs you the most. You don't have to worry about our matters. All right, you can leave first. The three of us should be the ones to talk in private." Emily revealed a faint smile and said to Han Shaw. The issue of her identity that had always troubled Emily seemed to have been eliminated under such special circumstances. The current outcome was very satisfactory to Emily. Seeing her brother's unconditional support and old Han having no choice but to adopt an indifferent attitude because he didn't want the Empire to fall into an even more chaotic situation, all of this made the miserable Emily feel as though she had been reborn. "Sisters, what do you think?" After Emily said to Han Shaw, she immediately smiled and glanced at Fanny and Phoebe. Fanny and Phoebe looked at each other and nodded somewhat uncomfortably. After Phoebe nodded, she suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shaw, saying, "You're not allowed to use your martial skill to eavesdrop. You're too hateful. Oh, according to what you said, your martial skill can spy on the movements of the entire city. Doesn't that mean you can see any woman bathing? You hateful guy, how could you cultivate such an obscene martial skill?" When Phoebe said this, Fanny and Emily's brows suddenly creased as well, as though they suddenly thought of this possibility from Phoebe's words. When they thought of Han Shaw's bad behavior all this time, the three girls didn't feel at ease with Han Shaw's character at all. Their gazes towards Han Shaw suddenly turned sharp. Han Shaw felt a great headache and hurriedly said, "Abnormal behavior again. I have to explain to them immediately." After saying this, Han Shaw immediately ignored the three girls' clamor and hastily left in front of the three girls at lightning speed, arriving at a messy stone forest behind the castle. Han Shaw didn't go to the meeting hall where Sabaka's and the others were. After such a chaotic incident just now, Amy's, Carl, Old Han and the others probably wouldn't give him a good look. Han Shaw knew that those people were angry and naturally wouldn't go and seek trouble for himself. Using the Demon Slayer edge to dig out a large hidden hole in the stone forest, Han Shaw set up the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. In the dusky Cemetery of Death, the Earth Elite zombie was lying there quietly in the place of extreme Earth, as though he had already fainted. Weak strands of earthen yellow Earth Yuan energy in the surroundings slowly flowed towards the Earth Elite zombie in the center, slowly healing the injured Earth Elite zombie. More than half of the Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth in the Cemetery of Death had been consumed when refining the Earth Elite zombie. There was only a small amount left now. 3 days ago, Han Shaw had let the Earth Elite zombie in and used the remaining Yuan energy of Earth in the place of extreme Earth to heal the Earth Elite zombie's injuries. While Han Shaw was looking at the Earth Elite zombie lying silent in the depths of the earth with a pained heart, Han Shaw sensed Little Skull's call. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shaw summoned Little Skull in front of him. "Father, we want to avenge him," Little Skull immediately transmitted when he landed in front of Han Shaw. "I know, I'm waiting for an opportunity to kill him," Han Shaw replied. "We need to become stronger," Little Skull transmitted. Soon after, a black walnut-like fruit appeared in his 5 fingers. Little Skull handed it to Han Shaw and said, "Father, this fruit is for you. It's very useful." The black fruit looked like a walnut, and had an ordinary appearance. However, when Han Shaw probed it with his consciousness, he immediately felt that the fruit seemed to contain a strange energy. He was immediately shocked. "What is this? What's its use? Han Shoror reached out and took the fruit that Little Skull handed over as he spoke. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot out from the fruit and wrapped around Han Shoror like ribbons. Han Shoror immediately turned into a cocoon. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.